those measurements that we're getting.
No,
but I think the difference is very small.
Is based on mean sea level. But even so, I mean, when you're talking about the size of the Earth, I mean, how big of a difference would that really be? I don't know. Somebody math can do that kind of shit.
It would be 2.5 miles is the mean seabed level, which would give us an answer of 1.8 negative. It should be our actual ground level without sea. So yes, but the thing is, it's not like It's not like our mean is 800 meters above sea level, and our mean below is 2.5 miles. It's 2.5 miles.
Yeah, but when we map the Earth, we're trying to describe the surface, aren't we?
Yeah, but I'll end this now because the difference is when you add an extra 2.3 miles onto the diameter times 2, then it ain't going to make much difference. So it really doesn't. Yeah. I wouldn't say that has made the.
Okay. I think we're in agreement on that point.
Yeah, definitely. The 10% that we've lost. I think when they measured it, they came out with something else, and they said, no, it has to be a fucking sphere. It has to be this.
Yeah, but okay, so I've got a question. What's your thoughts on the space station and space and satellites?
Satellites, I would say, are geostationary, so they're stationary. They just hover there. They are. They've got. So nothing's moving in the layer that they're in, so they're just relays. And the other thing you said was, space station. There is another layer that is moving. It's probably a fluid layer of some sort, a fluid, a very cold gas, a safe level. I think if they go too far up, they start getting to gases that are flammable, and with rockets and shit like that, you don't want to be lighting no matches, So I think those things.
You need two things for it to be flammable, then, don't you, Ram? You need the material, and then you need the catalyst like oxygen.
Yeah, but what about
the reactant like oxygen? It's not a catalyst.
What about our methane blanket? Even our methane blanket is considerable. And then when you get up way high, you're going to get to a helium. You're going to get to hydrogen. No, you're going to get to hydrogen at some point, because hydrogen is present in so much up there.
Where's the oxygen to help the combustion?
No.
Oh, they could be in bubbles. The stars could be oxygen with solar luminescence. It could be anything. You just got to know that.
But they don't have the stars. Don't seem to have the same attribute properties as we get from solar luminescence.
They do twinkle, and they do. But
yeah, no, I'm talking about the direct sort of readings we get off, sort of measuring the type of energy coming off that material.
If you don't know what the medium is between you and that material, then your guesses are only based on what you assume. When people say there's a vacuum up there, why would there be a vacuum in space?
So there's not a true vacuum anywhere in space, is there?
Well, yeah, but when people say there's a vacuum in space, why would there be a vacuum? There's just going to be.
But there's not a true vacuum. But you agree with me that there's not really a true vacuum anywhere in space.
No, you're looking at fucking. You're probably 90% vacuum, but you've still got 10% of stuff that's colder, so their density is 10 times.
When we talk about vacuum, we're specifically talking about a space being occupied by gas.
Does someone just watch a porn video there or something?
No, I think it's someone who's trying to Anyway, we'll be nice.
Yeah. So solar luminescence, the stars are because the stars seem to be closer to the center of whatever this is, and Pluto's even closer. And there's multiple.
So why do you think Pluto's even closer? I mean, I'd agree it's closer than the stars.
Away. No. I mean, if you're standing on the ground and you're looking at the center, then the stars are second place towards the center, and Pluto is first at the moment. But there's two or three more things. The center is the center of all of this.
Yeah, I know that's not really descriptive, though, is it?
A helium atom. It could be an atom which we know is an electron, a proton, and a neutron, there's three things counteracting, which causing a triple magnetic force instead of just a positive and negative. There's a third thing going on that's moving continuously, creating heat, but it's frozen on the outside, so there's a barrier. Yeah, and they're concentric spheres, concentric circles. That's how I can describe MasterCard and Visa. Yeah, in the middle there's like a rugby ball when they merge, and the concentric rings are going outwards. So when we see rays, you've got Faraday. Faraday rotation can cause the light in our atmosphere to bend. So when we think we're seeing the North Star at 90 degrees above us, it's actually 100 degrees, which is 10 past north. But it's refracted to our eyes, depending where we are on the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, actually, if you look at naval almanacs from annoyingly the 1760s, even though I did try and claim it was 1752 and was shown to be wrong by somebody, but we won't go there. There's actually, if you look at the naval almanacs or the mariner's almanac, they actually showed the adjustment for Polaris based on the latitude.
Yeah, there was a book called The Secret of the Seas, and it was a cheat book for the people that didn't know what the elite knew. So they the pirates were able to navigate just as good as the people were using their charts and using declination consideration. So the pirates were ex-naval officers, people that the Protestants. So they knew what was going on.
Every ship, and especially when they're going to weird and wacky places, pretty much every ship, whether it was a privateer, a pirate, or a vessel from, a nation state, would update their charts. That was one of the jobs that the captain had on board ship, and it doesn't matter whether you're a pirate captain or whether you're a naval captain. Most of the time, I'm sure we can find probably possible examples, but every successful captain was literate and was pretty good at navigation.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons they got the job, and especially where you've got people who would happily kill for the position. And the reason that a lot of the times they didn't kill the captain for the position is, fuck, where do we go? And in fact, one of my favourite stories is the mutiny on the Bounty. Because that whole thing of when they dumped the captain overboard, there was a question, can we actually navigate?
You would always have like 2 or 3 people that were backups. Like Magellan's voyage, there was 2 or 3 logbooks. And if you trace
and there's probably someone who's a dedicated cartographer on that journey as well.
Interestingly enough, there's an island called the Saint Helena Island, which is where Edward Halley done his observations from the equator. That they use that as an equatorial mountain, maybe is the right word to say. But if you look harder, you'll find there are other islands below that Helena Island called Helena Islands, and it's almost like the equatorial mounts. Latitude went more north over the centuries.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can find multiple islands called the same thing. That's quite common.
If you reverse the word Helena, you'll get Anelema. You'll get Elena. As in the sun, Anelema. Like we call it as an Anelema. Yes, but that's how
different to Helena.
No. But the spelling, even living in UK, the spelling of our towns that we live in on the old school places, they've changed spellings over 200-300 years, easily 2 or 3 times, because the state got changed, the state got bought by someone else, he changed the state name slightly. So
I live in a town that hasn't changed its name in 700 something years.
That's fucking awesome, man. But the point was that you would name an island after what you see, and what you see is that. And what they used to do is, like our road names around here, they were all not what they were now. They were different, and they represented things like Silk Road and fucking Brick Road and things like that. But they had to do that because when they were doing wars and things like that, you didn't want to know. If everybody's going by their business because their house is in the front of the road, but the back of their road is onto the canal, and they're doing raw silk, they're milling. I come from the printing town of the world, and and they were printing money and shit like that way before people think they were doing it, because we had the ability to print. My grandfather was the owner of the Sun newspapers up to 1948.
What Wapping?
Huh?
Wapping.
What's Wapping? Sorry, mate.
That's. Oh, sorry. Are you talking about the Sun newspaper in Australia?
No, well, there'd be no in England. Sorry.
In England, yeah. The Sun newspaper, News of the World, offices have always been in Wapping. It's just around the corner from the Tower of London. I've been there multiple times. I did half their IT.
Yeah, but the princes are. You said the Tower of London is their head office, yeah?
It's just around the corner from the Tower of London.
Yes, but it's in London, and that's where they
aimed
their bombs. They wanted to bomb the papers and the people spreading the shit, because the Sun printers in Watford were printing off the propaganda for the Germans. They were assembling weapons, and they were using hydropower as well from the water from the canals. So they were able to get unlimited power during the war, where they've cut off all the local power. And they were doing fine. They were printing money, but we've been printing in Watford since 1600s, even before. Yeah, that's a safe bet. We were established 1100. Most of UK was established sort of 1100 in many ways. Whereabouts you in the UK?
I'm out in Wiltshire.
Wiltshire. So you're Bath way, yeah?
Yeah. Pretty
Bath.
close to Bath.
Yeah. Fucking, I went to Bath, man. That's fucking awesome there. I went to the Bath. Yeah. It's fucking. UK's got so much to offer. You need to. No. Have you heard of a guy called Paul Cook?
I used to work with a guy called Paul Cook, but don't think it's the same guy.
Was he? Yeah. But this guy's Essex boy, electrician, and I really recommend watching him. He'll show you what is really going, what the real history of England architecture. He'll show you the White Cliffs of Dover are man-made. He'll show you Jurassic Coast, and he'll show you so much you'll be like, no fucking way. He'll show you the coast. He'll show you so much stuff. Like I live near these things called the Chiltern Hills, and they just blatantly look like a big, massive building that just cut like down the middle and stuff. Oh, it's just loads of things like the underground system of London was the original canal system. You know, they didn't dig deep down; they were down, where they just built upwards because the sea level came up. They cut off the canals. They cut off the tributaries of the Thames River, going all the way down to all sorts of places, so they could build land on it. And in doing so, they flooded the Thames River, and then naturally had to build up over time. And now we're at the level 9 floors at least higher in London at places like Old Street and stuff like that. The original level was so much lower. But I think you were saying, yeah, that's because it was close to the river. That was the obvious thing, but they're obviously showing that the river must have been a hell of a lot bigger and wider before. Even the water
Easy,
level.
Tiger. Easy, Tiger.
Yes, mate. Much love, mate.
Yes.
Much love. Yes, mate.
Paul, I love Paul Cook. He's great.
Fucking awesome. He just says it. Look, I fucking go out with my drone and my fucking drill. He goes, check this, man. He goes, this is fucking man-made. There's fucking seashells in these rocks and stuff. And he's
I'm pretty certain that obviously the Sun, came from a paper called the Herald, didn't it? So, and that was printed up in Manchester. And then when the Sun was starting to be printed came out, which was in the 1960s, that was always printed out of the News International buildings what became the News International.
Yeah,
which is in Wapping. But I've not heard of them being printed out of Watford. Are you sure it's the same paper we're talking about?
It was originally called the Sun Engraving Company, and they were the first ones to come out with the new technology of the printer, and that took off. They built that in like late 1800s, 1900, The canal that was there.
That's not the Sun newspaper, though, is it? That's a
Yeah,
different company.
no. It became the Sun newspaper.
No,
It became
the Sun newspaper came from the Daily Herald.
Yes, but the printers were always here in Watford.
No,
So
they printed them in Wapping, because I've seen the presses.
I don't disagree.
In fact, they've actually got an old press there from the first one, because some of those machines are fucking old. 1960s, I think, somewhere around there. But I don't know. I could be wrong. As I say, I mean, that's just.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you, and that might explain why, through the period that it wasn't really known for doing stuff, they were printing off propaganda, money, and making weapons there, making it look like they were printers. And then the fusion came later on. That would make more sense to me. But still, that's good that the information that everybody's got on these chats, like you exchange information. No, they're really interesting. Because they targeted Watford as well, so they blew up part of the printing in Watford, and that was due to the First or Second World War. So before the princes became the princes in the 60s, with regards to Murdoch, Rupert Murdoch, and stuff like that, the fusion happened in about 1948, and things done this and things done that or whatever. But yeah, really interesting, mate. Really interesting. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean that's I just posted up. There's the history of where Sun Engravers came from, and the history of that business, which is kind of pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's really good. I'm gonna go look at that now. Anything I say is never in stone. I'll tell you that from me. I'm never gonna say this is how it is. Fucking you. What about this and what about that? No, it's just I just want to talk.
Yeah, well, which is why I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh no, that's fucking bullshit," because because that's just what I've been told from places I've seen. Now I could miss, that. To be fair to me, that's like 17, 18. Yeah, about 17, 18 years ago. So I could also be misremembering stuff. So I don't want to sort of sit here and say, I'm absolutely right and you're wrong, when it's such a time period for me.
Yeah, much love. Interestingly enough, we had William Caxton 1600s. That were the paper makers.
I grew up near Beccles.
Beccles.
Yeah, that's where Caxton Press is. He used to be one of the biggest employers in the town.
Where is that?
Suffolk. So it's on the River Wey.
Where did you say that?
About 9-10 miles from the coast.
But was there a big housing establishment built there around that Prince's?
Yeah. I mean, the Prince's is huge, and there was a malt works there as well.
Yeah. So we had all this.
A lot of beer comes from that part of the world.
Yeah. So the origin of, because we got a road called Caxton Way. We were the paper producers for the world. So from the paper came the printing, came the whatever. But they had newspapers and shit like that back in 1700s. So but yeah. You know what I mean?
Just to prove my point that I'm not talking bollocks.
No, all good, man. No, I really appreciate it.
It was just weird because you said that, and I mean, when I was at school, we did a geography project on it.
Good stuff. I'm going to go now because my missus is going to be wondering where the fuck I am. Got lunch on the way.
No worries, man.
Yeah, much respect to anybody who's listening. I don't mean to sound like I'm talking. It's like, it's so much better.
I had to jump on because the stream ended, and I wanted to hear how that ended up. Last I heard, Don was kind of trying to ground you because it sounded to him like you were making stuff up or something like that.
No, that was riding on eggshells. Dawn was being a bit more generous.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe. I think I jive with what you're saying, as I told you last time you were on last night, I think it was. But yeah, definitely a lot of stuff that you're talking about with the toroidal field and the two sides to the the plane with the two toroidal or the two poles, but just adjacent to each other, rather than on top of the bottom of the ball. The ball is floating in space and spinning around. That's just as ridiculous as any other theory. So I don't know any baller that's trying to criticize somebody that's coming up with ideas of his own. Just to try to figure it out after we've been lied to on the level we obviously have been.
I've just posted a picture. This is the best way I can describe what the energy of Earth looks like. And naturally, with magnetic repulsion and attraction and stuff like this, but there's more magnetic repulsion than attraction. But naturally, it's going to shape the Earth into it. So the tree of life would just be the thing in the center. It's probably like a toroidal center. Here's another one, but this one needs to be flattened. But you can look up toroids, GIFs. This is what you're looking at, and these are all the fields that are moving. And our navigation is based off the stars, not off the physical properties of the ground.
Right.
And the magnetic equator is our physical equator, and our prime meridian international date line it's wrong, and they've kind of made a lot of shit up by this confusion between imperial and fucking metric, and they never fucking prove the metric system. They never prove the meter. It's things like that you end up overing or under measuring. You're measuring.
I think I have to cut in now. The meter isn't a thing you prove; it's a thing you agree on as a unit.
Well, no, the meter is actually the meter. Yeah, so do you know? Actually, let's ask his perspective. Do you know why he's saying that about the meter and the meter's not been proved?
Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me?
Well, no, because it actually has a relationship. So,
yeah,
as far as I remember, a meter is 1/10 millionth of the.
Agreed on.
No, it's 1/10 millionth of the distance between the equator and the rotational
You think
pole.
they measured it in feet first and then decided the meter based on that?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I do agree it's a consensus, and Dawn, I agree with everything that you say generally.
Oh.
So don't ever think that I'm going to come in here and say, "Oh, fuck you, mate! I fucking flat."
Oh no. Okay, what do you mean by proving the meter then? Do you mean proving that unit correlates to reality somehow?
Correct.
But why would that matter? Why would that matter if it's just an agreed upon unit now?
Because
it affected other things.
You can't compare physical measurements with using them. You can't compare physical measurements to the Earth because you haven't measured the Earth in the first place.
But you think before you can create any units, meters, inches, feet, before you can create that, you have to measure Earth somehow first.
Well, that's why the meter came later, and it was designed to be more accurate.
What do you measure Earth with if you haven't made up any units yet?
Well, the Egyptians had a raw yard of yard. That was 0.9 meters. So if they had measured,
to prove that, did they? They just decided this is a yard now.
Yeah, I mean the raw yard is an evolution from the cubit.
Yeah,
and it was one of the problems that they had, and then you actually see this in certain buildings that you get, especially in sort of northern Mesopotamia up into the Levant, is you could tell that different people were using different cubits, because it was literally just a measurement for your fingertips, your elbow, and obviously that's a bit of a rubber ruler. So that's why the raw yard came out, because it was a standardization. It's the same with weights and measures, became standardized pretty early.
And then eventually, you're saying, just eventually they wanted a measurement that correlated to the Earth in more of a metric system.
Yeah, and that's what the metric system was about. The metric system was something that correlated to the dimensions of the planet. So a meter is 1/10 millionth of the distance from the equator to the North Pole from our calculations of the size of the Earth. For me,
I don't think it matters if it's been correlated correctly or not. We still use it now. We still use it now as a unit. And if you're gonna say I don't trust meters anymore, you're gonna have to use feet instead. And if you carry the logic through, you won't trust feet anymore, and you'll have no units left to measure anything.
Well, Don, think about if it was a ball model that they were trying to reverse engineer, and they were making up a unit that would support their pseudo model.
So
as an outcome,
that could be a problem.
Your own flat Earth unit.
They had to
No,
move the
I don't
file.
think that. Don't mind Don. He likes
You
to, he
either
likes
have
to
to carry on
troll. He
using
likes
the
to troll,
meter.
but he's a
You
pretty
carry
nice
on
guy
using
when
the meter,
when you get
or
to know
you
him.
make up something else.
Yeah, but
I
I
mean-
think that they said they were going to measure the shortest distance. The word shortest is important. The shortest distance from the equator to the North Pole. So they didn't
On the
even
surface.
measure that. They only measured from Barcelona to Dunkirk, which was exactly 10 degrees, and they got 1,079 kilometers and not 1,111. So if they've done 10 degrees and it's short, then it means that it works out to about 95.8 centimeters in a meter. And if you, that difference there is already going to be what, 5%? So 5% of the Earth has been, you know, you're measuring with a 95 stick and you think it's 100, you're going to be measuring 10% more, aren't you?
Yes,
Do you get
that's what
me?
I'm saying. You have to make up another unit. You have to say, I've debunked the meter somehow by watching videos, whatever research you've done. And then your new
think
thing
you're-
is,
I think you're
we've got a new
simplifying what he's
unit.
saying.
It's called the realm. Each, and
I never-
I've measured, my house is now 5.2 realms.
You're
and
not
if you want-
understanding.
hang on, dude, I'm talking. If you want to understand what 5.2 realms means, you have to get a conversion chart to meters so that you'll understand it.
He's not trying to debunk the meter. That's not the
Yes,
point.
he is. Yes, he is. That's exactly
No,
what
he's
he
not.
wants to
No,
do.
he's not. That's simplifying what he's saying.
If the meter was never established under the definition that they were going to agree that it was meant to be, then I didn't debunk it. It never existed. It's not a geological meter. It's just an arbitrary meter. So I haven't debunked it. We never proved it in the first place.
Yeah, so you're saying it's bunked.
No, I'm saying in the same sense, yes.
Yeah, see?
It was
Yeah, but
bumped
I'm
from the
He
start.
says he's
trying to
you
agree
both
with
now
you, mate.
saying you've debunked meters.
Oh, fuck, man. I'm
So
trying to
you
agree
need
with
to
you,
create
man.
your own unit
Dawn,
now.
he's trying to
and
say
debunk
basically he's
the
debunked the
formula.
relationship
You
between
just
the
don't let him.
meter
Hey, don't
and
let
the size
don't
of
let
the
Don
Earth.
straw man you.
I
He'll come
know.
in and try to make it like
You
you're
both
making an
just admit
accusation.
to it.
He'll come in and say you're making claims that I'm going to somehow now make you feel like you shouldn't have done, and it's just a straw man. Don't let him do it to you. If you're planning on going back to your missus, your time would be better spent there than trying to defend your useless attacks.
Dawn, you understand the sacred geometry, you understand all that holistic stuff and all that, like I understand, but you know it way better than me, and that's why I think you're a key player in all of this. Yeah, the Mandela from the Mandela patterns that come from
Symbolism.
the
I like
Hindus.
symbolism.
You know all this stuff. That's how they saw
the
the
occult stuff.
You know,
The
you can
esoteric
take,
stuff's tied into the toroidal field.
exactly, and this is the natural stuff that we agree with. You know, if the things that we deflect on, we don't have to talk about it. You know what I mean?
I was only
But we
commenting on the meter thing. I'm saying if you really want to debunk someone else's system of units, like it's like debunking money. You have to make up your own version. After
It's a bigger
debunking
point. It's a bigger
theirs.
point being made about it, though. Bigger point
I mean-
is that it was a useful tool for the deception, and if the deception wasn't there, the meter wouldn't have to be there either. Is
So
what
would
the
you
point
go
is.
back to feet? Okay, how much do you think feet are a deception? Do you think they relate to the Earth?
how about this? If you get 8, how many inches are there in 8 centimeters? Yeah, that's right. How many inches in 8 centimeters? Do the calculation. The answer is really
I'm
funny.
happy just using meters and centimeters for everything.
Yeah, we should have done, but
Because you're attacking him.
And if I'm using inches, I just use inches. I don't convert back to centimeters. Or if I'm using miles, I just use miles. I don't convert it in my head to kilometers.
the answer, if you use pi, you get 8 divided by pi. Just hear me out, right? You'll get 2.5464. So that by pi, the conversion should be pi, right, between the imperial and metric. But that's not the case. We've rounded off to 2.54, and everybody uses that. So again, 8 divided by 2.54, you get 3.1496 and stuff like that. The point is that the pi was the conversion and the agreement, the consensus between the metric and the imperial, that they could interchange and not feel that someone was cheating.
Test. Sorry, can I just get a mic check? Oh, good, I'm good. Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to join my missus. Love you guys.
Take care, man.
Take care. Good stuff, bro.
I get that annoying thing when my mic keeps turning up as a speaker device, and if I change audio properties, it'll switch to it. So I just disabled it. I just want to make sure that didn't do my mic as well.
So, just let's say they had the money and the resources and the brain power to debunk the way the meter correlates to the Earth.
Well,
Do you reckon that's possible, or do you reckon they would find that it's exact?
Well, if you look at the sequence of events, the first thing that you have happened is the French geodal survey started in 1735. And then you get the meter established after the findings of that in the 1780s, somewhere around then. So that's why it's a result of that. And then they tried to use the measurement from somewhere in France to somewhere in the UK, then as a confirmation of that. But a direct north-south comparison to say, okay, is this correct according to the other measurements we've taken? Yeah, it's pretty correct. That's good enough. So now we've established that the distance from the pole to the equator is 10 million meters.
And now we've got a 10 system that's much easier to calculate.
Yeah,
and it relates to Earth.
trust me, I grew up in the era of converting between imperial to metric, so I learned both systems. That was fun. I'll tell you what, engineering wise, it's a fuck sight easier to do stuff in metric than it is imperial.
I'd say I use miles just to have an idea.
Yeah, because that's the right thing.
And in Warhammer, some games use inches and some use centimeters, so I have had to use both.
Yeah. Didn't know you're a Warhammer fan?
Yeah, I like 10s though. Even though 12 is more occulted, 10 is much easier, isn't it, than 12?
Yeah.
Yeah, Warhammer. I love the lore and the occult sort of religious madness in Warhammer.
One of my best mates, he was Games Workshop's third employee.
Oh yeah. They've been a funny company over the years. They've been terrible, but they've also been the best.
Well, I think the thing is when Steve Jackson and Ian Livingston kind of said, "Oh, we're happy now. We've got enough money. We're going to fuck off and just enjoy our lives," which is what they did back in latter part of the 90s, early 2000s. You then had the people who were running the retail side or the franchise side of Warhammer.
Just turn it into retail, basically.
And then all the games worked. So what you found is if there was a really good independent little role-playing shop, like my mate's shop in Hammersmith, funny enough, Games Workshop would open a shop almost opposite.
Yeah. Oh no.
And then they started off by selling not just Games Workshop stuff, but all the stuff that these little independent shops were selling. So they would be selling D&D, Call of Cthulhu, Chaos and stuff, and all of it, and basically put them out of business.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it was Games Workshop stuff only. So it was a really, really that as a model. They killed so many independent role-playing companies. I mean, FASA in the UK, disappeared. They were the guys that used to do things like BattleTech and stuff like that. Twilight 2000, a few other games.
Their shops are now dying as well because of the whole internet age. And the other bad part of their model is instead of developing their stuff, they make new versions so they can sell it all again to the kids, and every single time it goes up by about 5% in price.
Oh yeah, sometimes. Well, I mean, the price of models now is gone through the roof. I mean, I've got I bought Marvel Crisis Protocol to play with the kids. I'm still putting it together, to be fair. I haven't yet. I'm going to paint it probably the next few weeks. But yeah, I mean I remember the days of good old fashioned plastic lead figures, which then had to become pewter figures because lead was dangerous.
I love role playing. I play Blood Angel chapter, and they're into blood and they're bright red, but they haven't turned to chaos. They're loyal to the Emperor, so they're pretty fascist.
Yeah,
so
no.
In my real life, I'm anti-fascist a bit, and in this game, I would never go to chaos. I love the Emperor.
The Emperor of Man.
Yeah, and my mate is a half caste, his family comes from Africa, but he's playing Space Wolves. We're
Mm.
like Aryan Vikings.
Yeah.
He's fascist as well, so it's quite funny for us to roleplay.
Lupercal. And obviously you then have the Sons of Horus, which went Chaos. That's Horus Lupercal.
Yeah, I mean, I might do Chaos afterwards. And can use my Marines and pretend they've gone traitor. I don't want to really.
My eldest plays a bit. He's got a Tyranid army that we put together.
Oh, yeah, quite.
He's more into making the models and doing the dioramas than actually playing the game. But I mean, I understand why they keep doing rules iterations, because a lot of it is to take into account sort of house rules that come up and sort of areas that they figure out that are really shit.
Yeah.
I worked on a role-playing game that well, it was multiple different sort of genres. You could basically you could use the system for anything. It was a bit like GURPS, called the Hero System, and I worked on 3 editions of that. Yeah, but each edition I thought was good. But then they, when they got to the 5th edition, I thought, wow, that's spot on. And then they brought 6th out, and I didn't work on that one, and I didn't like it. So it can be just about some bias.
Yeah, I'm fussy. I like the models of the big scale game, but there's too many details in the rules. So I've chosen an epic game where there's just one dice roll for each stand or model, basically, and it makes it much simpler. So it's more zoomed out tactics.
Well, I actually think Warhammer. What they should do with Warhammer is they should take it down to skirmish, like a small skirmish game rather than grand battles, because I think there you get a lot more fun.
Oh, there is some like that now. There's one called Necromunda.
Yeah.
With gangs under the Hive City, and one called Kill Team. So you just have like 10 men each.
Yeah, there was an independent game called War Machines that I used to play a bit, and that was kind of like a sort of a skirmishy sort of power battle armor kind of game. It's kind of cool.
With my game, you can get rid of all the small troops and just have like 4 Titans each, big building size mechs. That's a bit skirmishy then.
Yeah, well, that was what Titan Mechanicus or whatever it was called, where you had the tiny little units. Yeah, and then the
Titanicus. So they just remade that.
That was it.
30 years later, but I'm now on the 2nd edition, which is the same rules as Adeptus Titanicus, but with loads of little troops as well.
Yeah, I mean, the main. I mean, I still do a little bit of role playing. In fact, I'm trying to get sorted out with some friends to resurrect an old role playing world that we used to play, which was I don't know if you've ever come across Vampire the Masquerade.
No.
So that was by a publishing company called White Wolf, and that basically you play vampires, go around and do vampire-y things. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I did and as part of an experiment on Facebook, and back in the days when you could have Google Plus Hangouts. And we used that for all the role playing, and then we had everyone was contributing to the background, and it was done in the style of a living city. So D&D used to have the concept, sort of like came up with the concept of what we call a living city, which was the world of Greyhawk. So there'd be lots of different games going on, and it would all feed into the background of the world. So those events, would be stories that you'd hear in other parties, and different parties could meet, and it was kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, that's good.
And we kind of did that with Vampire the Masquerade. So we, at one point I think at the top we had about 350 people playing, and I think we produced in about the space of a year and a half about 2,500 videos.
Wow.
I've got a massive YouTube channel, but it's just all private.
Reminds me, I've seen those people do a big universe like that where different LARPing groups meet up and carry the stories around. But it was cyberpunk in real life where they met in like parks and forests and stuff in cyberpunk costumes.
I nearly got shot in London in the mid 90s. It was about 97, 98. We were LARPing up in Camden playing Vampire the Masquerade, and we're using airsoft. And I told the local police station, "Hey, we're playing a game. We're going to run around, we're going to do the stuff." Just to warn him. But it was actually not me that went to the police station. It was one of my mates, just to make sure, because he's uber cautious. So I shouldn't say that was me. But what we didn't know is Camden's patrolled by 2 different police stations. The other one didn't know, and they called out fucking armed response unit. So yeah, we're all up near the canal near the stables, and yeah, all of a sudden, police with torches holding fucking guns, which was not fun. They got a good laugh of it after we explained what was going on. And then they radioed the other station and went, and they said, "Oh yeah, we should have told you." I thought, fuck's sake, that could have gone horribly wrong. That's about the nearest I've ever been to being shot. Right, I need to go and start prepping dinner.
Okay.
Chicken tonight.
I'm bored.
I'm about to get stoned. Got a really racist conspiracy theory. I want to discuss somewhere. Maybe I should discuss it later.
Actually interested.
What?
I'm actually interested.
Well, I'll quickly just tell you. Apparently,
Okay.
black people have 3 dimples in their skull, and other races have 3 dimples in their skull. And the conspiracy theory is that white people have the 3 dimples in the creative part, and black people have the 3 dimples in the submissive part. Now, I hope this is not true, and I'm pretty sure it's not true. But that's the theory.
Interesting.
It's a theory that the white slavers used to use in America to convince themselves they were better.
That's actually pretty interesting. Made a very weird conspiracy.
Now, how would you ever research it? Because it's not going to be on Wikipedia.
Oh.
What do you think of this image of a black hole?
Nice.
You like it?
Mm-hmm. Looks lit.
Looks lit.
Ironic.
Did you hear my racist conspiracy theory, Kev? It's not my theory. I heard it in a movie. It's a theory. It's a theory that I think white slavers used to use in America. So the theory is that skulls have dimples, 3 sets of dimples inside them. And white people have these 3 dimples in the creative part of their brain. And black people have the 3 dimples in the submissive part. Did you? Yeah, it's from Django Unchained. What do you think about this theory? I think we need to look into this. Yeah, I watched it yesterday as well. I actually watched it twice in the last week.
I just read about it.
It's one of the best hero films ever.
Technology.
The script is amazing, the shots are amazing, the sound editing, the theatrics. Kev, what do you think about the theory then? Calvin Candy's theory about the skull dimples.
It's weird.
I'm talking to Kev, he's answering me in text. 50-50? Yeah. Does that make us racist? If it's true, are we racist? Or are we racist just for asking?
I have no idea.
I think it is a bit racist to ask, but maybe that's natural.
Let's see.
My idea, Kev, is that...
To ask what?
Oh God, I've got to say it a third time. Your mic's quite low, Charles, as well.
Okay.
In the film Django Unchained, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, Calvin Candy, he owns a plantation, the fourth biggest in Mississippi, and he's a horrible white slaver. Written by Tarantino, so he's very theatrical. And when he finds out that he's being trolled, he gets out a skull of his dad and his granddad's servant, old Ben. And he cuts it up and pulls it apart and then does this speech and says, you see these three dimples? These three dimples in this part of the black man's skull show that black people are more submissive. And inside a white man's skull, there's three dimples in the creative part. So I'm wondering if this is true. Is there any dimples showing anything in any skulls or what?
It's similar to an area of.
Oh, you're really quiet again.
It's called phrenology. Am I still quiet?
Yeah.
How about now? Am I loud now?
No, that's better.
Yeah, better.
It's similar to an area of pseudoscience called phrenology, which was probably about then. I forget when, but it was quite popular, which suggested that the shape of the skull would tell you sort of whether this person was going to have deviant behavior or whatever else. And it's been largely debunked.
Yeah.
Been completely debunked, really. But there is some difference between different racial groups of overall brain mass. I don't know where any groups rate compared to others, but just like if you think about it morphologically, some are bigger hands, some got deeper voices, some have like by mass.
But this is just the extreme idea that you can tell people are submissive with dimples, or you can tell white people are better by looking at dimples of skulls.
Yeah, and that's the old phrenology stuff. If you've got dimples here, that means this. If you've got bulges there, this means that. This would mean intelligence. This means dominance, like that. But that's all. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably bullshit. But I mean, it could relate to some stuff.
My theory is that if it's correct at all and relates to some stuff, it wouldn't make white people better. It would just point to differences. So maybe black people are submissive and white people are gullible, or
is that going to be like how do you draw a distinction in anything, even if we move away from race and we say those horses are darker than those other horses or they run faster than those other horses? How would differences not end up stacking up as better?
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm saying I don't care which is better at what, because I think it's better at equally various things.
Right, but what if the things you're better at are less useful?
Yeah. Well, no, that would definitely be a factor. Yeah.
You know, like these guys are great at playing the harmonica, but nobody fucks harmonica players.
Yeah, that's why I think some, not racism, but differences in race is true.
Yeah, it's a very awkward issue.
The other question that came up in Django is, for 50 years, old Ben shaved his white younger master's face with a straight razor on the porch for
Right.
50 years. Why didn't he kill him at one point?
Because he was on a really good wicket. He was
Yeah,
just
no,
like,
yeah,
if he killed him, he's now a slave who killed his master. He would have suffered the worst of the worst punishment, and
yeah, but wouldn't,
either ended up being killed or ended up being enslaved and given the very, very worst of the jobs. Like among the slaves, his job would have been
he'd be kicked out of the big house and put in the hot box or whatever.
fed worse, clothed worse, colder in winter, hotter in summer.
So he's holding back his revenge for a better life in this life or whatever. But
Well, it's
that
like
would
the
be why they say submissive, right? That's evidence of being submissive.
No, well, I mean, take this example in Auschwitz and places. They would have. Let me try and remember the names, but people who were basically in charge of the good running of the dorm, but they would be prisoners, so they would be like
House
quite
Jews.
often. Say again.
House Jews.
Yeah, and they would be in charge, and their job was to snitch and tell the the Nazis if somebody was smuggling extra bread or skipping out on work duty or something like that, and as a result, they got clothed better, they lived longer. Like the saying
Yeah.
was, if you lived for more than 2 years, you did so by causing the death of other Jews.
So maybe that's forced submissiveness. So it's not good evidence of real submissiveness.
In what way are they different?
Well, you didn't have the chance to plan a defense. So you were in chains before you managed to think about running off, kind of thing. So it's not submissiveness, it's being captured.
Okay, and which one are you talking about now?
Just my example of why some black people don't break away from their chains and kill their masters. So
weren't they
I'm trying
captured in the
to
same
prove
way?
the submissiveness wrong by coming up with other reasons why they haven't run away or killed their master.
I mean,
You gave me one, so now so that means it's not submissive. It's just because they've been captured.
Yeah, I think that could be some of it. Like, I'm trying to think. Oh, that's another example when people get like held hostage in kind of, criminals, or a guy will grab a girl, and we don't need to describe what happens, but it's not nice. But then they'll sometimes force her to find the next victim, and she will, and she'll go into a shopping mall, and the police later will be like, "You're in the shopping mall. He's back in the car. Like, what made you go back to the car rather than just grab a cop?" And I think sometimes the mind just shifts, and it's like, I don't know, adapt to a
Stockholm
normal path.
syndrome.
Yeah.
It might be some Stockholm syndrome with some people. Just what you said, desire not to die with other people. And other people like, I would kill him, but I've had my chance. I can't do it now. My chance was gone. Or maybe I'll escape later.
Yeah, now's not the right time. That could be it. Like, you're planning it, but you're like, it's just a bit difficult to develop the guts to do it.
And obviously, I wouldn't account for all of it. Some of them must have ran away and killed their masters. It must have happened.
Yeah, that's actually true, isn't it? You're like, it's the, what do they call it? The survivor bias. If you just look at the ones that stay captive, you're like, well, they all stayed captive.
Yeah.
Especially like the Caribbean islands. A lot of those islands were just filled with slaves who had mutinied against the ships that were carrying them and then got off somewhere else. Not all of them, but one of them, St. Kitts or something like that.
It's just
Is
too
there a city there?
unpractical to go and capture them all again.
Well, I mean, it's just more effort than just because I mean, the some of the issue I think with the transatlantic slave trade was it wasn't at least to my understanding. I don't know history too well, but to my understanding, they weren't turning up and a boat full of white people are turning up and grabbing a bunch of black people off the shores, shanghaiing them themselves. It was that one tribe would capture and enslave the other tribe, and then they would be sold to the white folk. So it was sure black people were the slaves, but black people were also selling the slaves, and it was just sort of a way that
they've got ego and greed as well.
Sure, yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah.
Oh, Geo, if you're interested, I have confirmed that Dragon is 1+1. I don't know if he's already come out to this server about it, but he just admitted it and did the accent in the Don's server.
That's good. We can to make packages and sometimes in
What's up, Smeagler?
good. How about you?
Not a lot.
On it. I'm just playing modded Terraria.
I do not know what that is.
Patch.
It's funny, Dawn, that I often think the person that asks the best questions and challenges the flat Earth the best is you, when you're quite conspiracy minded yourself.
Yeah,
Me?
thanks. Well, I spent 3 years trying to get my head round every single way it was wrong.
Did you embrace it or sort of ever lean towards it? Ever?
No, can you hear me? I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I'm working now.
But you did just get quiet when you were asking that.
No, I rejected it. Then I slowly thought about it sort of subconsciously over a week or two. And then I fully rejected it and trolled and raged against it for 6 months. And then since then, I've tried to calm down slowly.
You trolled and raged against it for 6 months. And when was that?
I think it was 2017, early 2017. Might have even been 2016. No, 2017. So this would be year 4 or 5. Maybe it was 2018. So just before Gem server, but after everyone had already been going a year or two on YouTube.
Right. When you trolled and raged against it, how did you do that?
Made loads of soccer accounts. I joined Hangouts. I nuked Hangouts by joining in the background, removing everybody while they're live. I went on Nathan's, let him shout at me, and tried to shout back. I did it to Dell as well.
Oh, yeah?
Called loads of people liars. And I think I might have even called them child abusers once or twice, right at the beginning.
Because I think we've even talked about it. I imagine in your worldview, they are falling for the PSYOP.
Yes, yeah. And not
So
necessarily like
they're
not an evil
roofs
psyop,
or
not an evil psyop that's set up just for them, but they're just falling for silliness in the new age. I think.
Oh, so you don't think that the flat earthers are kind of the controllers or the government or the
I
whoever
do, but I
have
think
created flat earth
I do.
to trick them?
Yeah, I do, but I think some of it's natural too. So I wouldn't blame it all on the trick. I'd blame it on them just being enticed by weird new age stuff.
Right, right.
I'd explain it in a lot of different ways as well for different people. Generally, they've fallen for a wrong thing. Yeah. I guess I could say they've fallen for sorcery, witchcraft.
Right.
Like, made up duality. But I have no real sway. I think
You
I
have no
managed.
real sway.
No, I think I managed to make them think, oh no, it's Dawn again. He's going to make me question myself. But I don't think that makes them lose any ego or lose any passion in the idea in the long run.
Yeah, well, I think in practice people won't in these kind of places. Not never will, but and I do think people change their minds. But I think we pivot on smaller issues to align ourselves with, like, we'll pivot towards something more meaningful. So I think, like,
Yeah.
let's say you got a new job and you started working with somebody and you really admired them and you found you aligned on loads and loads of issues, and you were like, you developed this idea like, wow, this person's super clever, right? And you have and you aspire to be like them, and they already align on a bunch of issues, and then on one day you find you don't align on that particular issue, and then you go, oh, I guess I'm more likely to shift then. But that's what I think makes it hard for people to switch on core issues, because that would be a core issue that somebody,
Yeah.
For flat earthers, it's something they would virtually lead with, like find out if this person's a glober or not before I even consider developing rapport for them.
I sometimes find that they will try and explain it more acceptably to me, where I say, okay, fair enough, if you think that.
Yeah.
But like the first time they say it, I'm like, how dare you? Why are you saying this?
It's funny, yeah. I find the same thing. I'm like, I can sometimes really effectively, how to put it, like manage my dissonance essentially, and be like, oh, okay, and ask a question or something like that. Like, one of the things I noticed was interesting the other day when, Whitsitt was talking about his toroidal fields in the North Pole, was that the whole room was being pretty good at just asking questions and stuff like that. And I think it was because A, it was really new, and B, it was just one person. So nobody felt much dissonance. And I think also, moved by pressure, Lise was doing a good job of leading it, where he's like, hey, I'm just ignorant. I don't know, man. Just explain it. I'm just trying to learn this. I don't know anything about it. That made it really, everybody was following the lead and just asking questions for quite some time, rather than being like, that's ridiculous.
Last night, Whitsitt was talking about his court case, so the free speech thing in the national park.
Oh, yeah.
So all the tourists are looking at the faces in the rock from a platform, and he's turned up behind them to talk about flat Earth quite loudly, and possibly with a megaphone. So he gets arrested.
Yeah, I seen that video.
But after a while, me and Brenda, after I got him to explain it more, me and Brenda kind of agreed with him that in different places on a mountain, you should be able to say what you want. But I was trying to hammer the point home. You can't creep up behind people if they're already having a good time and then start talking whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I kind of, in some way, in some principles, agree with him. Where I'm like, to say you have this constitutional right to free speech, and then have
Yeah.
free speech zones sounds kind of amusing and Orwellian.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I
oh,
found
you can
myself
speak
joking.
freely.
Like, we
Because
should
all
have,
you need to do
if
is
you had an area in
accept
the corner of the platform, it would be fine. And then I thought, oh no, that's really weird.
Yeah, because once you accept that as a principle that you can have free speech zones, and you can go, oh no, you've got free speech. Your constitutional right to free speech is still enshrined in law and supported. It's just you've got to do it in these zones. Then all a bad government needs to do is make those zones smaller and smaller, right?
Yeah.
And go, but this is this is well supported by case law and precedent. So I think there's a strong case for that, but I think there's also a case to go. We're not bothering. It's not about your free speech. It's about being amplified. So if you want to stand there and holler, you can do that.
So I ended
It's
up
just
having
about
to say, your example's really bad because you're quite egoic and a silly troll, but I agree in principle, you have got a case and people should be able to say what they want, where they want.
Yeah, because like imagine a world in which they just went, yeah, there's free speech zones. There's one in this, corner of a park in Washington, and if you want to speak freely anywhere east of that, the next one's in corner of Union Park in
Yeah.
New York. There's one in the middle of a field in Ohio, and then the last one is in LA, in a hippie
Yeah.
commune. Like these are the places you can speak freely. What the fuck?
Yeah, very absurd.
It could be a good case. I mean, it certainly would. If he wants to grow a channel or a presence, it would be a really interesting and
Yeah.
potentially successful challenge, I think, because you could go all the way to the Supreme Court if he's got the money and time and wherewithal to do it.
Because it's the idea that it's not content related, but if he was preaching Trump, he might have got away with it for twice as long or all day.
Yeah. But I think the case is quite strong that the Rangers did, where they said you're fine to stay here, you just need to switch off that device. At least from my memory, isn't that what they said?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of nuance. That's what if you moved around and went on the stairs, went at different spots on the mountain, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
You purposefully went there and did it on purpose to annoy people, to make a scene. So you got a scene.
Because he knew the cops were going to come. Like, yeah, he'd already moved down to the other one. He was like, this doesn't look as good, and the cops aren't going to come back. And the cops arresting me in the middle of a stream for talking about flat Earth makes it look like they're trying to suppress the truth of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's perfect. Totally did it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just cheeky and I find it a bit annoying. But I am against law, so I think it's fine in the end. I'm glad people do it.
It reminds me of I've been, as I pro talk to you about, I've been listening to lots of like sovereign citizens, like in their videos where they like refuse to pull over and claim that the laws are different and da 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 da. And one of the people that the people that are closely aligned but not quite the same as them are what they call First Amendment auditors.
Yeah.
Who will film the cops just to test whether the cops are going to support their First Amendment right.
Yeah, we have that here, auditors in the UK.
Yeah, and this guy, Glenn Serio, takes it to an absolute extreme because he quickly realized videos where he just films a cop and the cop goes, "What are you doing?" and backs away are kind of boring after a while. So he like just keeps on upping the ante until he's screaming the N-word at a cop.
Oh my God.
And then he eventually gets to the point where he like goes into the local police station and wanders around for like 2 hours, streaming the entire time. And this like female cop comes out and he just says the most horrendous stuff to her and tells her she's just not very good looking and da da da, like, and he's screaming and he's insulting people, and all these cops are being super professional, being like, "Yeah, if you want to fill out a complaint form, I'll get it for you." "Yeah, get it for me, you fucking idiot." And he's
Oh yeah. We have an auditor. I think maybe it's more new for us, but ours are quite good. So they go outside police stations or private government buildings, stand with a camera, either looking at the building or looking around on the street, and then authority come out and say, "What are you doing?" and try to arrest you and try and invoke the Terrorist Act and say, "You can't film, you can't film." And he says, well, I can film wherever I want. And then he tells them the law and they have to check it. And he's correct. And then they all start filming him. And then he ends the video. But he gets hundreds of thousands of clicks on this.
Well, I think it's a good idea. I mean, I think it's an important principle that needs to be maintained because as much as I wouldn't like that as a cop, what I would like as a cop is irrelevant. In fact, we deliberately want things that cops don't like because it will hold them accountable. And if I had a gun and a badge, I wouldn't want to be held accountable. But seeing as I don't, I can see the benefit in it.
But those extreme guys are weird. Like, I hate the law. I think it's made up and it's bullshit. But I follow it and I pretend to follow it because I'm not crazy. So I can't argue against the government of the world and laws that have been there for thousands of years. There's no way. So I just pretend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Laws are an agreed upon fiction, and if somebody powerful who can bang a gavel and have cops drag you away says that they're in charge, then they're fucking in charge. Like, there's no two ways about it. And that's what I find funny about flat earther sovereign citizens. There's more than a few where I'm like, if you think the government is so powerful that it can like get into every physics department and every university and every airline and every, satellite agency around the world, why would they have a fake set of laws that they weren't able to change? Wouldn't they just be able to change the laws into whatever they want? Like, they're so powerful, but they can't do the one thing they are already allowed to do, which is change what the laws say.
I saw a thing that annoyed me and shocked me. The Jab Cab service, available in Norfolk, UK till the 31st of March. Free taxi to and from to get a vaccine.
That's funny.
It's actually labeled Jab Cab service.
No, I think it's an okay idea. What do you mean? Somebody voluntarily wants to go and do that, and somebody's offering a free service to allow it? Let's take it somebody who wants to go and see a horror movie, and somebody's like, "I'm a horror movie enthusiast. I'll pay for you to go. Like, I'll pay for your cab journey to go do that." Would that be bad?
If they want to investigate you while you watch the horror movie, or put stuff in you, if you have to drink 3 of their special drinks while you're there.
What do you mean if
It'll
it's
be more
something different to
suspicious.
what they've initially promised?
No, if they want to affect your body and you have to trust them, it's a different type of. You need to do it of your own accord. Then it shouldn't be advertised with cab jabs with a little rhyming poster.
But I'm still struggling to tell which is the bit that's the problem.
The way they've advertised it and the way they're incentivizing to do it, and the actual thing they do once you're there, put stuff in you.
Right. But if it was something that you approved of.
Yeah. So say I approved of the horror film, but it included something going into my body that I had to trust this company to do safely. And no, I wouldn't.
Okay,
I wouldn't.
what
I wouldn't.
What about somebody's like a body modification enthusiast? Now, like, I just think everybody should have a pierced ear, pierced nose, stud through your eyebrow, tattoo. Something should be done to you. And then they said, it's the mod squad, and they have a rhyming thing that will take you to get an ear piercing.
Yeah, actually, that's
It's
fine.
only for people who voluntarily want to do that.
Fine. Free taxi for a free ear piercing. Although weird, that's fine. I don't think it's linked to eugenics.
Okay, so it's not about that it's going into the body.
It's going into the body, but a piece of metal going in and out as jewelry doesn't count if it's done well. That's not what I mean by going into the body. I mean chemicals going inside your system. So it's just because it's what it does is incentivizes getting a vaccine to lazy people.
Right. Or people who you know, are housebound or poor or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
They go, I want that, but you know, the trip into
yeah.
thing and the not having anybody to talk to, you know, they're
That's it.
lonely. See, I think that's okay.
So it's a sneaky way to get all the people that have used travel as their excuse as part of the system to get the mark.
So I would agree with you if they were like, we'll give you an extra free cab journey, or we'll give you a sandwich while you're there, or you know, like some
No, because
extra
this is 20 quid.
inducement to do it.
10 there, 10 back almost. But if you're really far and you're out of the city, that's 20 quid each way, £40. They're
Sure.
giving you free just so that you can take one shot from them.
Right, but what they're making
They
is the
want you
cost
to
of
have
the
it so
drive.
bad, they're willing to pay 40 quid to a taxi service.
Yeah, but what my point
That's
is for that,
suspicious. That's really suspicious. And
it could be.
obviously sneaky.
I guess my thing is,
And a waste of
it's
money.
in- sure, that could be a claim. Would you? What about if you thought, if you sort of accepted for a moment that the proposition that maybe it's good, maybe this person did want it, and legitimately the $40 was the issue.
Yeah, if vaccines are good and safe, it's a brilliant offer for the leaders or the rulers or whatever to give you 40 quid's worth of travel. It's great.
Yeah, follow the V and the
Charity
C
then.
words, guys.
Sorry, it's charity then. But
Charity.
yeah, but because I know what needlecraft actually is, I know it's not charity. It's disguised as charity, but actually it's sneaky
But you-
incentivization.
On the fence, like one of those iron fences. You've got one nut on the left, one nut on the right.
The internet
Just don't know
stop.
where to go.
What do you mean? What? You know that they offer a pizza or a donut. The greedy people get it, and they offer 40 quid's worth of free travel or more. 20 quid or more.
Well, there's an incentive for you. 40 quid. Line up,
Yeah.
line up.
Whites, I don't know if you were saying to me I'm on the fence or something. So I'm against needlecraft, but I'm a globe believer. That's what I assume you were saying. But needlecraft,
Yeah, like a deer in the headlights.
needlecraft, witchcraft, sorcery is explainable on a globe model. Eugenics happens on either model, so that's not really the thing.
How can it be explained if the needle doesn't go in horizontal and level? Are you collecting your hat each night, Dawn, just in case?
My what? Expecting what?
Your hat each night, just in case.
If Earth's flat, to eat my hat.
I said each night when you check out, are you remembering to take your hat just in case?
I don't know what that means.
Well, I think you forgot to take your luggage last time you checked out. Then you came back, I think, because you forgot a few things. after your little holiday.
Well, okay. In this analogy, do you live here, or you on?
Do
Are you
I?
on? Yeah.
Yes, I do. I do.
What do you live in Flat Earth community?
No, I live in the World Wide Webs.
No, but you mean this server?
Broader bands.
You mean
We're in
this
the broader
server?
bands.
You're teasing me because I left the server and then come back. So
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying,
know I'm teasing you. You know
yeah.
I'm teasing you.
Well, let me tease you a bit. In this
Okay,
analogy,
tease away.
you stayed in the server the whole
Yes,
time.
exactly right. Exactly right. I stay.
So I'm asking
it's
why.
home. It's home. That's why. To put it in your words.
Do you never want a break?
Why?
No, I'm
Why?
wondering if you do.
Uh-huh. Sometimes I took a break a while back.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everybody thought you'd gone to the globe.
There we go. And then I came back. But I had a break for more than 2 seconds, so Dawn. And I came back re-energized, revitalized.
Well, I like to come back.
Fresh bands.
I like to go and come back quicker.
You like to go and come
Fresh
quicker.
blood.
I've heard that. That's what she said. It's pretty quiet in here tonight.
I can get us arguing about something if you want. So last
Okay.
time I did that, Geo started sending me messages going, "Stop talking, you're drowning everybody else out. Nobody else can speak."
Okay, that's fair enough too. He can be a bit of a dominant voice, so I could probably resonate with that a little bit.
Shut up! No, I can't. No, stop it! No, no
That's
more.
all right.
No.
I have the power to be able to drown you out quite easily, writing if I want to.
We all do.
You'll never drown me out.
So, what news do you bring writing? You got any sextant measurements?
No, but I'm going to go finally take him because McToon, which I think is a fun challenge. McToon's put 10 grand in escrow.
Really?
Yeah, he's put 10 grand in escrow.
No,
The only way all you need to do to get it is show how sextants can work with a flat Earth.
He's not got any money, dude. He's a troll.
Yeah, where's Mattoon getting 10 grand?
I think he would have done.
No way, dude. No way.
I don't know. Maybe out of his savings.
McFool.
He's a religious.
Shouldn't we all be able to
He's a religious crazy person. Eggshells. Teaches his kids Christian Science at home. From
Christian Science.
Not the really crazy Christian Science, but science books from written by Christians. So science that keeps God and Jesus' story all true.
Oh, really? One of those science books.
He's crazy.
All you have to do is just bend the light rays. Boom.
Sure. And that's what all you need to do to get the 10 grand is show how the light rays
I'm
that it works on a flat.
There's a lot of little stickly little points and conditions he's put with this so-called challenge.
There's some that let me read them for you actually.
Of course,
oh yeah, of course there's got to be challenges. You can't just say show how it works, otherwise you'll get someone like Nathan just going, "It only works on flat, curved adjacent, give me my 10 grand." Plus he's got to set the conditions such that because the whole point of putting it in escrow is you could take that to a magistrate and say he must give me that money. And the magistrate can read through those conditions and be forced to not be
Pay
forced to,
up.
but yeah, let's just say you got to pay up. He's met all of those conditions. And one of the ones I think is like he's made it. One of the ones I think he said is you need to show workings. So if you say light's bending, that's fine, but you've got to show your working for that basically.
Oh, so he wants mathematics. Mathemagics. He
No,
wants
no, it
mathematics.
can be anything. So he's willing to accept that you're drawing circles on a map. He's happy that you just show it mathematically. He's shown that it's anything, but what you've got to do is take a given set of stars, 3 stars, and then trilaterate your position with that, and that will be that will then put you through to the next round of you'll get given some so you have to use a model to get your stars in one place, and basically anybody could do that. Right, because you can just move the map such that it correlates there.
How many
And
rounds
then
are there?
just 2. So there's 1 round where everybody knows what stars you're aiming for, and then that will put you into the second round where he will then pick another set of stars, and you've got to use exactly the same method to find your location with the second set.
He'll pick them.
Yeah. So basically, because if you take Brian's version, which I don't fully understand, it sounds like he's quite confident that it works at certain latitudes. Maybe it does, certainly in the north, the difference might not be that great at certain lines of latitude. But then what I suspect he'll do, he's not clear, he's not shared yet which ones are the second ones he'll pick, but possibly my ones, because I'm going to go shoot them myself, are he'll say you have to now use the same method, the same working to now trilaterate this second position. And if you can use the same method twice to get it within 25 nautical miles, which is a pretty generous error margin, you get 10 grand.
So he gets to pick the stars, does he? Or you get to pick the first stars and he gets to pick the second stars?
I think he picks the first, but I think he picks both sets. But what you could easily do is just maneuver the heavens, maneuver a celestial sphere to the point that it matches the first one in that given location, and then just do ordinary trilateration with a sextant. The problem will come when trying to do it for the second, in my opinion.
My money's on Brian. He's going to be 10 grand richer.
Is he?
Potentially.
Yeah, I just
depends what weaselly little ways McFall tries to get out of it.
You know when flat earthers pretended they had £1 million or whatever, and you could win it if you proved the earth's spinning or something. They made up a fake competition. That's exactly what McTurner's doing, copying flat earthers.
Mate, fake competitions all over the place. Damn.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't think this one's fake.
It's a troll.
I mean, for starters, you know who he is, so you could easily take a civil action against him.
Do you know his name? His name is McTurner, isn't that character?
Yeah, he shows his face on it. I think it'd be pretty easy
because it makes it easy from someone from Sri Lanka to be able to take him to court in America. That's real easy.
So what you've got to pay to go to court and say this guy on the internet on YouTube scammed me. He offered me this thing. I think I've proved it. It's about flat Earth.
If you don't think it's real, that's fine. I think it probably is.
I'm with Dawn.
There's a
No,
payment
Charles,
is
did you
held
know
in
once?
escrow.
Did you know once he
10
made up
grand in Bitcoin?
He made up fake globe documents once and trolled flat earthers once.
Yes, I heard about that. But I mean, that's an open,
No, he's a known troll because he's a Christian, but he believes in science. He's religious about the Earth being what he thinks it is. So he's decided to bully and troll flat earthers for revenge.
You did
money.
too, didn't you?
Yeah,
Didn't you say you
he's
used to bully and
stuck in
troll
what
flat
I'm
earthers?
doing, but he's made it a job. He's converted one of his rooms into an anti-flat Earth room based on Fight the Flat Earth. So it's this second wave of reactionary anti-flat earthers. So he's doing what I do, but I've grown up and he hasn't.
Well, it's possible. I think it's probably legit. And if you've already got a Bitcoin, you think Bitcoin's going up, put it in escrow in somebody else's wallet.
It's crypto. That's another red flag. What about Riley? All this, he's made fake competitions. It's the same as that.
Yeah, but he strikes me as somebody who does lie.
Oh, come on. So McToon is copying someone like Riley who does lie.
But I mean, I don't see evidence of McToon having lied. I mean, I take your point about him putting in
Same
fake
pattern.
documents, but when he's like, I think that's a different situation.
Pattern of a flat earth liar.
That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
I would say it's deception, but I don't think it's a. I don't know. I guess I would just define them differently.
Oh, it's funny how you're defending him, writing. It's funny how you're defending him.
Do you not see do you see the difference that I'm seeing though? That in one you're
No,
going, I want to see
not
if
at
these
all.
people will accept
at
this
all.
thing despite it being bunk. Okay, so let
Not
me
at
show you
all.
something.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty funny. The
Where am I
grievance
looking?
studies. It's called the Grievance Studies Affair. It is a very funny doco if you want to watch it. But I'll just put the wiki in the chat. And these guys, Smeagol, what did Nathan Oakley do? So the Grievance Studies Affair was these three scientists, Bogosian, Lindsay, and Pluckrose, who thought that there was really terrible scholarship and that left-wing liberal arts, quote unquote, papers were not scientific and just bullshit, and they could just post any old crap and people would publish it. And so they made papers. One of the papers was that dogs in parks, when they hump things, even if those things are legs and stuff, are engaging in rape culture, and they are perpetrating rape culture, even influencing the humans' behavior in dog parks. Another one was men could reduce their transphobia by penetrating themselves with sex toys. And the third, this is my favorite, they wrote Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf in feminist language. And these things got accepted into journals. They got exposed before the whole thing ran its course. Somebody figured it out, tracked them down, found out they weren't that these authors weren't real people, and exposed them in the Wall Street Journal. But 4 of their papers had been published and 3 had been accepted but not yet published, which is pretty funny, right? So they're submitting bogus, loopy papers to show that liberal arts journals aren't really scientific journals, and they can't tell the difference between Mein Kampf and
So they
legitimate
lied.
science.
So they lied.
Yeah, they lied.
Okay. So then, if they lied by submitting bogus papers, how is what Dawn said with McToon making up dodgy documents any different?
To me, both. I wouldn't call those people liars. What I would call liars.
I just asked you the question outright. So did they lie? And you went yes. And
Yeah,
now you're trying to backtrack a little bit. Oh yeah, now I wouldn't
no,
really quite.
no, I'm
call
not.
them liars.
No, I'm not.
You did.
In terms of, but you're not letting me speak, Bandy. You're just
you
jumping
did.
in there. You're jumping in there, Bandy. You're getting too horny to have a conversation.
I asked you
just
outright.
pour a cup of cold water on your loins and let me speak.
And you said yes. And now you're trying to backtrack. But go on, backtrack. I'll let you backtrack.
So the difference would be if they presented those papers and they weren't already writing a paper about how they're accepting dodgy papers, and they were already making a documentary about it, and they did openly admit that that's what they were doing, then then I would say they're liars. Then I would say they're not to be trusted. But like saying something that isn't true with the intent of testing something, I think is in a slightly different category. I think it is a lie, but I don't think it makes the person a liar. Right? Like if somebody was standing in court and they were like,
That's interesting.
oh, this guy broke into my house and put a knife to my throat and said, where's your wife? And I said, I'm single. I don't have one. Do you really think the judge is going to say, well, can we trust anything you say? Or can you go, okay, there are some lies and there are other lies?
So would that apply? Would it be fair for flat earthers to lie that Earth's flat to test humanity?
Sure. Sure.
And they're
I mean,
not
I think
liars.
there's a difference in like if they're open about it, like if they were to go, here's a thing I'm doing, here's a sort of to be like, I think particularly there's also something to like setting beforehand. Here's my intent with this, recording a video or a document or something.
I was thinking Riley pretending to try and put flat Earth into the schools.
You don't think he was really trying to do that?
No, I think it's a lie. But no, I think he's trying to. I think he doesn't think Earth's flat. I think he's lying in general. But I would say that makes him a liar. It's really sneaky. But even though he is doing what you said by lying just to test, he might be testing the system.
Maybe he is. I don't get the impression that he is, and I haven't heard him say that, so that wouldn't fall into the category that I'm talking about.
You reckon he is that mad that he thinks he can get flat Earth back into schools?
Yes, yeah. I think there's many flat earthers that feel that it is a genuine scientific inquiry, and if they had a couple of physics departments working on it, they could prove it. Yeah, I think many of them honestly believe that.
I know some, but I think Riley's too sneaky and too much of a YouTuber. And
I don't know much about Riley, I must admit. That is all I know about him. I don't think I've ever spoken to him or seen any of his videos. All I know about him is that one document and the going on TikTok and pretending he was a kid.
I've heard him lie over and over again for years. But yeah,
I guess he also did the pretend to be a kid, but that's
I agree it's okay to lie to test things. Whether that makes you a liar for the moment while you're doing it, that doesn't matter. I don't mind. Being a liar is sometimes worth doing.
Yeah, I think it's like I'm trying to also think there's sometimes situations where you're trying to test someone. And someone goes, like actually I said this just the other day when +1 was in here, or Dragon was in here pretending to be +1, and I spoke to him in Hindi, and he's like, well, I don't speak Hindi. And I was like, I shouldn't have told him it was Hindi. I should have told him it was Bangla, because I was right in the end, but I knew he didn't know it. And I would have been able to test it with that he would have been like, oh yeah, that's Bangla, but I don't know it. And then I could be like, no, it's not. Your family doesn't speak this language. Where it would be like, but I think, there's some sort of something incumbent on you to expose it immediately or make it clear beforehand that it's a thing. Wetsuit gadgets collecting McToon's 10K. Hate McToon because religion.
You want to know one thing that's always fun?
What's that?
Aussie Man Reviews YouTube channel.
It is good.
You don't want to watch it on repeat because it will get boring. But
yeah, it gets pretty old pretty quick.
4 minutes, 10 minutes. It will make you laugh.
So are you saying McToon's a Christian?
Yeah. That's why I just think, because he's got this whole world view that's based on not so much science, and it's dogmatic. I think the way he goes so extreme anti-flat Earth then makes him extremely contradictory.
I think we all are, though.
and hypocritical, if you know.
Yeah, I think we all are, myself included.
Yeah, we all are.
Oh,
Oh fuck! I've got those documents for you, actually, Kosho. I now see you here. I've got all of the.
I don't think McToon's evil. I think he's a very annoying, egocentric, contradictory, hypocritical, and Earther.
So Don Cheadle.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what'd you say for a second? I thought you say something to me, eggshells.
Yeah, baby. I got a hang on, flat Earth. Here we go. Bang. New folder. Kosho's files. You're going to know exactly where I live.
Yeah, that's fine. You
Guarantee.
listen. You can trust me completely, and I'm probably never gonna even use that location for specifically. You know what I mean? I'll probably narrow it down and try to find your GPS was just like the rounded, you know, latitude longitude.
Is this somebody else's?
Sound one little trolling. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now there is an extraordinary number of files here, and I wasn't sure which are which. So
Okay,
I gotta be honest. I just kind of gave them all.
Okay. And anything you said, I appreciate it. But you know, I'll be honest. I actually hadn't like I gave you the instructions because I went through everything I did, but I hadn't collected data in a long time. So I got to see. There is an instruction for how to access it. I think I told you about it though. Or maybe I said, don't like the ones you send to me. Don't open them first.
Shouldn't open them first.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to make sure that whichever files get saved to your, because if you open them, sometimes it'll change the file format on your phone.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like your phone will change the file format. But I gotta see how to make sure that doesn't happen. Hold on.
Okay. Got now that. Yeah. Yes, it's funny the being religious, and I don't think it's funny being religious and a Glober because that's just, you know, statistically speaking the way. But it was very funny with who was in here before where he was saying he's a Muslim, but he's a Glober, and I was like, well, how? And he was also a studying theoretical something or other, physics or something, like quite high level. And I was like, so what do you think about the you know, the story in the Quran that Muhammad split the moon in half? And like, you know, is that just allegory
Yeah,
or metaphor? And he's like, no, he literally split the moon in half. You know, he might have put it back together perfectly so you couldn't see any cracks and the dust all lined up again.
If
And
there
I
was
like,
cracks, we could have studied it. I think that's what he said.
yeah. Yeah, if there were cracks, we could have studied it, but there's a chance that he cracked the moon in half and then put it back together in such a way that we didn't see the crack. And I was like, this is as loopy as Flat Earth. Sorry,
It's not that
no
you
offense, Flat
can't
Earth.
be a Glober and a Christian. like you say, that's the way. But it's being so against quite an innocent idea while being a Christian. Because it's not gay, you know, it's not written in the Bible, all flat earthers are sinners, is it? But they've taken it on, like, they now hate flat earthers more than they do gay people or something.
Hmm.
Why are you having such a go at them? Aren't you supposed to love your neighbour?
Is Smeaglu, are you a globetard or not? I see you wrote it, but it was using the strike through.
I think he's young and mostly a Glober.
All right. Oh, he just bailed. As I asked, he was still here when I asked that. Like, he's talking to me. Get out of here. Run for it. I'm having the most amusing debate in an SE Facebook group about street epistemology where these two basket case feminist chicks are telling us we're not allowed to use it on people who are racist because we should just disagree with them rather than investigate why they're racist.
It's a bit meta. Can you secretly do SE on them while they're trying to tell you how to use SE?
You can try, but like you kind of want short, thoughtful answers.
Just
in
keep
SE where
trying
they're
to take
like,
the subject.
oh, I haven't thought about it that way. And then like you ask a simple question and that, oh, I can't upload it. Let me just post a screenshot of it.
I'm thinking, keep trying to take the subject back to their feminism off racism.
This will be an average length comment response from them. There. And they would just be like calling you racist and telling you how well supported it is scientifically and telling you that if you don't agree with them, you're a bad person. And like amusingly, staggeringly zero introspection.
Well, I hate SE, but I think it's fine to use it on racist people. It doesn't make you racist.
Yeah, their view is unless you're just challenging it outright.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thing that actually quite a few people come to the idea of SE with, where like, oh, this is great for other people's beliefs, and then you'll be like, okay, what about your one? They're like, oh no, that's not one for SE, and you're like, well, that's what makes it exactly the one for SE.
Mate, they not understand that SE is outright attack and a disagreement. It's just a sneaky way of doing it.
What's SE?
Street epistemology. This like idea of asking people in a non-aggressive. Have you? Sorry.
Oh yeah. I
There's two sides to it.
I know what it is, but you can explain.
It's a nice way to have new age conversations. You really challenge each other. Or one person really challenges views, but it's got a weird past where it's invented to like pull Christianity faith apart.
Yeah, his main, Anthony Magnabosco, the guy that came up with it, his main focus will be on talking to Christians and occasionally Muslims, but it will be pretty much only around faith.
He didn't come up with it. He did start a new format, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure he invented it. He invented the term of it and the idea of standing in the street.
Was it him that wrote the book then about it? Because there's a book. The book that
There's a
first
book-
mentions the idea, and it's quite old, talking about how to pull apart Christianity and faith. I think.
So there's, I think he based his work on a Christian book that was about how to have Christian conversations. It was basically exactly street epistemology, but geared towards making somebody religious rather than non-religious. And I think his story is he was like, oh, cool, I could use that the other way around.
Yeah, here you go. But the term street epistemology, SE, originates in Dr. Peter Boghossian's book, Manual for Creating Atheists.
And the grievance studies I was just talking about before, that's from Peter Boghossian as well.
Okay. But maybe it's Christians questioning themselves and turning themselves into atheists. It could be that, partly that.
No, you're right. Once you said a manual for creating atheists, I was like, oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
But now it's a lot. It's not described as that now. It's described as, can I ask you lots of questions and test your faith a bit?
Yeah, I'm not that interested in people's faith anymore. I used to be, but I was like, it actually doesn't have much.
My theory is, Charles, that I could do SE on Anthony and pull his ego completely apart in his faith in government with his own technique.
Possibly.
And atheism in general.
Possibly.
Because I would get him to admit he's reacting to his Christian upbringing. That's why he's an atheist, and that's why he's at universities challenging other young atheists.
Possibly. I mean, one of the things I find amongst people who practice it is they quite often have a similar position to me on many things, which is like to contend that they may be possible without reaching certainty about them. Like that's to me the rational position you end up with any of those discussions is you go, oh, things are more or less likely to be the case, and it's important to have good reasons for leaning that way, but it is irrational to hold any position to be true given
I think it's important just
faulty reasoning.
Find reasons, because a lot of people believe stuff with no reason, and even if their reason isn't what someone else would call logical, at least they've got a reason for themselves then.
So why not use SE on Kosho or me to test our irrational belief in government?
I'm pretty stern. I'm not practiced in SE. I just think I could.
So what would you guys say?
How do you trust government to make up laws for you?
What do you mean by trust?
Are you happy to let them do it and not have any say except ticking the box during voting?
I don't think I don't have any say.
Well, what say do you think you have over laws?
A medium amount.
I mean, how do you have a say over any law ever?
One law I think I was instrumental in changing. Not when I say instrumental, I don't mean like it got changed because of me, but my contribution was, I think, far higher than just one in a few million people ticking a box. Was when there was a bike crime epidemic in London.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I think we might have talked about this before.
Yeah.
And I was uploading videos about it. I made a video that got like let me check now. It's got 1.5 million views, and another one that's got almost 700,000 views. And the second one, actually, I put in the name of the thing at Sadiq Khan because if people tweeted it or linked to it or commented on it when it was linked to their Twitter profile, as back then was slightly more common, it would automatically at him on Twitter, which I thought was a sneaky way of going about it. I talked to the news about it, and I also helped organise rallies and stuff where we virtually shut down the centre of Sydney with hundreds and hundreds of bikes turning up to say this is not on, because the police had stopped intercepting kids on motorbikes. They just now had a flat rule against it, and it took sort of 6 months, but eventually they changed the laws about intercepting kids on mopeds, and started attacking it, and it made a pretty big difference.
So you think you can have a say over your government because of that anecdote and maybe some others?
Yeah, that and a few others. My dad was pretty big lobbyist at on different things from time to time.
Let's say,
I think individuals, if they want to throw their weight around, can.
Say they decided you have to pay double the amount of tax you pay now. Do you reckon you can have a say over that?
If I wanted to, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, what?
A similar kind of thing. Make a politician scared they won't get re-elected, aware that on this issue they may not get into power again, and they will turn on a dime because they're fickle, they're easy to influence in that way.
Yeah,
but you don't need.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, actually, in America, that's actually a lot easier to accomplish, because that's exactly the one thing that people don't. People always think that they can have no contribution in the government, like they can vote and that's it. But actually, in America, if you contact your congressman or your senator, they take it pretty seriously. So it's like if you call them, that's a big deal. Like they treat that as, like, I think they say like 10 votes, and then if you write them a letter, then they take that as seriously as if there's like, I think 100 votes or something like that. And if you get enough people do that,
you both think you can have an effect on your government?
Yes, yeah. Oh, I also turned up to a town hall, which I think is a similar kind of thing to what.
Are you happy with all the laws
about.
now? Happy with how the government?
For the most part, yeah. I think the enforcement of them could be a bit better. I think there's some that I disagree with. Like, I don't think marijuana should be illegal, for example. I think the speed limits in Australia
but not enough
stupid.
to do much about it. You're happy?
No, I don't care enough to like it. It takes a fair bit of time and effort to do something about that kind of stuff.
I need to take it to bigger things, and I won't have evidence of the bigger things being true. I'll just have to suggest they might be.
Okay.
So, what if your government's involved in stuff you don't know about, bad stuff, because they're powerful and they can be involved in bad stuff, and you've heard about powerful people in the past being involved in bad stuff. Hitler, for an example. Why are you happy to trust powerful people that could well be doing bad stuff?
So this is where you would, like, one of the first steps you would be able to get better at SE. You haven't established that I do trust them, but you are saying, why are you happy to trust them?
No, I did. I asked.
Did I say I trust them?
Let me see. So you don't trust them?
No, absolutely not.
So why are you happy to let them make all the rules up, and you then try and have to change it afterwards?
Because I think I can. I think
if you don't trust
I think
them.
Me and other people collectively can hold them to account effectively.
So you're happy to let people you don't trust rule you?
I don't feel I have a choice, honestly.
Okay, that's interesting. So you feel like you have to let people you don't trust rule you, and try and deal with it later with a video?
I mean, A, yes, that's the system I was born into. B, I'm kind of okay about that because of the other systems I've seen. It seems pretty darn good. So what do we have? Monarchies, warlords, dictatorships, communism, socialism, and all those other kind of ones. So that's it. That's about it.
If I've already got you to the position of you don't trust your government and you feel trapped by them, I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there already.
You haven't gotten anywhere yet.
Yeah,
You're
you don't trust
misrepresenting
your
what I'm
government. You
saying.
don't trust your government, and you've admitted you were just born into it. You were born into being
Yeah.
ruled by people you don't trust.
But if you think you got me there, I think what you've failed to do is
I'm
understand
saying
what
that
my
was the only
position was
reason I
before
wanted
we.
to do SE on you, to agree that they're bad and we should do something about it. So the second half.
I don't agree that they're bad.
Hang on. Why don't you trust them then?
Because I don't think it's a good idea to trust people with power.
Okay, so you think they might be bad? You agree?
I certainly think there are some there. I certainly think it would be a bubble sorting algorithm for arseholes.
You agree some are bad?
I certainly think some could be, yeah. I
So
think many, perhaps
you
most,
were
got
just
into it for
born
good
into-
reasons.
You're born into being ruled by people where you know some of them are bad.
Yeah.
So the next part of my SE would be, would you like to do something about
This is a
it?
discussion. This is not SE.
Yes,
This
it
is
is.
very far from SE.
I'm challenging your reasons for living under government and defending them the way you do.
SE is finding out how somebody constructs the belief they have, not
Yeah,
not
that's
just
what I'm doing,
suggesting
yeah.
it's wrong.
That's what I'm doing. So
But you haven't-
I've found out you've constructed your belief in government, that you were just born into it. That's one of your reasons. And the other one is only some of them are bad, and you think you can change it later with a video. These are some of the reasons why you stay living under government and defending them.
So that sounds to me like a straw man. And if
That's
anybody
what you
feels
just said
like,
to me.
but it's
After
not.
me asking you questions.
You've changed important words, so it doesn't
Do you
sound
want
like
to change
something
it
I
back and see if it
recognise.
sounded any different?
Sure. What bit are you talking about?
You decided it was wrong, so you need to change the bits you think I said wrong.
Ask me a question then.
Well, okay, shall we decide I didn't strawman you and it was nearly right?
But it wasn't.
Well, which bits were wrong? You need to hear it again.
Yeah.
Okay. I asked you questions and I found out the reasoning why you stay living under government and defend them the way you do. That was my
I defend
reason
them?
for
See,
it.
there.
Yeah.
Do I defend them? How do I
Yeah,
defend them?
Yes.
I defend them in what way?
You defend them that they should do mandates, you want them to enforce the law even more than they do now. You want them to set up laws for people even though you don't trust them. This is a type of defense for them being there.
Okay, that's not what I would describe as a defense.
Well, what do you think it is? If you're saying, I'd like them to give us even more laws and have stronger police.
Do you want me to do SE to show you closer to what it looks like?
You want them to rule you more? That's the type of defense.
Rule me more? No, not really.
If I'm saying, let me ask you questions, I don't think they should rule you at all. Let me ask you questions to find your reasoning why you let them. And you're saying, actually, I think they should enforce the law more.
I don't think they should enforce the law more. I think they should enforce it better.
Better. Well, more better.
There are some laws I think could go away. I think it's quite probable that if I knew more about the systems and processes and how it all worked, I think that if I investigated it in that way, I could probably find things that could be thinned out and totally unnecessary. But as for things like take corruption, like white collar crime, I think they should punish that or enforce it better, more stringently. They should hunt down people who, rob people of their life savings
you want people that you don't trust to go hunting people that you don't trust.
But when I said so here's a good example. Did I say I don't trust anybody in government?
You said you don't trust government.
Yes.
Yeah. So you want people in government that you don't trust to go hunting other people that you don't trust for you. But that's fine, but it's part of a defense of government and another part of your belief system of government. So I was going to ask you, what sort of percentage do you think are bad? Let's say there's 10 governments
Mm,
in government? What percentage is bad?
bad is not a term generally I would use. Like,
I mean,
how many do I think
they
might be
use the
corrupt
law
or in
to
it
hurt
for them?
people. How many out of 10 use the law to hurt people?
Deliberately, I think very few. Very few. Out of 10, maybe half of a 1.
Okay. Well, let's say 1 out of 20. So
Sure.
10 out of 200 people are there trying to hurt people. And are the other 190 aware?
Probably not. No, I don't think so.
That's another red flag of a bad system, right? They're letting 5% in.
That's what I wanted to address.
To use them to hurt people. So what if when you want the law to be pushed out, every 20 officers that go out hunting, 5 of them, not 5, sorry, 2, no, 1 of them out of every 20 is going to be corrupt, causing a mess.
Possibly. Sure, quite possibly. Is that better?
That's quite
Oh, I'm
chaotic.
sorry, Kosho, you're trying to say something.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say this a little bit ago, but that's the other thing that is useful in our system, at least in America, probably in y'all's countries too. But if you catch one of these people that you say control us doing anything illegal, then you have just as much right, at least, to try and accuse them or prove them to have done it. You know what I mean? And they'll supposed to be punished just as much as you would. So, if you actually think these people are doing something evil, if you catch them, and you take them to court and they can be punished for it.
Yeah, how much that happens in practice, I might be questioning, but yeah, I think I agree. I agree with you, Kosho, that there are checks and balances, and I think that if you give people power, that corrupt people will gravitate towards it is unavoidable. But if you have, like, I think in India, for example, when I lived in India, I would say, and this is not hurt people on purpose. I don't think many people hurt people on purpose. I don't think somebody, makes somebody starve to death just to watch them starve to death. I think what they do is they make dodgy decisions that favor themselves or, selfish decisions. I think, it could be 2, 3, and 10 make nasty, selfish decisions. Like Barilaro is a politician at the moment who's, there's a YouTuber who's exposed him for some pretty fucking shonky, shady politicianing. But I think a system where you've got 2, 3 people out of 10 who are like that is better than a system like India where it might be 6 or 7.
I think my next line of inquiry would be, if you're only born into it and you don't trust them, and 5% you know about already.
I don't know that. I think that.
Okay, yeah, you think 5% is bad already. Could be more or less.
Yeah.
Maybe you should start ignoring the laws and the rules.
Why would I do that?
So you could be your own master and be reborn into sovereignty.
So describe to me what ignoring the laws looks like.
It just means knowing in your brain that they don't actually apply for real to you. It's just a system people go by to try and get along. And it's linked to
that's
evil.
already what I think about them.
Evil
that's
control.
Already pretty close. That's already pretty close to what I think about the laws. I don't like they're an agreed upon fiction. We all decide the laws are going to be this, so they are.
The next bit. Would you agree that they are linked to illegitimate power?
What is describe what legitimate power is?
Your parents being able to tell you what to do.
Okay, what makes their power legitimate?
Because when you're born, you need a master so you don't die.
Okay, so when I'm born, I need a master so I don't die. So in situations where not having a master would make you die, that makes that master's power legitimate.
No, you could try and argue that.
No, I'm trying
It's
to
also
understand your view
it's
here.
also a natural
What
family
about
thing. That's how
okay.
humans live in small groups. To keep our family going, we have to act as master to our kids.
So to keep our family going, we have to act as master to our kids. So in cases where it helps the family keep going, then being a master makes power legitimate. Is that close to what you're saying?
Yeah, close.
Okay. So when you say makes the family keep going, what do you mean by going?
Rebirthing.
Rebirth.
Having another generation.
Okay, so if it's having another generation, that is the family going, and that would make the master or the sort of power in that case legitimate.
In that case, I'm supposed to be asking you questions, but I don't mind. It's fine.
Right. So if we were then to scale that up to a population, how does that map? Because I'm guessing you wouldn't say, provided the population's birthing, that would make the power of a monarchy, let's say, legitimate.
No, I don't think you can use this in religious or a country or a racial sense. It's just for blood families.
Okay, so if we are talking about a population level, is there any power that is legitimate?
No.
Okay, so all power is illegitimate.
By power, I mean control. I don't think any full control is legitimate.
Okay, so to say illegitimate control or power isn't, what does that mean? If it's not possible for there to be legitimate power at that stage, what does it mean for power at that level to be illegitimate?
Without asking me loads of semantical questions, do you understand what I mean by the government of Australia isn't your dad? So you are born into it only by being there, and you've already decided you don't trust them. So that's what I mean by illegitimate. They're having a power over you,
right,
that you didn't decide for them to have.
Okay. So what would deciding for them to have power over me look like?
Well, no, I think you have decided them, but today you've worded it as if you haven't.
Well, yeah, the point I was more making when I said I was born into the system is in response to your question, you were saying, well, why do you accept it? And my point was, well, at 0 years of age, I did not have a choice. So it's not even like I accepted it. It was just that was the state of affairs when I came into the world, not that therefore makes it legitimate. If I came into the world and there was a dictatorship, that doesn't mean I ergo approve of the dictatorship.
I think it sounds like
I could rail against the dictatorship in a way that I don't really rail against representative democracy. I think representative democracy has flaws, but broadly speaking, I think it works pretty well.
You're happy to say you don't love it. You're not happy to come to my side and say it's wrong.
I don't. But the reason I'm not able to come to your side and say it's wrong is I don't know what it would mean to say it's wrong because I'm not yet clear on what right looks like. So if we're saying it's wrong, what would right be for you?
Oh, but no, you don't have to know, right? To know something's wrong. Can you just imagine a right, sort of vaguely imagine a right in comparison to what you have now?
Can you vaguely imagine a right?
Oh, if you tell me you can't, I can try and help you.
Yeah, I can imagine things that are right.
More right than now.
Only vaguely. I mean, sure. Like there's like one of the ones I talked about with FE the other day is I would like to have unfettered access to the leaders diaries and phone calls and everything like that. I don't think they should have any privacy. I should be able to watch them take a shit if I'm worried that they might be cutting a dodgy deal while taking a shit. You know, sneaking into the bathroom on their phone. I want to be able to film that.
That's weird.
Not specifically because I want to watch politicians shit, but because I think that's
they should also not.
Account.
How would
They should also not be able to own any stocks or anything like that. They should also not. They should also not. But I mean, how do you stop some of these things though? Like, what if he's making policies on healthcare, and he gets his wife. You know, he cuts a deal and gets his wife to get a job for $400,000 a year, where she really don't even got to go to work, and they don't even fill her position after she leaves. Like, I just feel like some of this shit is unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that. It's just, I also think that just taking straight up cash, we would have said that, 100 years ago, we would have gone, well, we should stop them getting bribes, but how can we stop that? Iteratively, I think we can get closer. Like getting there tomorrow, I agree with you. It'd be difficult, but you could enact a law tomorrow that just said, once you're a senator or a congressperson or a member MP in the UK or whatever it's called, once you're a politician, you cannot trade individual stocks. In fact, you must sell up all of the stocks you've got, even if they're in ETFs. You could do that as a law tomorrow. Like it used to not be a law, as to my understanding, that you could do an ordinary job and enrich yourself through the presidency, and then they enacted an amendment to make that illegal, didn't they? And now it's enshrined in the Constitution.
Last question, Eggshells. On this one of your reasons, being born into it, that's one of the reasons you accept.
Accept to be closer. Yep, that'd be better.
But
how confident are you on 0 to 100 that that's a good reason to accept something?
Quite confident. It's like, do I accept that I'm born into a world that has a downward force of 9.8 meters per second? No, I'd like to be able to jump higher.
But
that's the world I'm in. So accepting it to me is somewhat meaningless, except this is an example where I might be able to influence that.
And also, you're being compelled, or at least incentivized to abide by, to abide by this laws, basically by force, obviously, because there's a government. So, but
you're comparing gravity, which you can't change.
You're born into it.
Let him finish.
Yeah, you're born into it, like Eggshells is saying, and that's what I would have said too. Except for I think you're basically accepting it because it's being they're obtaining it by force, obviously. So you have no choice but to accept it. So accepting it seems like
a force like gravity. Does that mean you can't change it?
No. Okay, so let's say it's like going up to a serf in like feudal England and going, "Why do you accept this monarchy?" I don't know. Fucking born here. Could I organize other serfs into a rebellion? Sure, maybe.
What I mean is, why do you accept it in your heart, sort of thing?
But I don't. That's the thing. That's the whole point about doing SE, that you're not able to recognize that had you done SE, you would have got there. I don't really accept it in my heart. I openly conceive of things like Jeremy's idea is fantastic, but that's what at heart it is creating a government that restricts its own power and uses its own.
Yeah, but
only has enough power to use judiciously.
Okay, let me adjust my question.
The point is,
how confident are you that being born into something is a good reason to accept something in reality, but not in your heart?
Mike Wergen?
Yeah,
you don't
Jeremy,
accept in your heart.
Hold on, I can't now. Fuck it.
Jeremy, we're already having a conversation back and forth, so I don't know why you got so angry. Started after me. Go on, you go.
Isn't it fair to open it up to?
I didn't start after you, bro. Listen, when you hear two people talking, that time I started after Kosho. But when you hear two people talking, just stop.
You started after me.
I don't care.
That's why I didn't.
Doesn't matter
stop.
if you hear two people talking. There's no point in to keep talking because no one can hear anything.
You should listen to your own advice next time.
He did.
I feel you. There
Guys,
might have been
guys.
some lag or something, and I didn't hear you start. So according to me, we
It's
started at the
your
same
lag,
time.
dude. Your lag.
Okay, so according to me, we started at the same time. So you heard me talking and just kept going?
Now you're
Chill,
bullshit.
guys.
Now you're talking bullshit.
Chill,
You
guys.
heard me talking and kept going.
What was it you wanted to say?
Anymore, we're past that.
Jeremy, agree with you.
According to me, we started at the same time. Okay, maybe I started later, but there might have been a little lag. The point is, you heard two people talking and you kept fucking going.
Why would you accept things in reality that you don't accept in your heart? Like, why wouldn't you?
Tell me what
why
not
wouldn't-
accepting it would look like.
Actually, no, you say you don't accept in your heart. That's what I mean. Admitting inside it's wrong. Isn't that
I
the
don't think
same?
it's wrong. I don't know. This is like you have an idea of good and bad. Like to me, it just is. And if it just is, it could just like in the future could be a bit better.
What if it isn't bad? Why don't you accept it in your heart?
It's not that because it isn't bad, it is therefore good. It just is. Like I work. I don't
Okay,
exist in a realm where things are
Why don't you
evil.
accept it in your
and-
heart if it just is? What's stopping you?
I don't know what accepting it in my heart means. Like I'm not
No, but
somebody
you
who
still
like
said you don't
clutches the
earlier,
Australian Constitution and sings myself to sleep each night about how wonderful our government is.
No, I said
Nor am I somebody who
it's normal for
I don't
me
know.
to be ruled by the government in my heart, and it's fine for me to live like this and teach it to my children. That's what I mean.
What do you mean teach to my children? Like this is the thing.
The
You've got
government
this
will
idea
them.
of like not accepting it. But whenever I ask you, what does not accepting this look like? What does I don't get a clear answer. So
I don't know why you're
let me
agreeing
ask
then.
you. Let me ask you some questions so I can understand your position. Then, when you say, "Do you accept it in your heart?" How would you answer that question?
I don't accept it in my heart, but
Okay. And how do you feel
I
about the
have a
idea that?
strong heart feeling of non-acceptance, which
Okay.
I'd
What does
want
that
you
strong?
to share.
So, what does that strong heart feeling of non-acceptance mean?
It means the laws don't actually apply for real. It's fiction, like you said, and it's wrong. That's the wrong bit.
Okay.
It's
So
wrong. It's wrong to have a fiction that some people believe in and have clever old people ruling them that they don't understand.
Okay.
That's
so,
wrong.
So when that's wrong for you, then what happens?
That's it. I just wanted you to come closer to agreeing with me that it's wrong. That was the SE.
Okay, wrong in what way? What's wrong about it?
Well, I just explained it the best I could.
That it's old people, and that it's.
Remember what I said.
So what?
It's
so what does
old
it
people,
being wrong mean?
old people that you don't know and understand ruling you. You know what ruling means? Governing,
Right, yeah,
ruling, leading, controlling, setting
Yeah.
boundaries. So that's wrong.
Is all of it wrong? Are there any parts of it, these older people setting boundaries and creating rules and ruling me? Is there any parts of that aren't wrong?
On average, I'd like you to agree it's wrong in general on average without explaining the details.
Okay, so should I take from what you're saying, most of it is wrong, but there might be parts of it that aren't wrong?
No, it's all wrong.
It's all wrong. Okay,
Because of the
and there's
wrong-
there's no parts of it that aren't wrong.
No, because there are parts that are wrong, that makes it all wrong.
Okay, so because there are parts that are wrong, that makes it all wrong. And if I were to ask you something about like the rules they set where they say you shouldn't deprive other people of their property, that's wrong because there are other parts that are wrong. Is that the gist?
No, it's
Or is
wrong
that
for
already
them.
wrong?
It's wrong for them to make you stick to that.
So it's wrong for them to make me stick to a law that I shouldn't deprive other people of their property. So I should be able to
It's
deprive
wrong
other
for
people.
you to need them to agree with you that stealing's bad. That's wrong. It's wrong for them to
Okay.
have to make it law.
Okay, So if I accept in my heart that this is wrong, that because some parts of it are wrong, it's all wrong, and I shouldn't accept into my heart that they should rule me, what does that then mean for how I might live my life? Or what does that mean for how you live your life?
I think I can't answer all the questions semantically. So we're at the point where you won't admit it's wrong, but you're not saying it's right. So you're quite close by saying in your heart it just is.
Well, I don't live in a world where things are right and wrong.
Oh, no morals.
Like
I'm
not able to put that something is wrong. Like I can give my personal feeling on it, but that's all it ever ends up being, as far as I can tell. And for me, laws against fraud, laws against rape, laws against murder, laws against theft are pretty good laws. The speed limits aren't that great. I think we should legalize marijuana. I quite like Jeremy's idea of stopping people being able to trade stocks. Some bits I think society would benefit from having different laws, but from what I've understood from you, it's not clear to me what not having it in my heart would look like. I don't know what when I woke up tomorrow, would I still have coffee in the same way? Would I still abide by the speed limits? It's just not clear to me. It just seems like you're like, I hate the government. I want you to hate the government too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it? That was that. I see. You asked me to do it. Try and make me hate government like you do. Well, you've got to the point where
even if
you're in a vague. I think I had to sum up. You're in a vague reality where it just is, and you don't want to do much about it. But you're not even agreeing.
Well, no, the latter is not true, and I've specifically said that that's not the case.
No, you don't do much about it.
I don't do much about I don't do much about what exactly.
A government that you're not sure is good.
But what a bit about that's like the whole government. That's a whole pie. Like, where do I start with that? Where do you? So you tell me what you've done, because when I ask what you do next,
do you agree? Do you agree with old men ruling you and ruling your kids and ruling your neighbours? You'll vaguely say, "I don't know, it just is." So you're not really having the full discussion on.
Okay, so you disagree with that. What do you do next? You don't accept it. What do you do next?
Carry on pretending sometimes. That's what I was saying earlier.
What do you mean pretending?
Pretending that I agree with the laws sometimes, so I don't get pulled away by the Roman Empire police. Like you agree.
Right, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying that sounds like when you're accepting it, even if you don't agree with it. But it seems like you're going, Harry, you're just putting up with this. And then when I say, what are you doing other than that? You just go, nothing. I just feel bad about it. I just don't like it. But I still follow all the rules. I don't do anything meaningful to change it.
I'm not saying I want a raid and a protest of the Capitol and you're not coming and I wish you'd come. I'm saying you should agree in your heart that it's a shit system of old men ruling and it's not really right. Maybe you can't say wrong, but not really right.
So what would you say then to the counter that it seems like you are trying to rule my feelings right now? It feels like you've found out a bit about what I think, and you're trying to force me to agree with you on this issue.
That's what SE is from all of my experience watching it.
Yeah, but also my feedback on your SE is it's terrible. It's not SE. It's just
well, that would be my feedback on all of SE. It's terrible and not a good way to find out reasons what people believe stuff.
Well, yes. If this is your impression of SE, I can understand why you think that.
This is my impression of SE, yeah.
Right.
You just ask questions and then hope that you can catch people out and say, haha,
no,
that reason's only a bit good. Maybe it could be better. Haha, that's all it is. So you're born into it. That's an okay reason for you accepting it, but it's not that great. So, haha. Your other reason that, because it just is, you won't admit it's wrong. It's a good reason for not admitting it's wrong, but it's not that good.
But with respect, Dawn, you're not accepting it seems to me totally benign, totally devoid of meaning unless it is backed by some sort of meaningful action.
Sure.
Like if you said, I don't accept it in my heart, and as a result, I do X, you know, and that could be I'm planning
I
to
live
overthrow the
freely.
government,
No,
or
I do. don't
I've
have to
moved off
explain
to a
it to you.
commune where we don't follow the laws, but if you go, I still live in a city, abide by all the laws, but in my heart I hate it, that seems to me worse than just accepting it because it is. It just seems like you
Is
just
it?
wander around hating shit all day
Sure.
and then not doing anything about it.
Well, okay, then I have to echo this with an SE from an atheist to a Christian. I'd have to say to them at the end, your reaction to God is a pathetic thing because you grew up in a church and now you're rebelling and you haven't thought about what God and the universe even is.
I've got no idea where that came from.
Well, what you're
Join
doing
the
is
dots
at the end of the
platform.
SE, at the end of the SE, you're attacking my position that you think I have after me asking you about your position. So I'm telling you what I would say if you did SE on God. For me, I would tell you that at the end. I would tell Anthony that at the end, like you did. If you were that rude at the end of our SE session and attacked my position, that's how I'd end an SE.
Yeah, but I'm
with him.
only using SE questions here and there. I'm not. If I'm telling you what I think, then I'm not doing SE. So I wasn't doing SE just now. I was giving you my thought on.
We got to the end of me doing SE on you, and then you were giving me your thoughts. I was giving you my thought for a hypothetical ending of a atheist versus Christian SE.
Right. Okay.
Atheist's position on God is benign. That's basically it.
Yeah, I think that's true for many Christians. They're like, I believe in God, but it doesn't really influence my behavior or make me a better person or tell me how to act in different situations and doesn't intersect with reality. I think that's the case for many people.
Do you vote?
Yeah, in Australia it's compulsory.
Oh yeah. I
That
could
is a
do an
little
SE on
rule
that.
I think is a bit stupid.
Do you think voting because it's compulsory is a good reason to vote?
Yes.
So that's a proof for the last SE that you do abide by silly rules.
I will be punished if I don't. Do you abide by rules? Tell me the laws you deliberately break that result in punishment. I'll lose my license and pay a fine. I'll pay a fine, and if I don't pay the fine, I'll lose my license.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay. I think some people should stand up to this in your country. Not vote and refuse the fines.
Yeah, I mean, you can turn up and just cast a pointless
So what
vote.
is this? What sort of government that you let rule you is forcing people to tick a box to vote them back in?
I think it's a bit of a silly rule.
Wow.
You don't want
You
to
should know in your heart.
force disinterested people to share it, like uninformed, disinterested people, and force them to share their opinion with you, and then force yourself to act upon their uninformed, disinterested opinion. Yeah, I think it's a dumb idea.
You should know in your brain that's wrong, and then that should influence your heart in knowing the whole thing's wrong.
Again, this sounds like you trying to force me to agree with you.
Yeah, am I not supposed to give you ways to rethink in SE?
No. At most, the idea is investigate somebody's reasons for believing something and then ask them questions such a way that they might realize their own reasons for believing something might not be that great, but they've just never thought about it before. And the chief one you go for is about truth claims, so not typically about opinions like this. Like what you've asking me essentially is what's your opinion on representative democracy?
I could have formed it in a truth claim. I just forgot you had to.
But and then to get the person to a point where they go, oh, I guess actually I haven't thought about it. And one of the chief things is to look for falsifiability. To go, does this thing you think to be true?
It's a fake method because you're not discussing real opinions. You're getting them to pick, like, whether they really, really think something's true or not. And then you get them to think about it in a logical, like scientific way, as if they have to have proof or their reason has to be lab quality.
You could have done that. You could have asked the question like, do you think your government always acts in your best interests, or that would be a truth.
Well, I did it.
I
was trying to shorten it, like go straight to the point, but obviously I diverted from SE. But I think I still managed to gauge the doubt in your acceptance of your government. Yes, I think every time we discuss it, you lose a tiny bit of faith in your government. I think.
One of the things about the reason SE is favoured as an approach by people is because typically the sort of sense of forcing somebody to agree with you. The same thing I was saying about coming into these rooms, I don't think makes people more likely to embrace flat or globe. I think it makes them less likely to embrace flat or globe because they'll become entrenched in their opinion. If somebody goes, here's my opinion, you should agree with me, we become more resistant to it, not less. We think, I'll get through to them eventually. But just think, like, in the time you've been here and we've been talking over this conversation or any other conversation, have you come closer to thinking what I think?
In the moment, you resist it. Later, it subconsciously sinks in that Dawn's right about government and all government.
Right, but do you see how this is sort of a little bit lopsided and self-serving?
that's right, though.
Wouldn't it be just as probable that you went, hang on, I think Harry's right?
No, that's not probable because that's not true.
Okay, so that's an interesting truth claim worth exploring. What makes me likely or makes it
just went through how you don't even trust them, and you nearly said it's wrong. You said it's not right.
Okay. So how would you form this as a truth claim that I will come to
like slavery? You compared it to slavery, basically.
So I will come to believe your views.
Why would I go
not
away
in the moment,
more
but
when you compared it to slavery?
So I will come to agree with Dawn's view, but Dawn won't come to agree with my view.
I got you to admit in words that your government is akin to slavery, where you're born into it and just have to accept that it is.
I don't think I said it was like slavery.
You said it's like gravity, but you explain it like slavery, born into it.
But again, that's your
born into it and trapped. Like you can't change it. You can't do much. You can just make a video and change one law about bikes.
I've got the feeling you are, but I still want to check. You're kind of joking at the moment, right? Or is this seriously a truth claim?
I'm trying to hammer at home that because I'm more right and you're just trolling to defend a government that you know is sick in the head.
You're not joking.
This guy's not. Dude, this guy's not serious.
I'm going to affect your thinking, but you won't affect mine.
This guy's not serious, dude. Every other day he's a flat earther, glober. He's admittedly, he's not serious. I don't know when he is or when he's not.
How serious was that statement?
I didn't hear you because I was still talking when you started talking.
No, you weren't.
Because you don't know how to fucking communicate with people.
You lied again.
Right, I know. Are you being serious now or are you trolling?
I've never been a flat earther ever, Jeremy. So how serious was it when you just said I was?
Dude, you used to be a...
No.
One day you'd be a flat earther in gems, then a week later you'd be a glober, then you'd be a flat earther. I know.
Never was. Ever.
Well, you said you were, so if you weren't, I didn't think you really were. Because I knew you fucking were trolling.
For 5-10 minutes in the chat.
I didn't think you really were because I know how you are.
I'm not. I haven't been then.
Anyways, now let's say you were to stop politicians from getting stocks. We made that a rule, right? Eggshells. The new rule: no politicians can own stocks, which is a huge conflict of interest, obviously. What's to stop them from telling their daughters or their cousins or their brothers or their best friends to buy it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things you can make a law for it, but you can't really stop it, though.
100%. Yeah, absolutely agree. But what I think you would have started or created is a principle that would open that as the next door, or you could even make that as part of the law. Like, you can't trade individual stocks, and if it's found that you are advising family members or otherwise benefiting from people, you'll be punished the same. I still think, yeah, that it would be it's a very murky issue. Like your wife gets a
There's no
job or something.
Yeah, there's no way to prove if I whisper in my friend's ear to buy Pfizer stock because we're about to give every human on Earth a shot. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way to prove I told him to buy that stock if I just whisper it in his ear.
Yeah, I mean, it's standard insider trading, and it happens all the time. It's a very
and there's no way to stop. There's no way to stop. How do you in the other end of the scenario? How do you stop? Let's say you are a politician and you're about to vote on some medical shit. How do you make sure the hospital doesn't give them any kickbacks by hiring their wife or their cousin or their brother? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how the bribes are done nowadays. They're like, well, I'll hire your nephew as the VP for $400,000 a year for the next 5 years, and you don't have to really do anything. You don't have to come in really, you know. Like, you just can't stop this shit.
True. I think, though, I would just say, I wouldn't let perfection be the enemy of good. Like, if it's not perfect, I won't do something that's a good step in that direction. But yeah, I think that how would I put it? Like, putting speed limits doesn't guarantee people won't speed or they won't crash, but it does make roads safer. So,
for the most part, they're heavily biased towards poor people, though.
Yeah,
speeding tickets. Because the thing is, if I have $1 million and like pretend I'm Ruif and I got millions of dollars in the bank, I don't need to follow speed limits because I can pay $500 lawyers and $200 fines all day.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it lets the rich people do whatever the fuck they want, speed around, while the rest of us have to abide by these rules. So the people that were corrupt as fuck and got all the kickbacks, did all the bullshit, shady shit, they now get to speed all over the place and they don't have to follow all the normal rules like we do.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly standard issue, and that's kind of my point, though. Like, road rules will make the roads safer, but like in the case in Australia, the limits are set crazy. Particularly in New South Wales, I found Victoria's actually pretty lax. It'll worse affect some groups rather than others, but it's, to me, I guess it's an iterative process. You do this, and then you figure out what's going wrong, what's working right, and then vote by vote or whatever, try to move towards something better.
And it does. You can stop people from doing all the things we've mentioned today. You want to stop people from speeding, make every car autonomous. The car drives itself, and the car's fucking automatically They can put things in cars actually that won't let them speed. I knew a guy that had I don't know what it's called, a governor or something. The guy had something in his car that wouldn't let him go over. I think it was 85 or something. He had a Beretta back in the 90s, right? You couldn't go over 85 in his car. So, I mean, you could do shit like that. If you want to stop bribes and shit from happening and kickbacks and corrupt politicians, there's a way to stop that. It's crazy. You got to get rid of money. Like, there's no other way to stop that.
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult to. But one I thought was just like, what if there were I think this not just for corruption, but also for the Bhopal gas disaster. There's this company, I forget what it's owned by now, but it's like this huge multinational company is running this gas plant, this chemical manufacturing plant, and it just explodes and kills thousands and thousands of people. All of the work is vaporized in an instant, and the whole slum next door is just destroyed, and they pay out nothing, right? They just sort of hide the money in shell accounts, give the company a new name, and continue on like nothing happened. And I think that for that kind of stuff, or the corruption you're talking about, you should just have super harsh punishment. So you should say, if you were the chief safety officer and the CEO and the site manager and the general manager of that site, you're going to prison for 3,000 times life sentences. And very quickly then people would be like, well, I'm not going to do corruption for, to make a couple of extra $100,000 because I might spend the rest of my life in prison.
Yeah. You know what they do here, though? Prison ain't nothing here. They send them to a cushy little Club Med minimum security thing with tennis courts and saunas.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that don't really
so maybe
work
that'd
here.
be another law to change.
You'd have to change that. Yeah.
Yeah, white collar criminals go to category B prisons, and they're up there with the murderers and the
I want him right in the cell with
Aryan
Bubba.
Brotherhood.
Right in the cell with the AB and Bubba, right mixed in between them.
Yeah, just all you'd need is a couple of those guys calling their old colleagues who they know are still corrupt and being like, mate, whatever the fuck you do, stop. This is awful in here. And yeah, I think it'll make a big difference.
I wonder where the guy that tried to sell Obama's Senate seat is right now. Right when it's in America, when a senator, hey, don't touch that. Very dangerous. When a senator in America gets voted in a president or can't finish his term, the governor will just appoint one midway through his term until that term's up, and then they do the election. They don't have like a special election. So when Obama got voted in to be the president, he obviously couldn't finish his Senate seat, his term as senator. Wow. So the governor of Illinois had to appoint one, and he got caught trying to sell his Senate seat, amongst many other things.
Holy moly. Okay, right. Yeah, Rod Blagojevich. Okay. Yeah, so he should just, I think particularly things like that where they're in charge and as Dawn is rightly suspicious of them, for that it should be like, that's treason. You either face a firing squad or spend hundreds and hundreds of years in prison. Just get given these comically long prison sentences.
No, I hear that. I don't know. I'd love to know where is that guy right now? Is he walking around he's probably walking around on the street. I bet you he's free.
Yeah, let me just try.
He probably did a couple years in some cushy Club Med prison with the tennis courts and all that and the masseuses. Probably did some probation, parole or whatever, and now he's probably out walking around right now, I bet.
Okay, so the jury began its deliberations on 2010. 11 days of deliberations. They sent 2 notes requesting guidance.
Yeah, what do you get? I bet you he didn't get more than 5 years, if that. He might not even have went to jail at all.
So he was convicted, 1 count of lying to federal agents, but a mistrial was declared on the other 23 charges due to a hung jury.
They had him dead to rights, phone taps, everything, dude. Like, there was no question he was corrupt. So he was taking kickbacks on everything.
Yeah, I mean, and
it wasn't
somebody
just
who's doing that would have had billions to spend on, because you only need to twist one juror, right? You get in there, twist one juror.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. You get one juror who's like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Like that's all you need to do is get at one person. Absolutely. So what? He didn't even go to prison, did he? What did he get caught?
To find out. So he did.
Lying
they did retry him. The prosecutors retried the case, and then he got found guilty on 11 counts, but they hung on some other count, deadlocked on another count. Also, for the second trial, government dropped all racketeering charges. Sentence. Okay, here we go. 14 years in prison. He won't serve much of that, though.
Oh, no, he'll be out.
Also given concurrent sentences. That's bullshit, concurrent sentences.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's probably out. He's definitely out, that guy. Those people don't get
serve 85%. So he's going to be out soon.
Oh, he's not. He's still in prison?
Expected to release from prison in 2024.
Oh, does it say what prison he went to? I guarantee it's not.
I've got bad news.
What happened?
His sentence was commuted. Donald Trump.
Oh, of course.
Commuted his sentence.
Sense. That's another bullshit thing. I don't know why presidents are getting allowed to pardon people. That's fucked. That's some fucked up shit right there.
I think this is Go
ahead.
Go on.
I was going to say, how does the president know? What gives the president the right to say, all right, this guy can go free, even though he committed it? It's like, this seems like unconstitutional or something. I feel like it's not right that the president does that.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't surprise me if it's
I mean, it would be the same as corrupt cops, right? If you're a corrupt cop, you know you could rely on some other corrupt cops to destroy evidence and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's something like that.
So, yeah, that shit needs to end immediately. I would end that right now. That presidents getting to commute anyone's sentence they want. It's fucking bullshit. Why? What gives you the right? Because you like them? Are you their friends? Did they give you a kickback? Did they hire your daughter-in-law as the CEO of the company? Like, what do you got going on with this guy?
Despite 4 drop charges. So yeah, a judge upheld it in 2016. And then he served full.
He served 4 years. You there, eggshells?
Did I drop?
Yeah, I didn't hear any. Have you been talking that whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear anything that whole time.
I was
You
saying
said he did 4 years.
He did 8 years, which is a pretty big stint for soft old white man. But
yeah, what prison? No, he didn't go to Pelican Bay or Sing Sing or nothing.
Let me see, Englewood or federal prison in Englewood. That wouldn't have been nice. They couldn't have even made that. I've watched a couple of docos on that one, I think. But yeah, I think for those kind of ones, because what I was saying was, if you are corruptly selling a seat, you're not just being corrupt yourself, you're guaranteeing that the person who goes into that seat will be corrupt as well.
It's double corruption, exactly.
I think they should be shot. I think they should be taken out the back at the end of their trial. When the judge bangs the gavel, he should go, that's treason, shoot him, and he's taken out the back and shot immediately.
It does sound like treason. I've never thought of it that way, but yeah, that's like treasonous right there.
Yeah, the whole.
You're pretty much guaranteeing, and who knows what that guy's intentions are. That guy could have, very malicious intentions.
Yeah.
Like, all I got to do is this could be some like evil genius plot. You know what I'm saying? Like, all I got to do is get.
You don't need to do that many times before you'd have the balance of power.
I mean, man, we're heading into ancient Rome. This sounds like some ancient Roman shit. This whatever, the same thing that he probably did. He did 8 years. He probably had it cushy. He probably had the guards bringing him McDonald's and shit. You know what I mean? You can get anything in prison if you got the money. If you have the money for it. Well, you could buy safety. He was probably well protected. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was loaded. I don't know, because the bribes he was taking, I don't know if he was. Usually these politicians are pretty well off, so I'm sure he was fine in prison. But
yeah, if you're corrupt, you would if you're a corrupt politician, you would probably be a billionaire.
yeah, at least a millionaire, and with that, you're going to be fine in prison. But, like the governor of a corrupt governor is probably going to be less wealthy than a corrupt congressman or senator. You know what I mean? Like, look at Pelosi. I think she's worth $100 million now.
Jeez,
off 100, she gets like 160 grand a year or something, but she somehow amassed that into 100 million over the years.
Well, she was the one that they confirmed sold and bought stocks after the coronavirus briefing, wasn't she?
She never loses on the stock market. Go ahead. People that follow her in the stocks, they do well. Like you can see who trades what. Please don't mess with him. What's wrong? Where are you? Just fine. You're like, tell me that I ain't getting inside information and shit. I'd love to know the Clintons' net worth and what they started with in Arkansas before he was the governor.
Yeah, I would
I
love
bet
to
you
be
they
able to
had.
figure out a way to go, what was their wealth before they went into power and what was their wealth when they left?
Yeah, like what if you went into it with like, you know, nothing, $10,000, and now they're hundreds of millionaires. You know, they got hundreds of millions. I don't know how much they even have right now.
Maybe I want to learn how to start programming. Does anybody here know how to write code?
Java.
You know how to write Java, Smeaglo?
Mir.
Smeaglo.
Yeah.
Right. What have you made with Java?
Calculator.
Say
However, the
again?
calculator doesn't work.
What doesn't
Faulty
work?
calculator. I basically made a faulty calculator.
Okay, so you made a faulty calculator. Okay. Pretty cool to make a
Yeah.
calculator, though. What's faulty about it?
It always gives the wrong answers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's evil.
See, there's really no way to stop the corruption. I mean, yeah, you could make the penalties crazy harsh. Would that guy have sold the senator seat if he knew the penalty was he was going to get shot in the face after or something? You know, maybe not. Maybe though. Maybe he would have. Who knows?
It's and you're not going to get rid of all of it, but yeah, if the penalty were quite high, or like I was saying, if we could read all their emails, so the probability of getting caught was way high.
Yeah, but
would
then
that
you just
make it
have
less
another
likely?
email account on the side where you do your dirt in. You know what I mean? Like you
So,
can whisper this stuff in
yes.
people's ears.
I do think that's the case. Yes. What I think though is that would still make it somewhat possible to catch, because all you'd have to do is determine that they had a secret email account. You wouldn't actually have to determine what they were doing wrong in order to know that they were doing something wrong. You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think there's a like panacea, but I think it's pretty good. Like compare it to monarchies or dictatorships or shitty places in Africa where there's basically no government, or northern parts of Pakistan or Afghanistan where there is a government but it doesn't really have any power.
I think we're just electing the wrong people in the first place. Like, we should be electing the smartest person. First of all, is there any classes you take that prepares you on how to run a government? Like, what class would you take if you were like, I'm going to be a congressman someday, or a senator, or the president, or a governor? Like, what class do you take for that in school? You know, is there one?
Yeah.
I don't. Well,
Yeah,
anyways,
class
we
of
should be
being born
electing.
to rich parents. That's the class you need to take.
Say again,
Yes,
Parmesan?
Learn how to be born to rich parents, into a rich
too.
family. That's the class you need to take.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, like I went to a pretty rich kids school, and one of my classmates is sort of being preened and looks like he may well be prime minister material in a couple of years.
Will
Got a
he
pretty
even
good
know what
CV
he's
though.
doing now?
I don't know. He's pretty smart. He's like from what I
Yeah, but
remember of him, he's really like I don't know, trustworthy is the wrong word. Like sort of diligent and always wanted to be like, no, figure out what the right thing is to do so he could do it. He was in the special forces, went to Afghanistan. His troop of people in Afghanistan were accused of murdering a guy in cold blood, though. So there is that. Was it murdering a guy in cold blood? Something like that. But he keeps calling out China and Chinese influence in Australia. So I think the Chinese will be very much against him ever getting elected.
Hello.
I got this goober in another server telling me that the horizon does not move back and forth because of refraction. It's like, where do you go from there?
What is he saying? Is he saying it's refraction doesn't happen, or what's his position?
He's saying that refraction does not move the horizon. Okay, and then I'll show him the black swan on a good day and on a bad day.
The thing is, Jerry, that guy's right. He's going with the globe. He's going with the globe narrative. That's a glober you're talking to right there, right? The globers say things move with respect to the horizon, not the horizon moves. That's an anti-flat Earth thing. The glober thing is things move with respect to the horizon. That's what's in the books. That's what's in the books. Things move with respect to the horizon. That's your sinking and your looming and all that goofy shit. Supposed to be the anti-flat earthers ran wild with it and was just like, yo, it's all over the place. Refraction. Seriously, it's obvious. Like, these guys aren't even sticking to the globe narrative half the time. Running wild with it because they're anti-flat earthers and they have to go against everything we say.
And the funny thing is, there's another glober there telling him the same thing, and he still doesn't think that it's true. All right, well then I guess the Earth is breathing in and out, man. Like I can't help you.
One thing I do wonder though is like, if you were to take, say, an auto level or something, is the refraction or whatever is happening making it go like in either case? So we're not talking about the flat Earth thing. Is it making it go angularly up and down, or is it just presenting something else in the same kind of plane? If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know.
Up and down. I do know it's going up and down. George Hanitook, one of the globers, caught the horizon above level one day. The actual horizon itself is moving.
That's tough.
In the books, though, your looming, refraction, stooping, all that shit, that's things moving with respect to the horizon. Like, I don't know what, they don't even have a name for when the horizon moves. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's something I was wondering with the sextant thing, where I'm like, if the horizon moves, shouldn't I also in the refraction correction be doing that?
Dude, I don't even know why you would use a horizon sight with the sextant and then figure in refraction. Like, that's obnoxious. Don't you know the geometry of Earth? You should just be taking an artificial horizon. That's your level, right? Your horizontal. So you would take a horizontal and then just calculate the angle to the horizon. I don't know why you would ever even look at the horizon. That's ridiculous. It's moving.
Yeah, well, there are some.
You don't have the refraction measurements. You don't have the refraction measurements at all for you. What's in between you and in between the horizon? So that's ridiculous that you're even doing that.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that like it's just modern sextant. Like, sorry, the kind of sextant I've got, the common sextant you see is a fairly ancient design, and it's also designed for use at sea, where other fancy ones are unreliable and break and get water in them, and also are hard to hold steady on a rocking boat, whereas just looking at the horizon is quite easy to do. You keep your other eye open. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think that a bubble sextant or something that finds level automatically is would be a more accurate way of going about it.
Yeah, like why would you risk the refraction measurements? You don't even have the data you would need for the refraction at that location. You need to know what's going on in between you and the horizon. Just make an artificial measurement. You know the geometry of the globe. There should be no reason to look at the horizon. That is ridiculous that you would even do that. You would get a way more accurate measurement with just making a horizontal, because there's no guesswork. The refraction measurement, there's guesswork in that. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. What I'd ask
And
is,
if we
how
take
would
an angle, hold on, and if we take a horizontal and then we do the geometry and the math for where the horizon should be, there's no guesswork in that anymore, right?
Yeah, depending. So this sort of goes to the question I was going to ask. How do you what would you say is the simplest way to establish a level aside from looking at the horizon and doing the dip angle correction?
How do you make a horizontal?
Yeah,
they already
if you-
do it
if
with
you
the
want-
sextant. If you can't see the horizon, that's their backup plan for if you can't see the horizon. They make the artificial horizon. That's a horizontal. Like they already do that.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like where you just get some water or oil or something on the ground and then halve the angle?
No, it's in the sextant, dude. This is what sextant people. You can't always see the horizon, right? Sometimes it's foggy or something, or I don't know. But you can't always see the horizon. So when that's the case, instead of looking at the horizon, they just make an artificial horizon, I believe it's called, which is just a horizontal. And they do it. They do this.
Yeah. So it's slightly different to what you're saying. The artificial horizon is like, let me just find a picture of one.
I thought that was when you just made a horizontal and said, "Boom, this is."
Nah. So what it is you pour. You can make them yourself. You like pour water. You can use water, but water flickers too much. So they reckon something more viscous, like motor oil or something like that, into a tray that is mostly close to level, and then that will sit the water or the oil in it will sit level in that, and then you shoot through that to the celestial object, and because you know angle of incidence equals angle of refraction, you get what you know you've got then is double the distance to the star. So then you halve that, and that's your elevation to the star. But it is for like a boat tipping around. Here I'm posting a picture. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to post a picture of it. For a boat that's tipping around, this is a really bad method. They recommend it for like if you're not on the water and you if you're not on the water and you just want to practice sighting is the way they recommend you do a lot of it. Let me copy that image. I'll do it this way actually. Excuse me for this shitty image, but that's what it is. So you pour water or motor oil or something in the bottom part of that. That one's actually made by the same people that made my sextant.
G'day, Riding.
G'day.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Just driving back from work.
Lovely.
Across
I know what you do. I don't think.
Sorry?
I think maybe you don't tell people what you do.
Yeah, not really.
Fair enough.
I think if you knew what I do, you'd know even more why I don't tell people. But that's definitely not.
Okay. Now I really want to know what you do.
Well, my day job isn't something I really give a shit about anyway. It's just extra money for me. So it's not that important. But
yeah.
My business is I work in music entertainment, so do DJing, karaoke nights.
That's right. You mentioned that just the other day.
Yeah. So, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm doing something else. But yeah, it doesn't matter. So, Riley, what have we got to do to bump you over onto the flat side?
Last time Gio asked me that, I was saying I want to try and make the bar as low as possible. So a map is where I'm at.
Fair enough.
Not even the whole surface. I think that even might be a bit high, but like a map of a significant chunk that showed like, hey, this bit is more accurate than your Mercator or whatever.
What if I gave you a map of Middle Earth? Would that suffice?
What's Middle Earth? Oh, you mean actual Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
No, it's not just any old map.
All right.
Maybe that's a very low bar. Just a
Yeah,
map.
exactly. Oh,
Here's how to get to my
shit,
house,
he
right?
gave me any old map. Oh, it must be flat. Like, yeah, Sauron be here, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it came up because there was a discussion with, it might have been Brenda or somebody else. Somebody was saying like, what would bring me over? And whoever it was, they were like, well, you'd have to take me up into the sky, high enough where I could see it all and I'd see the whole flat Earth. And I was like, well, that's what you've actually set there is a criteria that would falsify flat Earth, because at least for most people I know, they would contend that that's not possible. So what you're putting as your requirement to prove something is the case is something that would show that it's not the case. You know, it's like, what would prove to you I'm your dad, proving to me that you're my mum? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So then what they've done is they've made their own position unfalsifiable by
the
nature of the ludicrousness of the request, sort of thing.
Yeah, they're sort of just saying, I can never, I will never, I refuse to, but I still want to seem to be reasonable.
Well, I think this kind of ties into a lot of these kind of globe delusions, globe delusions, and I don't necessarily include you or everyone in that, but this idea that they're one day going to go to space. It's like, well, space, even if it does exist and even if it is true that you can go into it, is a rich boys club full of elites that you're never going to be part of anyway. So, and I think a lot of them, they'll say stuff like, oh yeah, well, all you need to do, you fluffs, all you need to do is go into space. It's just like, nah, that wouldn't be possible even if it was a globe, because I'm not a Freemason and I'm not, in their clubs. So
yeah.
Yes, please tell them I'm back. Thank you. So yeah, this idea that like all a flurf needs to do is go into space, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Obviously, we've been hearing the usual propaganda today, the global warming propaganda. That's all of this. I don't know if you've heard about Storm Eunice passing over Europe at the moment.
Yes, yeah, my mate showed me a live stream from some guy who's called Big Jet TV, and his stream was going berserk. He must have made a call, I think at least in the tens of thousands just yesterday alone.
Wow. Okay. Well, fair play to him. Yeah, I do find it funny how I think this isn't cherry picking, but it's something else. It's related to cherry picking, where literally anything that happens can be taken as evidence of your position. And it's like if it's wetter than usual, global warming. If it's drier than usual, global warming. If nothing changes. Well, the thing about nothing changing is that statistically, that is a change from when things changed, right? So you can fuck around with the statistics there to make it global warming. Everything now is evidence of global warming, and that's why it's and therefore nothing is evidence of global warming, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of if it's hot, it's global. If it's cold, it's global. It's like, well, aren't you kind of just covering everything? Yeah, I would absolutely see that criticism there.
Because at that point you kind of make it unfalsifiable, don't you? It would be like saying, like, I'm a millionaire whether I've got money or not, kind of thing.
Mm.
And then it's like, well, the way to falsify whether you're a millionaire is to check if you've got $1 million, right? I guess that would be your kind of. How do I put that into scientific language? That would be alternative hypothesis, I guess, is that you've got less than $1 million.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There is a name for that fallacy, and it's like win both ways fallacy. So, like the other way I would put it is like when people will include like, and this is very much well, I put myself in this category from when I guess I still do conspiracy theorize a bit, but think about conspiracy theories, which is like when I've caught them, when I haven't caught them, or they've got a counter example that's lying. And if one of the possibilities is lying, then always I'll end up with must be a conspiracy.
Right,
You know?
Yeah. So it does work both ways for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it is. Monte Carlo fallacy. Maturity of chances. Oh no, that's the gambler's fallacy. That's not it. Yeah. There is a name for this.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. It's kind of a cherry picking fallacy, but not.
All right. I better go. Oh fuck, it's 2:35. I better go to bed.
Okay.
Have a lovely evening, all.
And you? Good to talk to you.
Yeah. I'll be on again soon. Probably see you on your evening time.
See you later.
You there, Jerry?
Yeah, but my kid got his little toy going, so it's gonna be pretty noisy.
Oh, okay. I guess you want to talk someplace else too, though, right?
Well, no, it's no big deal. I was kind of banned from this section of another server because I got the other guy so fucking pissed off that he reported me.
Jesus Christ.
And it pissed me off.
Yeah, that's what it's about control, right? They get mad and they can't control themselves, so they try to control other people. It's always someone else's fault. I was on this server where it's supposed to be, it was like a feeder from another server to like hash out the disagreements, and everyone has mods. Everyone's got the admin role. So in the comment section to hash out your disagreements, he kept turning off my ability to post photos, but I could just turn them right back on. So at some point, the main account that made the server, he like complained or got access to, like he said he was going to add a bot or something. Then once he got on that, he took everyone's mods away except for him. Okay, and then then limited all my roles, and people are like, dude, that's like really stupid. Like, here you are, you're supposed to be just a regular user. You're supposed to solve problems, be here in good faith and talking, and you just do something like that. And then that went on for like a week. The whole server turned against him, and then he just deletes the server. And at first I was kind of pissed because I was like thinking, like, where did I go? What happened? How did I not solve this problem? And how did it get off the rails so badly? But then someone else just made another one. And they're like, yeah, we'll still continue on without this dude. And he's just an internet meme at that point. I go, yeah, but that wasn't, my goal was quite the opposite. It was to solve the conflict, not to do Ukraine, Russia, where they threatened to nuke each other and destroy all life, right? Because that's kind of what happened. It was a mutually assured destruction. And the conflict was about something completely lame, too. It wasn't even that big of a deal.
Right. I don't even know what the point is of engaging. If you know you're going to get so pissed off, why engage?
Because it's like this idea that some ideas that people have, if you disagree with them, they see it as some kind of threat to their worldview or to their ego, and they just can't take it. They like, it's too much to handle. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's true, but I'm not a family member, right? I'm not like a spouse or domestic partner. I'm not going to like change your life in any way, shape, matter, or form. You could just log out and you'll never see me again. But yeah, it's like they get obsessed with that, and that they just won't let it go. I don't know, maybe it's like spectrum disorder or something like that. I mean, who knows why people get that worked up. But it's like all topics. That's what the thing too. It doesn't even cover things that seem to be where they're able to claim some sort of victim status. It could be topics that have nothing to do with anything. Like, people were arguing in the one server, which was better, Pokemon or lions? Like, who would win a battle? A Pokemon or a lion? An actual Pokemon or a lion? And it got heated. Like, it actually got into the point where like it boiled over.
So, how would you solve the problems in the conversation?
What I did is I told him, dude, just, all right, you're too pissed off. Take a day or two and then come back and I will engage with you. But right now you're just too wound up. Just breathe, all right? You will survive this.
I think it's quite a straightforward question.
Yeah, that's my suggestion. It's just take your time. Understand that there's people out there with differing viewpoints. And you will survive this. Like, if you come in there and you ask me, what is gravity? And I tell you, it's an observable phenomenon, that of which nobody knows the mechanism. And if that pisses you off, that's a problem. For you, not me. So you need to just calm down.
Because what they're really talking about is they want a hover car or a hover skateboard. And they think
Michael
you're
J.
the one
Fox.
stopping it.
Hold on, Chris.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but that is the Glober. That is the Glober response for what is gravity. That was the correct. That was the correct response for anyone. It doesn't matter if you're a Glober or flat earther.
Exactly.
It's like it doesn't even Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that we don't know the cause. We don't know the cause of gravity. You know what I mean? Space-time bending. What's going on? We don't know.
That's why the question was really about something else. He didn't ask Jerry what gravity was. He doesn't know what gravity is. No one does. What he was really saying is, I'm looking for someone to blame why I don't have a hover car, a flying car. That's what he really said.
We all came up on Back to the Future and we want that hoverboard, bro. I mean, everyone's wanted one of those since Back to the Future came out.
And he looks around in the world, like today, like arresting the truck drivers, or Joe Biden throwing the gauntlet down this morning. You know, preparing for a nuclear war. They see this stuff happening and they think, holy crap, this place is really messed up. So they try to grasp on to anything they can, fantasies, to try to keep their worldview from just shattering. So they said, Jerry, why don't I have a hoverboard? And you couldn't answer that question for him, so he just triggered.
So, how would you solve the problems in the discussion?
There's nothing that could be done. I mean, I'm calm. The guy starts out calm.
By not talking?
There's no, I mean...
Ignoring questions when they're asked? Fair enough.
No, if he's pissed off, only he could calm himself down. I can't be there and give him a hug or anything. There's nothing I could do for him. I can just be as honest as I can be.
I'm not sure what's going on. I have a strange power to just stop the conversation completely on its tracks by just asking a simple question. What the hell?
Do you have a girlfriend? Lori.
Did everyone else just die?
No. Are you ignoring me?
He did. He totally did. You asked him a question, he totally did.
Well, my point is, when your girlfriend freaks out,
who were you talking
really
to, Crit, if I may ask?
Yeah. Okay.
Because I didn't hear anyone. Maybe I have someone muted.
Oh, that's what's happening.
See, Crit, he did this once too when Jin was here, and I was talking to.
Or are you talking in some other server at the same time?
Yeah.
Look at he's just over talking.
He's just completely...
No, I don't have anyone muted. Who are you talking to?
This is what happens. Lori is
Crit,
so
you might want to answer that question. If I'm over talking and it's a problem, I'm literally asking you. Who do I have muted that you're talking to so Jeremy, I can solve the problem? Yeah, but I'm not over talking anyone, so you're just making up shit. If that's how you want to roll, sure, go ahead. You do you.
That's hilarious.
It really is.
Yes, I think it's hilarious that you're pretending to have a conversation with a fictional person in order to troll the server.
Is this? God, I hope this is live streamed. I gotta clip this.
Yes, I do hope it's live streamed. You're pretending to have a conversation with a different person in order to pretend that I'm interrupting and talking over someone when that's not happening. Well,
I think it is live streamed.
Sorry?
I think it is live streamed.
Yes, it is being live streamed. Yep.
Oh.
Oh god,
Yeah.
this is great. It is. I'm gonna be able to clip this for later.
What are you actually clipping? You pretending to have a conversation with someone else while that's not happening? Because I can just, check the live stream and see that you're full of shit.
Yeah, go do that.
Yeah, it's brilliant that this is live streamed, that your dishonesty is being on the display here. Now, the question really is, why would I flatter to be
Oh, is
this
someone talking right
dishonest?
now? I can't hear that.
No, I don't think anyone was talking. So,
Yeah, okay. So
question
until
remains.
you take Jerry off locally mute, I got you on locally mute.
No, I don't have him
That's
on
your
local
conditions.
mute.
Until you listen to the live stream and realize
Yeah,
you've
Jerry?
been over talking Jerry this whole time. This whole time.
Well, I don't really care.
You are locally
So,
muted, so I have no idea what you're saying right now if you're trying to talk.
oh, I did have Jerry locally muted. My apologies. I was trying to actually solve this problem, so I was asking you, Crit,
Yeah, still can't hear
who
you,
do I
dude.
have muted because it seems that I'm over talking someone, and you wouldn't answer. So this problem remaining
Yep,
for so long,
still can't hear you.
it's totally on you. Now I don't have Jerry muted, and he isn't. So there's no over talking here right now.
Okay, let's try again. Lori, do you know the premise of this entire conversation?
I kind of bumped into it, I guess.
Okay, so the question was, how would I solve this if someone is mad and there's no way to get around it?
Sure.
Right. Right. So my question was, do you have a girlfriend? And my point there was, when you have a girlfriend and she's pissed off, there's really nothing you could do for her. You just got to let her go through it. And that's what can be done, is you just, you stand your ground, you say, hey, tough shit, and you let her rage. That's all.
I would actually agree with that, funnily enough. And by the way, my apologies for over talking. I didn't realize I had you on mute. I wasn't trolling.
Oh, okay.
You're just dumb. That's it. You're not trolling.
No, but I was asking honestly, who do I have muted? And because you're dumb, you wouldn't answer the question because you want to troll the server. So I was trying to solve the problem, and you weren't trying to solve the problem. So this is on you, Chris.
I offered you to go to the live stream and figure it
Yes.
out, or to just. There's only a few people here. You could have just went down the list and troubleshooted, but you lack a scientific mind to even begin.
I lack a scientific mind, but I've done more scientific.
No, you can't. You just can't.
Well, Crit, if you're gonna go down this road of spiraling and insulting people, well, go ahead. I'm not gonna participate in that.
That's
so I'm gonna apply what I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna apply what Cherry said. I'm gonna apply what Cherry said to you. So you're the pissed off girlfriend, and I'm just not gonna bother with you. You're just gonna rage,
ditto.
and then
I've already
that's
told you. There's no us.
Go
There's
ahead.
no we.
Go spiral.
This is over a year ago now. I told you.
Yes,
there's
Crit.
no we.
Actually, I'm doing the virtual equivalent right now of walking to a different room because this is pointless conversation. So I'm muting you.
You. That's the second
You do
part.
you. So I'm letting you rage, and you're now on mute.
Baseline to a T.
Good job.
It fits a baseline to a T, dude. You are you. You are not me. Jerry asked me or in the room a question you did not listen to.
This is how you deal with pissed off people. Just put them on mute, let them rage.
Science and scientific thinking, you would have solved your own problem. Just that easy. You would have heard. You could go back to the live stream. You could have played it to see who raised the topic. You could have played who I was talking to. All of it would have been completely solved with just a little bit of thinking. Like, just a little bit.
Crit, have you ever used Jerry's technique and said to one of your girlfriends, you do you, and then walked out of the room when they're mad?
No.
I would actually doubt that would really work too well.
I think sometimes when when in domestic relationships, sometimes the argument is really about something else. And being able to find that thing quickly is really what diffuses arguments, domestic arguments. something else is causing it, but the problem boils over for something else.
But the second one is you saying you let them go through it if they're really mad and you can't stop it.
Yeah, like if you've said everything you can to kind of help them understand where you're coming from, and they're still mad and they won't let up, and it's like everything you say is wrong, there's nothing you could do for them.
Yeah.
I can't really object to that because to me that's sane.
Yo, what's going on here, you guys? All right now? I was busy earlier. I heard someone
Yeah, I
calling
think
for
we're
me.
fine.
All right. Try not to spiral out on me today, guys.
Yeah, simply put, Lori had someone on locally mute, and he didn't know it because he's dumb. So then he tried to make a claim
Sorry,
that I was
sorry,
just...
Grit, no name calling there. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yeah, so then he decided that I was trolling the server, and he wouldn't go back to the live stream to even try to listen to who he was locally muting. He wouldn't even go
So
down
you're
the
talking
list.
shit again. So I'll put you back on mute, Grit.
So he wouldn't even go down the list to see if anyone in the conversation was on mute. He just triggered out of control.
Jeremy, if
What up,
if I start spiraling, will you sing me a lullaby?
I mean, we'll have to do something. I'll play one of my little kids' cartoons, one to sing along.
Do you have Coco Melon?
We out. Coco Melon's big. 10 years ago, so
That's what our youngest son likes. He'll let us. He's not even 2 years old, and he'll let us know he wants to watch Coco Melon.
10, 15, 20 years ago, I was gangster as fuck on some biggie shit, smoking blunts with my peoples all day. And now I fucking get slapped around by a toddler and watch Coco Melon. Crazy how life turns out. It could have turned out worse. I'll tell you that.
When things get rough in here, just have everyone just watch Coco Melon for a little while.
We're gonna listen to yeah, I'm gonna start streaming Coco Melon next time people get fucking crazy.
My girlfriend's kid did the show is called JoJo the Clown. It was pretty funny. It was like the clown that would get like a child clown at the circus. And that you'd have all these different adventures.
I had a question. Sorry, Grit, I might have been over talking you. If the rule is
have at it, dude. Spiral away. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spiral. Thanks for the offer. So, if the rule is we should treat the other people like our girlfriends, how far does that go? Like, if someone is mad at
deep throating
me,
is where I
do
draw
I
the
like?
line.
Sorry.
Yeah, deep throating is where I draw the line.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe, definitely.
Who said that was the rule? Why would you treat random people on the internet like your girlfriend? That's weird.
That's Jerry. I blame Jerry.
That's not normal, like, healthy behavior. Pretty sure. Just treat everybody you meet on the internet like they're your girlfriend.
Like you're my bitch.
Like that's something ain't right there. Okay, you need an adjustment. You need to adjust your thinking, Jeremy.
Like phone? No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought he was saying that it was your fault or that you said it or something.
No.
I said
maybe not.
No, Bob, when you're talking to like a Glober and you've explained your position honestly and as clearly as possible, but he's still trying to argue the point and he's getting mad, what do you do? Do you continue to engage or do you just let him get it out and talk about it later?
Normally, if I've identified like a sticking point, like they are like the analogy that I use in my head is like, if we're both pointing at something in the backyard and I'm saying rock and he's saying tree, we're at an impasse here. We're both looking at the exact same observation. He's deciding it's one thing and I'm saying it's another thing.
Right.
So I consider that person someone that I'm not going to be able to find common ground with. We're not going to be able to move forward until we can agree that the thing we're pointing at is the same thing. So I just let them, like, I cut them loose socially. Like, I don't need to have any further conversation with them until they're ready to agree that the thing we're looking at is the thing we're looking at.
Exactly. So the analogy with the girlfriend was, if you two don't agree, but she's mad at you because you don't want to agree, just let her be mad, and eventually she'll just get over it.
Yeah, I mean that's just human existence, right? It's like if somebody's going to disagree with you on something that is a core component, it's something that you're not going to give up on. Obviously, it's important enough to you that you're not going to give up on it. Then there really isn't another good option. It's just let them be upset, and either they stay in disagreement and you guys can't move forward, or eventually they come around and see that what you're saying is a core part of your framework for the world. If they can never come around to that, then maybe you aren't compatible. It's pretty simple. That's how you form communities, right? Is you have multiple people coming together and saying, okay, we agree on this particular framework for our group, for our people. We all agree that trees are trees and rocks are rocks, and we all agree that if I have a cow, it's not your cow. You need to come and ask me before you get milk from it. If at any point somebody comes along and doesn't agree with that basic framework, then the options there are, don't have them part of the community until they agree with the framework. Whether they think it's right or not is on them. If they really honestly think that it is a core thing that you aren't allowed to own the cow, well, they can go find everybody else that thinks that way and start their own community.
I mean, I like the community where you can just, if you need milk, you just go get it from a cow.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the community. You can absolutely have, as long as the community agrees that that's the case, that that's the way it works. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it should be. I need milk. You have milk. You have enough for more than you. Give me milk.
Right. Yeah. If as long as the community is agreeing on the standard for how things are decided, then that should work out just fine.
Because that's no money. That's the no money community where we all get milk.
And then if somebody has a problem, if someone says that you've done something incorrectly, well, you've all already agreed on the standard. So you go back to the standard, whether it's, a book where you wrote the laws or whatever, and you point to and say, see, here, look, we all agreed this is the way it was going to work. So I didn't do anything wrong. You don't get to accuse me. And then it's settled. Like, that's it.
Yeah, no, I like that.
I think that's one of the main problems that we have today is instead of communities coming about like organically and agreeing on the standards for their community, we're having this like top down, like I think dissemination would be the word. This, or like, I guess you call it trickle down basically, but a top down distribution of standards that not everyone in the community is actually wanting to go along with. And that comes from like things like the federal government, right? Where it's like they're trying to tell the community what the standard's going to be instead of the community coming together and deciding as a community, this is our standard. And I think that's actually a really big issue. So when you have like like you said, like when you're talking to a glober I think it was Fusilli, when you're talking to a Glober and they don't want to accept your standard for the conversation, like, you don't have any obligation to continue engaging with them. And they might say, well, what if you're not meeting the standard? Well, then they should understand that they have no obligation to converse with you. They don't have to be here trying to convince you of a globe Earth. They choose to be here. And so if they want to convince you that the Earth is a globe, they're going to have to meet your standards because you're the one they're trying to convince. And that's how conversations work. Whoever it is you're trying to convince, you're going to have to meet their standard before you convince them. You can't do it any other way.
Yeah, and the story that built this was that somebody asked Jerry about what gravity is. He gave a very typical, out-of-the-book sort of answer about its observable thing, this observable force.
That was a perfect explanation.
And the dude went thermonuclear to the point that he had mod perms and banned him from the conversation. So this guy triggered over an answer he should have had himself. Because the argument or the debate was he saw a flat earther and wanted somebody to blame. He was looking to start a conflict. And when Jerry didn't offer the conflict, he offered a solution that infuriated the dude even more so. Because he wasn't getting what he wanted. He wanted a brawl. He wanted a fight. He wanted to laugh at somebody, and he turned out he was only laughing at himself. The joke was on him, not Jerry. So that's how you can tell, right? The problem wasn't on Jerry. He was trying to solve the problem. A misunderstanding of others. The guy wants a misunderstanding.
I think that's probably it. I get the impression that's actually accurate of a lot of the folks that come in here is that they want confusion or misunderstanding. They don't seem to want to facilitate fruitful conversation. That just seems pretty clear to me after the time I've spent here that there's a number of people that come in here and they want to disrupt or distract rather than just engage in a conversation. So it's like we're all sitting around the campfire looking up at the stars and thinking, man, I wonder what those are. Look at them move. Oh, that's cool. What do you think is doing that? And this person like from the other campsite just like drunkenly stumbles in and starts kicking stuff and saying, I know what they are and you don't have any good ideas. It's like, we don't want that person over here. We don't want them, but we were just relaxing and enjoying each other's company, talking about what things might be.
I like that.
Don, I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. I woke up on the wrong side of the
That's
bed.
all right. That's fine.
And you're obnoxious.
Sorry, I just kept talking at full volume.
It's fine. We all do it. I do it sometimes too. I should have stopped talking too when I knew you were talking. It's fine. Anyways, continue on. And then Bob, I feel like you were talking about Branch just now. The guy that stumbles in drunk.
Branch is definitely one of them. Yes.
Bob, what if we're all around the campfire, I'm part of your group, and we're all having fun? And I say, well, you don't have to wonder. I can tell you. Would that still spoil the party a bit?
It wouldn't. I don't think if it was offered in a caring and non-belligerent way. So somebody could come along and say, hey guys, I heard you were talking about those stars and I have something to share about that.
Yeah.
And then you share because you want to provide that information. But then if you insist that they have to accept it because you said it and because you're convinced of it, well, now you've actually set a standard that nobody else agreed on, right? No one else agreed that you were going to be the standard. No one else agreed that your source of information was the standard. You've just decided that that's the standard and have decided that's going to be the standard for everyone else. That's not how you convince people. That's how you, I would say, like actively push them away from your line of thinking. You need to first, if you're going to insist that they believe you, you need to first all agree on what the standard is you're going to point to when someone says no.
I think the bit I have trouble with is you've set a new fire up and you've decided to ignore all of our knowledge from the past fires. And so it seems like you're putting wonder back in where there doesn't need to be wonder, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, the way I see it is like people have the right to be wrong, and people have the right to be like as base as they want to, as long as they're not actively like violating someone else's rights. So like I don't think there's anything wrong with a group of people deciding that they're just going to ignore everything else and do their own thing. As long as they're not violating anyone else's rights, they absolutely have the right to just ignore everything else and do their own thing. Whether somebody else has already solved the problem or not. If they don't care, why do you care if they care? It shouldn't bother you. You're doing your thing on your side with your people. They're doing their thing on their side with their people. As long as no one's rights are being violated across those lines, like everything's all good. Yeah. No one's being hurt, you know?
What that means, it's like a separate community that have decided to deny the other people's knowledge and start anew.
Yeah.
Instead of like sharing a fire away. But I also think there might be some people that they're sitting quietly at the fire and they don't really come out with their theories. They just keep it in their head. But maybe one or two people say so many far out theories with no evidence around the fire that those quiet people want to stand up and say, hang on, you keep talking shit every night, but you've not shown any of it. So can you stop making stuff up, please?
And it sounds like now you're talking about Pete Shea, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think there's probably like, even sometimes I'll have like an idea or a thought or whatever, but I won't necessarily just throw it out right away. Even at a real campfire where I'm hanging out with people like in real life, I won't necessarily throw out every thought that pops into my head, even if I think it's a good idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself, you know, until you've either had time to, you know, kind of go through it and think about whether or not it even is, you know, something that you want to share. Maybe it was a fleeting thought that you had that sounded good, and then you think about it for a little while longer, and you're like, actually, I'm glad I didn't say that because of this, and this, you know?
I think your analogy maybe it applies to scientists. So let's think about mad scientists that come up with theoretical physics and string theory and quantum stuff. Maybe they sit round a virtual fire and they don't want someone to come in and say, you know, this string stuff, it's all just theories. So they just stick to inviting only string theorists, only people that believe, to the fire.
Yeah. And I think that they have the right to do it. Like if that's what they've decided their standard is going to be, is you either believe that or you don't get to be part of this particular community. I think they have the right to do that. You know, and this particular server doesn't seem like Geo's goal is for that tight of a standard, for that tight of a rule set. It seems like his goal is your thought process is welcome as long as you're respecting like the humanity, the what's the word? Not pride. Anyway, the individual. As long as you're respecting the individual on the other end of your conversation, then come on in and share what you have. You know,
it is called Earth Awakenings. Part of the ethos is that we don't need poo-pooers. So I have to battle against that. Try poo-poo things that seem really far out. I don't think are awakenings.
Oh yeah, see, I
have to try not to poo-poo everything just because it's flat Earth theory.
I hear stuff on here that I don't like from Geo himself. He'll say things about, and he'll make it clear. I think generally, if somebody's pushing back, you know, this is my experience or this is what I think. This is, you know, my ideas on it, and he makes it, I think, generally pretty clear that that's what he's trying to describe is what he thinks about it. And so, like, but he'll say things, and I'm just like, I don't buy that. I don't think that's true. But I don't feel it necessary to, like who cares if that's my opinion on his thoughts? Like, it's not like my opinion on his thoughts is of any particular import to anybody else unless they ask me, right? So it's like, he can go ahead and give his explanation. I have my explanation. And when and if somebody wants to hear mine, maybe I'll share it.
This has just come to my mind. Did you know that Discord claims that their original concept was to be talking around a fire, and it was going to be called Cozy or something? No, it was supposed to be Cozy. It was going to be called something else.
No, I didn't know that.
One of the little facts that comes up is Discord was going to be called this. It was supposed to be cozy, like being around a fire talking.
I mean, it's kind of a neat thought, I think. Like, when I think about, like, you know, when we were younger, we would go camping and stuff. And it's just like, it seems like there's something about, like, just being out into the evening when it's dark and you just have the campfire and you have, you know, friends and family around you. And it's just, you're not necessarily working towards any specific goal around the campfire other than to sit there and think and talk and enjoy the company, you know? And I think it's just something about that, you know?
Another one that something that happened like this was on a different server. Two people were hashing out a disagreement over like LGBTQ stuff. Like, one side was saying that they support people of different identities, but it's like it's just the overabundance of it. Like, it's always in your face, right? The agenda type of thing. And another person said that, you know, it kind of there's a few different sides to it. And then this dude who wasn't even there at the beginning, hearing people work out their issues with each other and kind of come up with a solid plan of how to address it. A new server too. So they're kind of making like what the rule will be. This dude comes in and just starts talking about like Facebook executive who got arrested in some sort of child porn sting. And then tried to say that's what they're up to. And people are like, dude, you're wrong on so many levels, right? You know, they wanted like all the LGBT people to swear like on the Bible and confirm that they're not attracted to children. I'm like, dude, what are you doing right now? It's like the conversation was organically moving in a positive direction, and you just completely derailed it and made it into just a crap show, just a horrible thing.
That's what I mean. It seems like some of them want to do that. Like it really seems like that is for whatever reason their objective is to turn it into a mess rather than let it be constructive or fruitful.
Yeah, it was almost there. You know, it was almost there. A really good showcase of accepting others and offering safe spaces, and the dude just came in and ruined it.
Shout out to Rumpus, almost there.
Oh, you talking about this in the live stream or something, or?
It was just a joke about how Rumpus he's almost finished.
Oh.
Almost finished.
Yeah. Like he'll break. He'll interrupt to let you know he's interrupting.
The whole idea of
Luton.
the whole idea of flat earthers around a fire and a glober turning up and stopping their wonder about the stuff is quite similar to the free speech idea with which turning up at the park and talking about flat earth.
Yeah, I can see that. That's why for me, what I do is I just wait for someone to approach me. Right. I don't ever want to go up to someone random and just start talking about flat earth. They might not be in the right headspace to even discuss it. But if they see my bumper sticker on my car, they see me wearing a flat earth shirt or something like that, right? You know, I got a shirt that says the only thing they took to space was your imagination. I've got a Flat Earth Society shirt. I'll tell them that I'm not Flat Earth Society. It's just meant to trigger a conversation. You know,
So was I
they
hot
post-
micing that whole time?
No, you're good, Jeremy.
The whole time,
Oh,
a little bit, maybe.
Was that all right?
Maybe.
My bad,
they
guys.
they've come to me and they've asked me the question.
Yeah.
And it's really showing that they're ready to talk.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conclusion I came to a while back is that you can't force somebody, like the thing that you think is true, you can't force them to accept that. They have to want to know about a thing. You know, it's like you can't just walk up and be like, this is the subject now and you're going to understand it. Like, that's not how it works. That's not going to make them receptive. It's whenever when they've decided that they're interested or that they want to know the answer to something. Well, now they're in the headspace, right? The mindset of wanting to know the information. Now they might actually be receptive to what you have to say rather than you being like belligerent and saying, this is the topic now, you're going to understand it and you're going to understand it my way.
That's made me think. I want to trigger conversations about lowering your trust in the government. I don't want to wear, and I don't want to look like an anti-fascist. So what would I wear to trigger that conversation without looking like a weird communist?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd probably be. I thought some good ones are like a shirt, right? I haven't seen a shirt of it, but I saw like a meme of it. Would be, hey, did you know, like a shirt that would say like, hey, government helped curb global warming. Research by planting trees. Research Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
Or one to be like, hey, this tip has helped first liners make better use of their mask, and show a picture of a paperclip, holding the mask together.
More
Research Operation Paperclip.
More cryptic memery rather than straight on the nose.
Yeah, because you kind of have to get them there themselves, right?
Yeah.
You can point them in the right direction, but if they don't take that step, it can get really nasty, especially if their political party's in power. That's
Have
the
you guys?
part that.
Oh, you can finish conspiracy.
Oh, that was kind of what I was going to say. The tricky thing too is that you don't know what political party they align with. If their political party's in power, sometimes they do these wide sweeping apologetics.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of the I guess it would be I don't know if it's an analogy or a metaphor. I guess an analogy. Basically, the frog in the water, where if you throw the frog in boiling hot water, it'll try to hop out right away, right? But if you put the frog in the water and it's just a regular temperature, like room temperature, whatever, and slowly heat up the water, the frog will stay in the water until it's like cooked. And I think that's basically the difference that you're talking about is you can like try to toss them in to the hot water right away, but they'll just try to jump out right away. Whenever you hit them with, like, you just walk up to someone on the stream and be like, hey, 9/11 isn't what they told you it was. It was this, this, and this. Like, that's the hot water, right? They're just going to try and jump out of that right away. Yeah. Whereas if you point them in the right direction, like Conspiracy Santa said, get them on the trail. Well, that could be basically the room temperature water where they dip their toe in. They're like, oh, this is okay. And what's this? And what about this over here? And now they might be on their way to the boiling water and not jumping out.
Yeah. Warm people up a bit. Yeah, warm them up instead of dropping them in the hot.
Exactly. Yep.
There's something that really works for a lot of people, and it's just the one thing. We talked about this in 24/7 many times. The one thing that gets someone, like I know my uncle, for him it was the video of the astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. He was like, "That's crazy, right?" He goes like, "Why would you tell kids?" He's a big against fluoride, right? He thinks fluoride is this nasty chemical. It shouldn't be in the toothpaste. He connects it to World War II Germany, and all that stuff, right? So he was just undercog this that Everything NASA says is above board. Okay, let me show you one thing that you will disagree with. And then I show them, they say, hey kids, here's how you brush your teeth on the ISS. You then swallow it. He's like, what the heck? Why? Why would you tell kids to swallow their toothpaste? Then I started showing, then once he got that crack in the eggshell, right? He was able to start seeing all the stuff that they do. But until he saw the first one, he didn't see all the others.
It wasn't the toothpaste that cracked, but it was the suspicious behavior in front of the camera on live streams.
Yeah, exactly. But he didn't see it until he saw it. He had seen all the live streams, but nothing jumped out at him because he wasn't really watching until something he saw that he knew was really suspicious. And then it opened his eyes. Like you could see the man behind the curtain at that point.
And that's how I think a lot of us were with something like the globe Earth, where it's like a lot of us probably learned about it in school and they taught us, and it's like, what's his face sailed the ocean blue. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and everyone thought he was, dumb or stupid or ha ha ha. But then he proved him wrong, and he made it to America and thought it was India or whatever. Like that's what we learned. We didn't necessarily put any more thought into it or think about like it was just, of course, that's the way it is. Until somebody pointed out a crack, they said, "Wait a minute, look at this detail. Look at this thing that they tell you about the Earth, and look at this." And now suddenly you can start to, the crack has been shown to you, and you can start looking around and identifying the other cracks that you weren't paying attention to. You don't wander around your house looking at the pipes all the time, looking for all of the problems with the pipes. But when one bursts, now you start looking for all of the problems on the pipes, right?
Yeah, because you're not looking for the one anymore. And when you go to fix the problem, you're going to try to do a full troubleshoot.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice term, a full troubleshoot. We're keen to check everything now.
Yeah, I had this Volkswagen Jetta once, and it was leaking engine coolant onto the electronics in the car, and it was fucking the electronics up. And they were like, "Well, we want $2,500 to fix the electronics." And I'm like, "Well, what about the problem that caused it?" They're like, "Oh, that's a different issue." I was like, "Why? You can't just fix the electronics and leave the fucking radiator leaking on it. It's just gonna happen again." People are fucked up. I don't know why I even said that.
No, I got you, because the heater core
dealership be trying to jerk people. That's why. What's up?
the heater core is a past the engine firewall where it can leak. You can leak in antifreeze from that and get like a kind of weird burnt maple syrup smell inside the cab.
Yeah. It was leaking engine coolant, and it was just dripping all over the wires, and they just didn't, they acted like they didn't even care, and they just wanted the 2Gs to fix the. This was a dealership, so I mean, I don't even know I brought it in there.
You could, I mean, the analogy could actually apply a little bit deeper. That's what they try to do with the globe, is they try to offer you a quick fix for the surface thing that you're talking about, without actually going deep into the underlying quote unquote science of it. They don't necessarily have the deep underlying problem solved down there. And so they'll give you the classic, look, the boat disappears from the bottom up, obviously sphere, rather than going into the undercarriage, going into the deep details to fix the core problem.
How you doing, Isaac?
Yo, somebody say what's up?
I'm just saying hi.
Yeah, give me a minute.
So Merle's got this new idea. Today, when he went out, he asked 3 people, "What is Earth? Do you know? No. Do you know what Earth is?" And 3 people said no. And this confirmed to him that no one knows. So he's saying to all you flat earthers, none of you know what Earth is. He's projecting his agnosticism onto me and you.
Yeah, it's more kind of like I know what it's not than I know what it is.
Sort of saying because some military might. It's about exploring because you're the public. You haven't been allowed or been able to explore. You can't know what Earth is. That's what he says. So I guess I'd ask you, Bob, if Marl was round your fire and you had a couple of theories about the stars and he was just adamant and told you you can't know because I don't know what it is, you can't know what it is. How would you react?
That's acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, if they said it just like that, I would say, well, that's fine if you don't know what it is. If I had an idea of what it was, I have no problem telling someone I know what it is. And
Yeah,
if you don't know what it is, that's
if
fine.
he tells you no, you can't know what it is. You're deluded that you think you know.
Well, that's fine if you have that opinion. Sure.
Yeah, I agree with that because I mean I know the surface is flat. Do I know the whole thing? Not even close.
Right.
You know, I've got some working knowledge of areas I've been to, but that's like much. I mean, even
don't
if
know.
someone would say they know the Earth is a globe,
I don't
but
know
they don't
everything.
know what's under the water.
I
They
don't know
got
everything about the
ideas.
globe. Yeah, right. I just pretty sure and happy to say I know it's a globe shape. It's
Well,
a
yeah,
planet.
Don. You know what you could do is you could say, "Do you want to know?" And then if they say no,
Yeah.
you could be like, "Okay, let's move on."
Well, yeah, I did try that with Mal. I said, "Do you want to know?" And he said, "Yeah," but he's already sort of doubling back to he can't know because he can't so far, and he spent years on it.
The only way to really know would be to do some sort of joint cooperative endeavor and share knowledge, you know, across a wide group of people. And
Yeah,
that part
it's
seems,
not just you.
yeah, that's the part that seems counterintuitive because they tell you they don't want your input. Well, if you don't want my input, then how are you ever going to get to a globe in the
Yeah,
first place?
that's a good point. Working together is hard nowadays, unless you're part of a cult, I guess.
Yeah, they'll only work with you if you think the Earth is a globe to get to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. It's that
Yeah.
broken logic. You know,
If
it's
you're
that
trying to do
contradiction.
science with globers, yeah, it's going to be biased. The point is, Merle is granting me that I know where my keys are, but he won't grant me that I know Earth's a planet. And so somewhere in the middle, there's a difference where he's decided that is a mystery that he wants to project onto others.
I think that some of it comes down to misdefining or misunderstanding, like the concept of knowledge and what your responsibility is for what you don't know and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think if you can't know, you've tried to know, and you don't know yet, you can relax a little about knowing, and just try and live with believing something, but not knowing fully. Some things for me that are a mystery, and I just settle on a belief about it. You know what I mean? My example to Mel was I don't go in Asda and ask people, do you know what a human is? do you know where you came from? Even though I know they might be confused about it, same as me, and they should look into it like I am. I don't feel the need to go out and project it onto them and tell them in the street, you know.
Man, why do you shop at Asda? They support illegal Israeli settlements.
Do they?
Yeah. Them and Tesco.
Well,
Gotta
if
hit
I
up
get
the
into that
Aldi
loophole,
or Lidl.
if I get into political capitalism, you know, it's never ending, and I won't be able to buy anything from anyone.
Yeah, I think the way I do it is basically, like I'll buy a thing because I want to buy a thing, and like that's what it is for me. I only really have an issue generally when they clarify or make it clear that my purchasing of the thing is for this other thing. So they say, if you buy this package, you're supporting this thing. Well, then I'll say, okay, fine. I'm not going to buy it. I'll buy from somewhere else, or I'll buy a different thing. But as long as they're not like specifying that me buying it is supporting the thing, then they can think whatever they want, and I can just buy my item because I want to buy the item.
No, but you're also supporting the business, right? So even if it's not directly like an item from the occupied lands, it's still supporting this business, which does do business with these companies in occupied lands, you know, with other products. So it's not as bad, but it's still better to just avoid them altogether.
No, it's of no concern to me what someone does with their money after I give that to them. That's their problem. I am not responsible. Otherwise, when I go to buy a hamburger, if the cook later on takes his paycheck and buys drugs, I would be responsible for that. I would be supporting that. No, I gave them my money for a hamburger. I'm responsible for the hamburger, and that's literally all I'm responsible for is the hamburger.
No,
Whatever
I'll tell you why.
That is their.
Because there's a difference between if they go do such and such versus them actually doing it and it being a known fact. With knowledge, with you know, knowledge is power, and with power comes responsibility. You have agency to act. You have a responsibility to act in a morally just way.
Like I said, if they tell me that's what they're going to go do, well, now if they say this is what your money is going towards, this is what you're supporting, well, now we have a problem.
Yeah, what would you do then?
A third party coming along and saying, hey, this is where those people spend their money, that doesn't give me any truth. That doesn't provide me any more information about them than I already had. It provides me with what your thoughts on the matter are.
Okay, but say that they themselves are clear about, you know, the money going to such and such. What would you do then?
Now we have a problem.
Yeah, what would you do?
Now, like I said, now they've clarified to me that that's what the money that I'm spending at their establishment, once they have ownership of the money, that's what it's going to go to support. And like I said this before. That's when we have a problem, is when they clarify to me that is what's going to happen. That's what they're going to do with it. Now we have a problem. If they don't make that clear to me, it's not my problem.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Tesco and Asda go, you know, it's written right on the package of a lot of the items that they stock that they're from, like, you know, the occupied, well, it doesn't say occupied lands, but I'll say the name of the place, and they consider it like, you know, part of Israel when it's really just occupied Palestine.
Well, it might be better to use a different example. I'm entirely unconcerned with Israel or anything that's going on over there. I don't consider that to be of anything that's important to me whatsoever. So, like, a better example to me would be like if I went to McDonald's and they said, if you buy our hamburgers, they're going to go to support abortion in the United States. I would just stop buying food from McDonald's then.
That's fair, but also I would argue that, you know, you are affected by the Israel thing. I mean, they basically, like, a large part of your government is kind of supporting them, or you could say the government itself is just supporting them because of the lobbyists, and you have the central banks, the international, you know, monetary fund. It's all connected. You know, 9/11 being a false flag, so you guys could go to war in that region and you know, take the oil and support. Is all kind of, you know, why do you think the Israelis were dancing?
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't affect me. I'm saying it's of no concern to me. There's a lot of things in my life that affect me, but they're of no particular concern. I mean, the stop sign at the end of a street that I drive down every day affects me. But that stop sign is of no particular concern to me. It can be there or not be there. I'll obey the law, even though it's affecting my life. I'm stopping there instead of not stopping there. So it can affect me and still be of no particular concern to me.
Yeah, well, the stop sign isn't really hurting you, is it? It's not controlling your life in such a way that, like, you know, takes away from your freedoms.
It could be that it is hurting me and I don't know the way that it's hurting me. It could also be that someday, by me stopping there, something really terrible happens. That's possible, but I can't know those things. There's no way for me to account for every variable in all of existence. I'm a human. I can't do that. So I have to go with what I know.
Would you, in general, say that being lied to is not, you know, something that is good for you?
I don't think lying is good ever for anyone.
Okay, well, they're lying to you. They lied to you about, you know, these false flags. They're lying to you about, you know, what your tax money is going towards and stuff like that.
Right, I understand what you're saying. What's happening right now is you're telling me that a third party is lying to me. And in my life, I've had no interaction with this third party. I don't
The government? You've had no interaction with the government lying to you?
Israeli government, I think it's saying.
No, I'm talking about the American government at this point.
Oh, okay, like our government. So I've already reacted to our government and the way that they interact with me in my life. My reaction is I don't believe what they tell me just because they tell me. I question what they say. I'm wary of my government. That's my reaction from how they have interacted with me throughout my life.
Mm-hmm.
So but I don't, the story that I'm being told about what they're doing somewhere else, I can look at that and say, okay, well, the government says they're doing this. Somebody else says they're doing something else. Most likely, I would probably lean towards, you know, the opposite of whatever the government says. I don't trust them. They don't seem like they're upstanding, you know, members of society necessarily. But it's not something that I have to take into account each day when I wake up. Is what are my country's interactions with Israel? I don't care what until it starts to.
Bro, your country is Israel.
I mean, yeah, that's something that someone can say, but like, there's nothing in my life that bears that out. And I can even agree with you. I could even agree with you that those connections are there and they're controlling everything or whatever, but it's still, I don't have anything to go on other than that we agree that that's the case. I can still live my life, even if they are controlling, you know, a lot or every aspect of my life. I'm still living my life, and I still seem to be able to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish as far as, you know, morality and my family and things like that. It's when something enters my life that is going to prevent me from doing the things that I think are, you know, the right thing, that I now have an issue. So, like, if I go into McDonald's and they say, this is going to go to support this thing that you don't want to support. Well, now it has entered my life. Now there's something for me to act on. Now they've just straight up told me this is what's going to happen here. And so I can say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll go elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. And how many times do you have to, like,
what if
when is it too much? Like, you know, with 9/11,
when it seems
they kind
to
of brought
affect
up
my ability to do what is right over doing what's wrong. That's
so what if it's not prevented, like, completely, but it's hindered?
Percentage. These are all good questions, but I would have to say your religion is in bed with Israel as well in its own way.
Bro, what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. I don't even need to say anything else.
I don't think you should. Yeah.
He's talking about Shia, but you're not a Shia though, right? You're a Sunni.
He has no clue.
It's all the handshakes, bro.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But my point is, in terms of hindrance, my point is, like, you know, after 9/11, they used that to like bring in the Patriot Act and all of these like regulations so that people their ability to travel was hugely regulated, and your privacy was taken away, and they justified listening in on a bunch of phone calls and a bunch of other stuff. Like when is it too much? Like, are you going to just keep on not caring until it actually completely like blocks you from doing what you want? Or do you not care that there's a slope to it, that it's what's the word I'm looking for, encroachment?
There's when the people that it's happening to decide that it is too far, then that's when something starts to happen, right? So as far as I know, like there have been things that have been attempted, like let's say like in the courts and stuff like that have been struck down or not allowed to move forward, right? So that system, no matter what you believe about our government, that system seems to, at least on some level, work in some ways, because some things that would remove rights aren't allowed. Some things that would remove freedoms aren't allowed to pass. So something is happening there. So I would say when it comes down to the people that are being affected see that there is no longer another option, then they would turn to like the final option, which of course would be a total resistance, right? A total resistance to the rule of whatever government is attempting to remove their rights. And that's what we're told happened with like the revolution, right? Is they accepted quite a bit of bull crap from what I think we're told in history, until it got to the point where it's like, oh, this is that line where we are no longer we're going to total resistance to the government that's trying to encroach on our rights. That's the line. They are attempting to cross it, and now we're done here. We will start new government, and it will be done our way.
Yeah, I hear you, especially with like that the courts can prevent. I disagree completely. If that was the case, then we would have had some constitutional kind of defending of like the this kind of huge freaking debacle with this fake medicine mandates. There would have been some sort of kind of inhibitions or prohibitions on mandating it for everyone, on this kind of intervening on your right to seek your own medical attention or medical counsel or what have you, and that didn't happen. The courts were gone. And then you look at the recent election with Trump and everything, and the lack of standing, and they didn't give him the time of day. Honestly, and I personally have firsthand experience in this. The judges will cite precedents as they see fit, and they're very, unless it's like a jury trial, they're very free with the law. So I wouldn't lean on the judicial branch of government as a savior from government. It seems
absolutely
very
not.
naive.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not going to argue that like it isn't getting worse, or that it isn't going downhill, or that it isn't headed towards something that is far less convenient than what we have right now this very second. I think it absolutely is. When I look at what's going on, it seems very clear that there are forces at work that are pushing us towards a crossroads, I guess you might call it. Basically a decision point. A decision is going to be made. We are going to at some point decide that it has the government that claims to rule over us is no longer legitimate, and we the people are going to remove it and start from scratch, just like they did, back then, allegedly, okay? Or we're going to allow it to continue as a people, and we're going to be ruled in that manner. I think that that's the decision that's going to be made. And I think it's going to come down to, are you willing to risk your life to make that happen, even though you might lose, or are you not willing to risk that?
I don't think it'll even come to that at this point. I think with the advent of like electronic technology and TVs and internet and just the media, they've they've like brought into the fold so many people in terms of the propaganda, and I don't think there's ever going to be, until they get rid of these, these devices that just like basically feed you this false narrative. I don't think there's ever going to be enough support for a revolution or anything like that.
There might not be. I can't say for sure that there will be, but like the absolute like I guess foundation, or like the floor, the thing that I build my hopefulness, I guess you could call it hopefulness, for there to continue to be freedom in the future, is based on what I believe about the nature of our existence and our creation. Okay, I am under the impression that I have been created by an intelligent being. I am under the impression that he cares for me, and that he will never, ever expect of me something that I am incapable of doing. And I know...
Yo, don't even say impression. Say you under the wisdom and the knowledge that you are created. That everything is created.
And he expects me to do certain things, such as worship him. Which means that if at any point I am literally incapable of doing that, he has failed me, in which case I never should have followed him in the first place. So I never have to worry about that happening, because I know he's powerful enough to make sure that I'll never be in a position where I can't accomplish exactly what he told me to do.
And even if you physically or literally can't, a lot goes for intention.
Right, they might lock me up, but see, in my opinion, that's if that's supposed to happen, because that's part of, the test that I am personally capable of enduring, then that's something he says that I won't have anything put in front of me that I cannot handle. Which means if I'm put in prison and beaten half to death, I know for sure I can handle it rightly.
Absolutely. Me and you are of the same faith. We might call our gods different names, but we are the same faith.
So that's the foundation that I build this on. As far as I could despair, I could descend into a darkness where I am always fearful of what my government or my fellow citizens, what they will do to me at some point. Or instead of staring into the darkness and all of the things that I can imagine that are hiding there, I can keep my eyes on the fire pit, on the burning fire, the light, and say, absolutely, I have the light. It's right there. It's always there. It's promised that I will never, ever lose it as long as I keep wanting to look at it. It will be there.
Yeah, you're speaking abstractly, but I agree with every word.
I do think it's a good point percentage to at least try and be aware of who you might be subconsciously supporting through buying things, through voting, through every action.
Yeah, BDS, baby.
Yeah, it's like every dollar you spend is a vote in how you want the world to be.
Something like that came up the other day, I think, when we were in voice chat, and I had told him that I have done that. There was a while back that Gillette, it was my favorite razors. They made my favorite razors. They were awesome. I loved using the Gillette razors for shaving my beard and stuff. And at some point they started putting out commercials for girls that were trying to be guys and stuff like that, and saying, basically, these are who we make our razors for, essentially seemed to be the message. And it's just like, well, that's not me. And I don't want to purchase your items when your viewpoint is men are bad and girls are men, and that's who your razors are for. Well, I don't want to support that. And so I stopped buying the Gillette razors. And eventually it seems like it possibly hit them in the pocketbook enough, because they ended up stopping that campaign. But I've done that before. I've not bought things. There was one with Doritos too for a while where they were doing something, making statements or talking about what they were doing with I think LGBT community and special bags or something. Anyway, it's like, if they come out and tell me this is what you're supporting when you buy this product, I'm totally on board for saying then I won't buy that product because I don't want to give the message I'm supporting it. But I don't see any problem in so long as they don't make it about that and it's only about the transaction. I go in and I want to buy a hamburger and it's only about the hamburger. And they say it's about the hamburger. I say it's about the hamburger. Whatever they do with the money afterwards, I think is of their concern. If they start
because
saying,
they have a huge sign out front saying, with this hamburger money, we are going to do this. That's when it's like, okay.
Right, exactly. Now we have a problem. Now you've told me what you're going to do with it. Now we have an issue. And it's like, well, your big sign says you're going to do this. I don't want to support that. I don't want to leave the impression I'm supporting that. So I guess I'm going somewhere where they don't have a big sign out front. You keep
Even if they are doing
it,
are supporting the same thing, it's bliss, basically. Is that the motto of this?
If there's two places that are doing the exact same thing, and technically the analogy is kind of wonky because I'm saying they're both doing the exact same thing, but I would have no way of knowing that they're both doing the exact same thing in the real world, right? The only way I know it is because I'm making the example. So if I'm a person that doesn't know that either place is doing this thing, and one has a sign out front that says they are doing it, and the other one gives no impression whatsoever that they're doing it, I think it's perfectly reasonable to go to the one that doesn't have the sign and doesn't tell you, and I don't think you have any moral mark on you because they never told you what they were going to do with their money after they got it, and it's not your problem. And I think that you could have a mark on you if you see the sign in front of the other place and know what they're going to do with it, and you still go there anyway.
Yes, I would go back to my point. If I really cared about Israel in the way of me spending money, and you prove to me that Asda supports Israel more than Sainsbury's, I might change shops. That would only be if I had a car and I had the resources to change shops.
But I mean, like, we do this like every day? Pretty much, like we get products from China all the time, and there are some products that might be made by people who are like enslaved or having their human rights denied, and not even just in China, in other places too. But like, we can't possibly have all the details of every object that ever comes into our life. If we know for sure that a company is,
you'd probably never buy anything if you did.
Yeah, right. If you tried to account for everything that could possibly be wrong on the other end of the transaction, you wouldn't be able to interact with people. Even
if you did it like person to person and trading, you tried to make it, you'd have to investigate everybody before you got something from them.
You trade milk for some eggs, they might take that milk and go trade it for heroin. You don't know. You don't know what they're going to do. It can't be your responsibility to investigate. But if they make you aware, if they insist on you having that knowledge, now they've made it your problem. They have.
Like if Walmart has a guy trucking for him, but he does fucking cocaine on the side, like you can no longer buy anything at Walmart's if you know that guy.
No, see, that's the thing. I think it's not my problem if an employee gets paid by their employer and they decide to go spend their money on cocaine. I don't think the employer is responsible for that. I don't think I, as the customer, am responsible for that. Unless Walmart says, hey, when you shop here, this is what we're going to do with our money. We're going to give it to these people who like to do cocaine because we support them. Now I have a problem. Now it's like, okay, Walmart, I'm not shopping in your store anymore.
No doubt. I heard that. You couldn't conduct life with that standard, yeah. Of having to know every little thing about what every employee in the whole fucking operation does.
Right.
Because no one would ever shop at Walmart because there's definitely a worker at Walmart that's going out and buying heroin with their paycheck. So they employ like 2% of America. Somebody's on heroin.
You're sure? You just their law of big numbers or whatever. Somebody's doing heroin, huh?
Yeah, bro. Somebody's doing crack or heroin. There is definitely an employee at Walmart that is taking that money and doing something illegal with it. No question.
it's about the whole company. That was Percentage's first example. The whole company supporting a bad thing in the world.
There's a really good showcase of that here from Minnesota. They have this really big hotel downtown. It's supposed to be like every room is like a different country, and they've got this like it's really good. It's a really kind of a touristy thing, when people come from Mall of America, because Mall of America is really close by, so they can come and shop here. Because in Minnesota, there's no tax on food, clothing, or medical supplies, so people will fly out of state and just buy a crap ton of clothing. You'll get eyeglasses, all that stuff, untaxed. Then they can stay in these like hotel rooms that are set up. Okay, so anyway, long story short, someplace, I think Maryland or something like that, built a similar, smaller version of Mall of America with a similar type of hotel. But in that state, it was legal to use marijuana. But in the Minnesota employees, they get drug tested, like every random drug testing. So they want to that same public or that same standard applied to the other state, and everyone just walked off the job. So they had this massive labor dispute that covered 2 different states, and they couldn't solve it because of this corporate identity that somehow they only want a certain type of person working for them for their image. But that image only worked in one state. It didn't work in both.
I don't really see a problem with someone who wants to operate a business wanting his business that he owns, that belongs to him, to be representative of his ideals. I don't think there's any issue there. Like, I would say that's what business should be. If you're going to start a shop, you should be allowed to have the shop represent you and what your lifestyle is. You shouldn't be forced.
I think it changes when the company's huge and tries to represent the people. That's when it changes, maybe.
Yeah, that might be an issue then. Like if they think they're so big that they get to determine, what the community is about.
Yes, that's the problem.
But you like if I was going to start a business, like I've thought about before, like I would like to have like a board game shop. I think that would be a cool little thing to have, and I would not want to hire people who smoke cigarettes. It bugs me so. I start coughing when I smell it. Basically, like it basically ruins my day when I walk outside in the parking lot and I get like a whiff of someone's cigarette smoke or whatever. So I wouldn't want to hire smokers at my business. I wouldn't want anyone around my business that was a smoker. I would want it to be a smoke-free environment. And I think that people should be free to have their business be representative of their values and of their lifestyle.
But the problem I was saying is that you could do that, but what happens when all the workers walk off the job?
Well, that's them exercising their freedom of association there. Good for them. Good for them. They have the right to associate with that business or not. And if the business is violating something that they hold dear, then they have the right to associate or not associate. And if they're exercising that right, I say more power to them. Exercise that right. I wish people had the fortitude, the moral fortitude to actually do that more often. I think there's a lot of people who feel stuck, at like a Walmart or a McDonald's. I think that they feel like maybe they don't agree with everything. Maybe the job is making them miserable. Maybe it's making their life technically worse, but they feel like I can't make it without a paycheck, this week or next week or the week after that. I have to stay here until something better happens to me, or something like that. Like, I wish people were in situations that were better, that they felt empowered to walk away from something like that because they disagreed with it. Not everybody can be as autistic as I am. No. I don't know if I have autism or anything like that. It just my wife has mentioned it that she she thinks I could be a little bit autistic.
I don't know why anyone's down on autism, because literally every invention, like scientific or technological, has been invented by someone who's clearly and obviously.
Like I've thought about it, and I mentioned that to my wife. Like, I don't know that autism is like a defect. Like, it might be like more of an idea of what we should act like, be less controlled by our emotions.
Yeah, I said it too. Like, a lot of the globalists tried to like rip on autism. I'm like, dude, you're rocket scientists, high on the spectrum, high functioning spectrum. So like, you're sitting there pretending that autism means somehow mentally retarded.
No,
you're pissing off the people who are bringing you this meth-fueled symposium about spaceships and warp speed and all that stuff.
Pretty sure you
I
can.
think every normie kind of like feels that people like us that are passionate about this sort of thing are, you know, they just have the sentiment that someone that has this much passion about a subject that they don't care about is, you know, on the spectrum a little bit. It's just like the basic bitch kind of understanding of it, you know?
But see,
no offense to your wife.
No.
It's just like a normie kind of like look.
I don't think she means it in any sort of like disparaging way whatsoever. That's not what I meant. I wasn't saying she was insulting me.
No, I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying, like, you know, they don't understand how we can be so passionate about this subject, and they feel like that makes us a little bit on the spectrum, maybe.
Oh, my wife thinks I'm straight up nuts for talking to you guys.
But see, like, you can look at something autistically.
No doubt.
Like, if you look at what autistic means, pretty sure it doesn't have to refer to somebody's like mental capacity or anything like that. You can just say, I'm going to look at this autistically, which would mean I'm going to look at this without my emotions factored in. Which is, I think that's possibly
Why don't you
something.
say logically then?
Right, something to aspire to, not something to disparage as like, oh, well, they don't care about anything. Well, no, they just might have an increased ability to cordon off their emotions away from the topic at hand so that they can address it more logically. It's not that they don't care, because, like, I'll tell you right now, I feel things. I have emotions. It's not like they aren't there. I've cried before in my life just from feeling bad or thinking about stuff or whatever. Like the emotions exist. Okay, I know.
She called you an autist, not a psycho.
But like, for whatever reason, I seem to be able to like take that and say, okay, that's what that is. Let's set that aside for a minute and look at this. You know, or why am I crying? What is causing those tears to come out? Let's examine what this is that I'm feeling. What caused me to feel this way? Like, for whatever reason, I can do that in the moment that I'm feeling their things. I don't think
you cried at the
pretty
end
high
of
level,
Titanic,
man.
bro.
What's that?
You cried at the end of Titanic.
No, actually.
Listen, you know what I like?
When I was
cried at the end of 7 pounds.
We were watching Titanic when I was little. It was, I think, around when it came out or whatever, when I was a little kid. And we got near the end, and I'm pretty sure I wasn't crying. I don't think I was even particularly interested in the movie. But I just told my mom, it's too emotional or it's too sad. And I went in the bedroom and watched my dad play Doom. I think I just wanted to watch him play Doom. I didn't really care about the movie, pretty sure.
You know what I like about autistic people is like the motherfuckers that can do a flyby of a city and then go back and draw the whole city skyline like perfectly.
Savants.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
those
that's
like Rain Man type shit. Like that shit's awesome, dude. I wonder how many people are out there right now that have that ability that don't even know. You know what I'm saying?
Is just kind of in two very kind of slightly different ways. It is related to the topic at hand. Often I see words that are defined, and I feel like the definition that I see on Google or elsewhere actually doesn't match the everyday use. And I think autism, ironically, is, if looking at it autistically, the definition doesn't fit how I think most people actually use it. And I'll give you the definition that I've just found. So the definition here is a developmental disorder of variable severity that's characterized by difficulty, social interaction and communication, and by restricted or repetitive patterns of thought and behavior. I think what they've missed out there is is the link to emotion and the link to kind of logical or functional thinking. And I think if they'd have included that, then they would be characterizing like a different mode of thinking rather than a disability, you know?
And if you move into conspiracy territory a little bit, it could be that that's the exact narrative that they want about people who are capable of doing that, capable of like setting aside their emotions to analyze something objectively and without the emotions controlling them. That's not necessarily behavior that certain groups would want to reward. They would want to reward you acting like an idiot because you're controlled by your emotions rather than logical thought, because pretty sure it's going to be way easier to control the idiot than the person who's taking time to think about something.
Yo, you want to hear my crazy idea? Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Crypto.
I was just saying, yes, I agree.
You want to hear my crazy idea on why I think there could be so many? This is just one of my ideas. I have multiple of them, but one of my ideas on why there's so many autistic kids nowadays being born is we're populating like crazy, right? Where the population's constantly going up. There's mad people on Earth now. So what if the creator's up there making souls, but it's like there's a fucking rush now to make these souls. So like he's not putting the time into it as good, or you know what I'm saying? Like if you try to rush something.
Yeah,
I do not agree, Jeremy.
There's not enough elves in the factory. Is that what you're saying?
Wow, man, that's blasphemous right there.
Or
Is that crazy or?
No, I've heard
I
of
see it a different way.
I got one for you. It's
He's
really
too
close to Jeremy.
omnipotent to have that happen.
No, I got one
See
really
the
close.
creator like. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, mine I've heard is really close to yours. Is that what's happening is old souls are coming back too soon. That's why you see a lot of these autistic people have really good understanding of kind of just like basic wisdom and stuff like that. Or they call like old soul, motif to it, that they seem to be able to speak to adults when they're children before, like when other kids are just, talking about nonsense or just children stuff.
But see, both of the things you guys just said still come with the implication that the situation is a negative. And what I would argue that I don't see the negative part of it in looking at a subject autistically. I don't see the negative. I only see someone analyzing something without the emotion affecting it, which to me seems like a good way to analyze something. So the narrative seems to be it's a negative thing. There's something wrong with you. You don't interact properly with other people. Like you're not normal. That's the narrative, but I haven't seen the negative yet of the situation that I'm describing. I've seen the positive. I see what makes sense to me. I don't see that negative. And both of your explanations, they imply a negative, like there's something that has gone wrong or isn't happening the way it's supposed to.
Well, yeah, I would say maybe a little bit, but for the most part, not negative. Just society is unprepared for people who don't know how to just automatically conform. Society is set up to build a bunch of people who just all fall in line with some sort of social norm. So then you've got people who that for good, bad, or otherwise is not possible. They will not neurologically normal or unnormal or spectrum. They just can't. They're going to walk their own path, but they know that's not harming anybody. So they try to make it into like a negative thing that needs to be fixed, when really society's broken, not these people, not anybody else.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying that the part that is incorrect or not operating correctly is the people that are on the receiving end, like that they're not interacting properly with those people, not that those people are somehow broken or wrong.
Oh yeah, big time. The same thing you see like when all this misunderstanding about Alzheimer's disease, or after someone has a stroke. There's like this. I read this paper about a week ago where it said that getting people out of stroke conditions is supposed to be keeping them in a healthy, safe environment that they've known their whole life. But yet, so a lot of people have a stroke and they just put them into assisted living facility. They're just not able to kind of reconnect with their environment because it's a completely alien environment, physically and and spatially.
I've just worked out that Who was it that was saying that there's a rush for souls? Jeremy.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever seen the episode of Family Guy where Stewie can't be bothered to like most of his daily tasks, so he makes bitch Stewie to do it for him? You've kind of just described like bitch Stewie.
Oh no, I didn't watch Family Guy. I was more of an Aqua Teen Hunger Force guy.
Fair enough.
Number one in the hood, G.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw this cord running from my house over to your house, and I saw your house lighting up like a Christmas tree. I put two and two together and came up with you picking me off.
Yo, Master Shake is my favorite, but Carl's awesome too. Yeah.
I will say, not every episode was a banger, but when they had a good one, sometimes it was a really, really good one.
Had some good episodes, yeah.
Thousands and thousands. No, stop it. No, you are not doing that again.
Is that the show where like a dude's they're all fast food? Like you guys have French fries and stuff? Okay.
Frylock, Meatwad, and Master Shake.
Yeah,
they're fast food essentially, or whatever.
Yeah, I caught a few clips here and there, but I haven't seen the whole thing.
Oh, it's so good. Did you ever see? I don't know. It was like a commercial, or I think it was a commercial because they used to have the guys do like real quick, like 10-second commercials, and it's one with Carl, and he's like, "Find it and post it. I don't want to ruin it."
One of my favorites is the Irish one, the one where the guy's using like the rainbow to kidnap people or whatever. You're not even Irish! I told you before we started, I'm not a leprechaun. I'm from Rhode Island. You said it doesn't matter.
Here we go. I found it. Watch this one. This one's fucking hilarious. They did like a whole bunch of commercials. Like these weren't in the actual episodes, so you might have missed them. But yeah, I'll post it in live stream. It's fucking hilarious. I'll put it in live stream. Yeah, text one. You're gonna die. Dude, I just got 14 emergency weather alerts, bro. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
What's up?
Just
We can't hear you. Your mic's fucked up or something. Yeah, watch that shit though, Bob.
you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, so after the emergency alert, do you think it's necessary to send out a ring alert?
That is awesome.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah, it's hilarious, right?
You're gonna get stabbed with a knife. Sorry, that's how it works.
Oh God.
This shit was hilarious, bro. It would just end so crazy and then reset every next episode. Like they would all die or something crazy would happen, and it would all be fine the next episode, like nothing happened.
Nonsense, the TV show.
Good thing all the volumes on all these phones are off, or that would have been loud as fuck, because that was loud on my personal phone that I used.
Oh, you received that many because you have that many phones, not because there was that many coming in.
Yeah, and then some douchebag does a ring alert about there's a fucking weather thing right after you. Like, dude, you got the fucking emergency broadcast one, obviously. And you just sent out another alert on the ring notification saying it. Like it was just some guy.
Just
We're gonna have bad weather. Watch out! No shit, bro. We just got an emergency broadcast fucking thing. Yeah, man. People aren't using their heads. My mom's probably gonna text me in 5 minutes and be like, "Yo, we're gonna have bad weather. Watch out."
And you're gonna say, "Thanks, Mom. I'm glad
I
you."
am too. Thanks. I didn't know that. I didn't just get fucking 13 emergency notifications on all my phones.
I appreciate that you love and care about me, Mom. No. Yes, I know. 17 hours in labor. I get it. No. How many kids you got, Jeremy?
In total, 5, but only 3 of them are. Three of them are like under our control at this point.
That's the real prepper, right? Is like you make enough that you have a community when everything just falls apart. You already have your community. You had enough kids. See, that's the next level prepper, right?
No, these people would drag me down.
These guys are dead weight. I'm dropping them.
Yeah, these guys are dead weight, bro. You don't know. Go through extraordinary lengths just to keep these people alive, which I don't mind.
That's pretty funny. That's like the best joke where they just hit you at the right moment where you know you're not supposed to laugh, but you laugh anyway.
That would be ideal, though. That is what they used to do back in the day. The farmer would have 13 kids. That way he's got a guy to do the pigs in the morning. One kid could go do the cows. Another kid could go do a couple kids in the fields and shit. You know, you probably lose half of them in childbirth or something. So you have a lot of kids. But yeah, you're definitely going to need a community if shit ever hit the fan. Like, you ain't going to make it on your own. I mean, maybe you could. I'm not saying you can't, but you have way better odds if you have a group of people. Like, you're going to need a doctor, a dentist, you know, people that do goofy shit. The nerds, you're going to need a lot of nerds and shit. And those nerds can't protect themselves, so they're going to need the tough guys. Guys with guns and shit. That's why the best place for the nerds to go would be like a hunter-gatherer society in like the Amazon or something. We should do that now before it's too late. My idea is actually to chisel things in rock, right? All the information we know, chisel that shit in rock. That way we never lose it. Like, do it in multiple spots all over Earth. Like, inside the pyramid would be a great spot. That
Like
shit's
the
been there
guides?
for like 3,000 years or whatever, thousands of years. Like
the Georgia Guidestones?
Stonehenge. Yeah, but they put dumb shit on that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
They put some fucking wild-ass conspiracy shit on that. Yo, those are that's fucking scary, man, that somebody did that. I mean, it could have just been a joke or something, but it could have been like some real shit.
What scared
Obviously,
you?
you definitely want to keep the population low. If you're trying to control people, you don't want the population getting out of hand. Because it's harder to control, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm high as fuck right now. I smoked some of that shit from the fucking the dispensary. Ooh. You guys are spoiled these days. You don't know what the struggle was like. We were smoking brickweed from Mexico. You gotta smoke fucking 8 blunts to even feel something. You know, soft times make soft. Fuck, I can never remember that fucking saying. It doesn't matter. They're getting pussified. We got it too easy now. Hard men make easy times make soft men make hard times. Right? That's it.
Yeah, something pretty close
Something
to
like that.
Yeah.
It's more like
there's a-
weak men. It's like soy boys make hard times.
Yeah.
You know, based, I don't know, based and red pilled men make good times or some shit.
Yeah, like good times make soy boys. Soy boys make bad times make strong men. And then strong men make good times.
I mean, we have to be living in the times where we've never had it easier than this. I mean, come on. Has there ever been a time when we've had it so easy? Like, it just keeps getting easier and easier, right? I don't know. I have a thing that you know, it broke, but I used to have a thing that went around and vacuumed my floor for me. All I had to do was press the button with my big toe. You can't get easier than that. Cars are driving themselves now. Like, we almost don't even, they almost don't even need us anymore. That's going to be the real test of time, is what happens when shit becomes so automated to where the elites and shit, the people that are doing this right now, to where they don't even need us. That's what I'm saying. You guys, we got to get our food production, water production. We got to make sure that society like doesn't collapse. You know, and it will if the food runs out. We should be turning front lawns into gardens every summer, and you know, jarring the food, and I don't know.
That's kind of why they wanted to shut down this trucker protest. Because they want to be able to control the food chain. They don't want you to collect rainwater and grow stuff in your own backyard.
Oh, dude, that's why that's why these elites are trying to automate the trucking industry hardcore right now, because A, they make more money, obviously. You can have the truck can drive 24 hours. The driver can only do 12 or something. But not only do they make more money, now they have the control. Like right now, the truckers have the control. The truckers say, we're not bringing food in the city. The food don't go in the city. They don't want the truck and anyone else having that power but them. They need to be like, we're the ones that say if the food comes in the city or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't want that kind of control in someone else's hands. That's why they need this automation for vehicles ASAP. It's a double-edged sword, though, because I think it'll literally crash the economy. Because right now, humans are wildly inefficient at driving, right? We press the gas and the brake way too much when we shouldn't. I don't know about you. I'm fucking flying up to stop signs and red lights. Anyways, we're very horribly efficient drivers, for one. Just with the amount of gas we use. Not only that, we're fucking crashing into everything out there. There's 16,000 car accidents in America a day. There's a lot of fucking car accidents. If you wipe those off the map, and now let's say, okay, it malfunctions once in a while. Let's say there's like 100 car accidents a day. That's a lot of fucking jobs down the line that are going to get wiped out. Judges, doctors, nurses, new cars, car repairmen, tow truck people from accident. Like, there's all kinds of jobs that we're not going to need anymore because there's going to be way less car accidents. Like a lot of jobs, there's a lot of money made when a car accident happens, especially if somebody gets hurt. And now there's lawyers and doctors and hospitals and surgeries involved, physical therapy, a lot of money in car accidents, insurance adjusters, all types of shit. You couldn't even add it up.
But I mean, isn't that better, Jeremy? Lives are saved. People don't have to worry about insurance payments anymore. You ain't got to fight and hassle with your insurance agency. You're spending less money on hospital fees, funeral costs.
But with the automated,
fees.
He's talking about it's a
cars?
waste. It's bogging the system, the supply chain down with all this waste built into the system.
Well, I don't know if it's
Yeah,
built
but
in. It's just the way.
all that will go. Jeremy's trying to say that if we automate, it's a bad thing because people are like going to lose jobs.
No, I'm saying it's a great thing. It's great.
Oh, so
the
so
economy is
it's a
going to
great
crash.
thing.
The economy is going to crash. If you're worried about the economy, then I guess it's not great. I'm not worried about the economy. Our economy is mad inefficient and wasteful and corrupt.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about the economy.
All right.
No, that would be the autonomous vehicles are the best thing. I think some of the best things we can get. No more. Nobody else dies from drunk drivers. You get rid of the car accidents. Less people are dying. Less people get injured. That's fucking a good thing for me. It's not a good thing if you're in the business of repairing cars or providing, all kinds of services after a car accident happens. Tow truck, it's going to hurt tow truck drivers. 16,000 less calls a day.
It's fine though. They can like innovate and come up with someone else to make money, right?
Well, what's a tow truck driver do besides tow cars?
He's gonna figure out like a whole new skill set, Jeremy, won't he? Like he's not gonna stay hungry.
Yeah, well, we know he's not going to be. We know he's not going to do any driving job because by then they've probably automated all the McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger Kings and Taco Bell. So he ain't going to do that because that's all automated. He's not going to do my janitor job because they automated that.
Who knows how tow trucks work? He can be the dude designing the systems or doing maintenance on the robotics and the robots that are doing the whole tow truck. I don't know.
Nah, the tow truck drives right into the bay, and the robots fix them up, and then he automatically drives out of the bay like there ain't even no humans involved in that.
On the robots, he could be doing the administration. Like if you need a robot to come and pick up your car that was just in an accident, you would call him and he would like book you in on the system or something.
There ain't no more accidents.
There'll still be accidents. Like machines ain't perfect. Machines malfunction.
Yeah, there'll be a couple, but not many.
Not many,
but then compared to now,
you-
there's 16,000 a day right now. So
Definitely, it's less, but you would still need somebody. Like if you dial in that you got an accident, and you need a machine sent out to come and pick up your fucking wreck of a car. You would need to log that ticket with someone, and he could be the person picking up that ticket and putting you in the queue or something.
I don't know. I think the computer would just do it. You wouldn't even call anyone. You wouldn't even have to do anything. You'd just sit there and wait. Your car would call and be like, "Yo, tow truck." The fucking automatic tow truck comes, tows your shit out of there. Boom. No, not even a human involved.
Well, he could be doing maintenance on the machine that comes out to pick up your
No,
wreckage
the
or
robot
something.
does that. When the tow truck needs maintenance, it goes through the bay. The little robots in there go through, fucking fix them all up, and he fucking pops out all automatically. You don't even need a human for that.
So the robots are just going to maintain each other type of thing? Like,
why wouldn't you?
But I mean, isn't there a robot that's going to need human maintenance or something?
We wouldn't get rid of all the jobs, but you'd get rid of a lot of them.
Okay.
I think they said something like 97% of jobs could be automated.
Yeah, I think that's complete nonsense. To be honest.
Not right now, but eventually in the future.
No, I think that's completely impossible.
That does sound a little unrealistic, 97%. Who knows, though? If you get really good.
Maybe 90% of jobs today, but I'm sure we'd just create new jobs that robots can't do,
I'm saying, who knows how good we could get with automation? Like, if we get really good with it, it might be 97. What do we really need to do? If you could have all the
something to do, bro. We would create a new line of work or new industries where there's no space for robots yet, but we haven't learned to automate in those industries yet. We would innovate.
Well, think about it in terms of something simple like email, right? So email was the kind of evolution of traditional mail, and then email kind of evolved into social media. It's not directly, and a lot of that can be automated. Like I can go onto Sendable, to later.com or any of these other, kind of services and automate all of my social media if I want. So why does this not seem to have put anyone out of a job? Like
the email?
No, what I'm saying is like I agree with by pressure. Like what you're going to do is you're going to replace some jobs, but there are a lot of jobs that are fundamentally irreplaceable, and the ones that are replaced simply be replaced by maintenance jobs involved with that previous industry, and then other jobs, other industries. Like I don't like people were worried about when the
Industrial Revolution.
No, I'm thinking more simply like the typewriter. People were worried about when the typewriter came out, that eventually it would lead to the firing of receptionists, be able to do their own admin essentially. But it didn't do anything at all. People still want receptionists. Receptionists just have different roles now. So that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear you. But with I don't know. I just feel like with the automation thing, it's different because I don't know. I just feel like look what happened with the Industrial Revolution, right? A lot of jobs got knocked out with that, and they shortened the work week. They had to do some active shit because it hit hard. A lot of work man hours got put off the table. A lot of man hours off the table with the Industrial Revolution. That's automation, basically.
But that was hundreds of years ago, and we've had massive busts since then. So I don't actually think it's bad for workers at all. It just means that workers are doing different things.
Well, see, that's when they shortened it to a 40-hour work week. Was when the Industrial Revolution hit, right? It used to be like 60 or something.
That's good. Why would you want to work 60 hours a week?
No, I hear you, but I'm just saying it took a lot of man hours off the table now. So when the next wave comes, like the next Industrial Revolution, the industrial automation or whatever they call it, when that comes, it's going to take even more off the table. So maybe we go down to a 20-hour work week. I don't know what they're going to do, but something's going to have to happen.
Well, I mean, I see that as a really good time to actually start phasing out currency. Because if you get to a point in life where money is meaningless, then and that robots can do everything essentially for free because they can go out and basically look after themselves, and they can also provide for humans, what would be the point of labor?
Of the money. That's what I've been saying, dude. Even in their own world, like money's just not going to be like reasonable to even have because it's just going to mean rich people stay rich. Maybe you might have a couple people climb up out of the ranks once in a while, but it would just be this system where like the rich people just consistently got richer. I mean, that's kind of what we do right now.
I think crypto made a really good point about typewriters because, like, after the typewriter was developed, it increased secretaries because they developed a thing called the Pitman shorthand. So more writing was done, or more typing. It just increased the volume of content being produced, which caused for more secretaries to be needed. With an added skill set that you need to know a second language, almost.
I'm just saying, I think it's going to be a big problem when the automation wave hits. And it's coming right now. They're working on it hard right now.
All I can say then is make sure that you're self-sufficient, but don't detach yourself from the system. If you're unable to own land and assets, then you're going to be a victim of those who do sooner or later.
Here's a good cap. It's like the Pitman was like a version of autofill that people use today. I think this will grab.
But like I hear you with like we'll come up with new industries and new things and shit. But like honestly, like what are you gonna do? 5 million Americans alone make money from driving. So what do 5 million people do after that when they automate the cars? And then they're gonna automate the fast food joints too. I don't even know how many millions that. It's got to be more than the car thing. Because my city got like 20 fucking fast food joints, and there's 10 cities around me that all got that same thing going. There's a massive amount of fast food places, Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks. You know how easy it is? They had this technology years ago. They have a little thing the cup pops down on a conveyor belt. It slides by the soda options. The machine knows how much soda to pour for what size drink you got. And then fucking the worker pops the lid on it. How hard do you think it's going to be for them to get a robot to pop the lid on it? Customer. Like, how hard is it going to be for the machine to just dump fries in the basket, drop the fries, and then when the timer's up, pick the fucking basket out of the thing, shake it, pour it in the thing. Like, we've automated shit way more complicated than that. Look at Detroit. Those robots are wild with it. You ever see them build a car? You make a car on a robot assembly line, they'll be fine with fast food. I'm gonna Google that right now. How many fast food workers are there in America?
Just wanted to say buongiorno to Lino Tomo.
Hey, Crypto, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How's it going?
Good. Just listen.
Yeah, all good, man. Just wanted to say hi. Do you know Pagis, by the way?
What do you say?
Do you know Pagis?
No. Who is it?
Oh, he's just another Italian guy that pops into 24/7. Maybe you know
What's his
him.
name?
Pagis, Paggis.
No, I don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Are you doing good?
Yeah, good, man. So I haven't seen you. I didn't realize you were in the server. I've seen you, so I just thought.
I zap. I do zapping between all the servers.
You're a bit of a server whore.
Yeah.
See how many fast food employees in America. And I wonder what they consider. Do they consider like Dunkin' Donuts? Oh, this number can't be right. I mean, this number is definitely right. It says there are over 36,000 fast food workers currently employed in the United States. No shit. That's it?
That sounds low.
That's way low, dude. I just told you there's like in my like general vicinity, there's like there's got to be like 500 fast food places within like I don't know, a 30-mile radius of me. There's probably more. I live in a very densely packed area.
Well, there's a thing where there's workers that they discount if they're part-time versus full-time, how many jobs are available.
Oh, here we go. This one looks right. It says there are 5 million people employed in the fast food restaurant industry in the U.S. as of 2022.
Yeah, I saw that one as well. I think that's much more accurate.
Yeah, then there's one right beneath it, 3.7. It's probably like 5 million. I don't even know are they considering Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks fast food, or like what are they considering? Anyways,
Well, would you say 1 in 100 people in the country works in a fast food store? I'd say that's a fairly reasonable statement.
Yeah, maybe 200. I guess I don't know. Anyways, that's 5 million people. They automate that shit. and the cars, that's 10 million people right there. That's got to be a huge workforce. Like, how long before Walmart starts? Walmart employs like 1% of America, I think, or like 2% of America. Walmart employs a crazy amount of people. How long before they can automate that system? You know they got to be trying right now. Like, are they thinking about putting shit in vending machines so they don't have to deal with a whole bunch of bullshit? Like, what are they going to do to automate their shit? Because Walmart's is all about the bottom dollar. Like, Walmart automating their whole shit would hurt to where they could, if they cut their numbers in half, unemployment will go through the roof. If Walmart was like, oh, instead of employing 20 million people, we only need 10 now, we would fucking be in an economic crisis or something. I'm telling you, we have some crazy times coming up. This automation shit is coming within, like, I would say, like, a massive amount of it within the next like 10 years. Like, they're working feverishly on this the car thing and the fast food thing. They already have a robot that can do my job. Like, they have a robot that can go into a bathroom, clean the whole thing, and then go out and recharge and restock its fluids and, change its fluids and shit. Like, you start knocking janitors out, I don't even know how many janitors. There's a janitor for every fucking building. Sometimes multiple. There was 10 janitors in the school I worked at.
Yeah, so what it would do is knock that down to like 3. Like,
That's
a
what I mean.
supervisor, there'd be like one supervisor, one guy who works on the bots, another guy who works on the plumbing and the electricity.
Well, that's a
Things
whole
that
different
require
thing. That's
dexterity.
maintenance. That's
What's
maintenance.
that?
That wasn't even our thing. We didn't even do the fucking lights or we did lights, but we didn't do
Yeah,
like
like
plumbing or
changing
nothing.
light bulbs, or you did small repairs and stuff, and like, right?
No, we would just
No?
change light bulbs. That was it.
Oh,
We would
okay.
change a ballast in the light bulb thing too in the unit, but other than that, we didn't do no plumbing, no electrical, nothing crazy.
Well, I mean, there
Yeah,
still
but you
would be like,
wouldn't get rid of all 10 janitors with that technology, but you would get rid of more than half of them
well,
because most of our time spent cleaning bathrooms and shit. That if a robot can do it.
yeah, what about like a clogged toilet? The robot wouldn't be able to do that, right?
Yeah, that's why you're gonna need like 3 janitors or something still. You're gonna need like three people left behind. But if you knocked out half the janitors across America, let's say you just knocked out half of the janitors. I don't even know. Let me Google that. I don't even think you get a number on that. How many
Yeah, there's
janitors?
different varying skill levels, so it's kind of like in different job titles and stuff. I was thinking
Okay,
that
I
with a
think this
building.
number's wrong. Oh, I think this number's wrong. The first number was 1.4 million. There's no way though. It has to be. It has to be more than that. There's no way. Oh, this one says 2.3 million. I think even that's low though, because every building. I mean, I don't know. I guess some buildings they have the workers. Like, I used to work in a pizza shop, and they would have us clean the place after. So I guess that wouldn't be a janitorial position. But you would lose man hours on it because the guy who owns the pizza shop is going to be like, "Yo, I'm getting the fucking robot to do it because you guys don't even clean good. So I'm gonna get the robot to do it, and I'm gonna cut. Now you're losing an hour each night that I don't have to pay you for or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, every place is gonna start. You're gonna just put man hours off the table. That's what this. That's what the whole problem is with this. They're taking man hours off the table.
Oh yeah, big time. There's that dude who used to work for SpaceX who then has like a robot that makes pizzas. It's like supposedly a whole pizzeria that's all automated. I mean, it makes sense, right? If they can supposedly, if you believe their story, they launched a robot into space that drives all around off road. But they can't do it here. They can't have a robot drive on road on a path, a predetermined path from point A to point B. But they can do it out there somehow and they can't show that. Like, how did you do that? If you can't do it here, they can't do it anywhere. I would start there, right? There's nothing special about Mars that makes self-driving cars possible.
What else is no? Anything crazy happened last night while I was sleeping?
No, I was pretty dead last night.
What was it?
Kosho and Chronic were going back and forth. Oh, and Bacon too. They were all just delving deep into nerdism about satellites. Something about the James Webb Telescope. I had to bail. So
you know what Chronic does, right?
Yeah. Is it Astro something? Yeah, looks at stars, right?
Yeah. My guy, I had a 2-hour compilation up there. What happened? That was like 5 minutes. Can't touch this stuff, bud. If you get an ad, you get an ad. That's it. You got to suffer until you know how ads work. What up, Pete? What'd you get? That looks fancy. Where the fuck is the Dairy Circus? Oh, that place. All right. I didn't even realize that was the name of it. I thought that was like a big chain or something. No, there's definitely not. Yeah. Yeah.
I usually put it in.
Oh, my bad. Take your time. Hold on. I got it. You gotta look. You gotta tap right here. Hey, no, look. You gotta tap in a very specific spot for that.
A little bit of stuff that they have left. They do.
You're making beats. Beats. No, just Alphabet beats. Did you like that other cheap bread? Did you really? For $2 a loaf, though, hated it. What's up? You're saying $2 a loaf. We go through like 2-3 loaves a week sometimes. Everyone chips in. If I make grilled cheese, I'll burn through like a half a loaf real quick. Like it's nothing. And then Adam has a peanut butter and jelly pretty much every day for lunch. Sometimes Ryan wants 2 peanut butter jellies. There's 4 slices, a nice chunk of the peanut butter and jelly. He can. I usually baby him and make it for him. Here's your mom's. Brian? Yeah, what's he doing? We need to check his computer, man. He's got some weird shit going on in there. I don't know what it is. You think so? What are those?
Not at all. Just try it. Try it. It's very deceiving. It's a sweet vegetable.
Looks like it could be sweet.
Just try a little taste. Just in corn.
I specifically told her to make 2 cans so I could have them.
Like a whole bunch of marinades, like make the chicken different ways. You can eat more chicken.
I can never use that much butter with the steak and rice again. That should have been 1 stick for that whole meal.
It'd be like a special occasion thing. Get some whole stick of butter.
With the steak, we don't have to get it anymore if you don't want. It's worth it. Get fish. Can we do fish? Because every time we go somewhere, I try to get you to eat it, and you're like, I don't know.
When your mom watches Adam, again, we'll go out to dinner. You order something fish, and I'll order what I like, and then just let me have a little taste.
I think salmon's like a good starter.
I love salmon.
Consistency of it is where I feel like that's the just people.
We can get distracted.
You grill salmon and tastes like chicken. Not really, but like, it's more related to. I feel like all grown up, everybody would tell me like, whatever fish they were trying to get me to try, but oh, it's just like chicken. It's just like chicken. But it was never like chicken. But salmon though has a consistency. Teriyaki salmon, that's the one.
Seafood in general is nasty.
What's nasty?
Seafood.
They actually used to give lobster to poor people. That was like considered a poor people food.
Really?
Not me.
Sure, it's not really seafood like that, but some people get crazy over like seafood boils and stuff. It's like it's not really- they look good.
I pretty much 8 lobsters right now.
Not a lot. Well, they don't have a lot of meat on them.
Kim cuts me off every time. They're the small, yeah, they're the small ones. They're not like the giant ones you get at like Red Lobster for like $40. But
So if you like seafood, or you go to you grew up in Schenectady too. You probably don't know what is it? Oscars or something like that.
Anchors.
Anchors, yeah.
Mhm.
Good Schenectady staple.
Anchors and combos is banging too. Over that's in the HUD.
There's a Caribbean place that they're opening up right next to Anchors. I seen the other day. Caribbean food. I'm gonna try Jamaican food too, but I'm probably gonna have to wait till I go to the city.
Well, we have Jamaican food and stuff. Indian food. All kinds. It's usually in the
There used to be a place on Broadway where you get like a giraffe. You know, I think they closed down now. It was right next to Capri's. I don't know what the meats were. I'm sure it wasn't rhino, but some zebra burgers and some weird shit. Yeah, alligators.
Really very consistent. Yeah.
Oh, let me get that. Let me get that mozzarella stick. What are you about to throw away? A good mozzarella stick? Are you done with the sauce? What are you doing over here? Did you double dip? Did you double dip? Yeah, you did. All right. I see. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not mad at you. I'm just checking. We're struggling. Freaking used to have curly fries back in the 80s. Wendy's probably has the best burgers out of all of them.
I like their salad in Wendy's.
Plus, Wendy's be roasting people on the internet. Wendy's be roasting everyone. Yo, they be roasting Chick-fil-A. There's literally a thing where like Wendy's will like roast people. You never seen that? Oh my god, dude, fucking hilarious. Yo, whoever's controlling the Wendy's Twitter or Facebook or whatever, they're ruthless, dude. They are ruthlessly roasting people. It's hilarious. Like people are make other brands like McDonald's. The McDonald's Twitter account will say something, and then Wendy's will just like roast what they say. Like I think Burger King was like Wendy's square square patties are unnatural, and Wendy's put back like, yeah, as opposed to the completely natural round patty that you pick off the vine when or something. It was, one time Wendy's couldn't say something, and they just put your mom's a slut or something. Like they're ruthless, dude. Yes, check it on like TikTok. Google search Wendy's roast or something. Yeah, put all the cats in there. Fuck them cats. What's up? Oh, hello.
You're next Tuesday. Oh, Bishop. Totally lovely.
Yes, put her out there now. micing that whole time? Check, check. Yo, was I hot micing that whole time?
So
Hello? Oh, all right, good. Thank God. I was just fucking, I had my mic on for like 10 minutes just.
Yeah, we heard everything, Jeremy.
No, you didn't.
yeah.
What did I say?
Yeah, but I wasn't really paying attention. I just
Yeah,
heard,
I know.
I just heard you yelling and stuff.
Me too.
No, seriously, you guys didn't hear me for the past like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I heard you talking, Jeremy, but I'm playing a match of Halo right now, so I wasn't really paying much attention.
Well, my bad. Yo, how'd I come back to the phones and I got more fucking emergency alerts? You gotta be kidding me. These people need to just stop. Like, if there's impending doom, you don't need to send more than one message. Sending another one isn't gonna help.
What are you getting an emergency thing for?
I don't know. It's not even snowing anymore. Like, it was snowing furiously like 5 minutes ago, but it's not even snowing anymore.
Oh, snow?
Maybe we're supposed to get like 10 feet or something. I don't know. I got 10, 11 phones out right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 11 phones, not counting my main phone. I'm about to set a 12th one up right now. I forgot I even had this one.
How long is it going to take you to break even with all the
Oh,
money?
dude, you ROI dumb quick on phones, bro. The
Was
return
it?
on investment for a phone is quick.
So how long?
3 months.
Are you gonna
It
keep on?
depends, dude. I mean, yo, some of the phones I can make $1 a day on. So, like, if I spend $50 on a phone, like less than 2 months, one phone I made $2.20 yesterday on one phone. So that phone's gonna ROI in fucking, I don't know, 20
ROI?
days. Return on investment.
Oh,
So if you spend $50 on something, how long does it take you to ROI, like get that $50 back?
it.
Like, it don't matter. I do a lot of tapping on the phones, but you could just, if you wanted to, you could just make 30 cents off each one just by turning it on, unlocking it, and then shutting it off or whatever. I mean, I guess if it's already on, all you have to do is just unlock it. Boom, 30 cents per phone.
Yes, my money. Technically.
If I could get like 500 referrals, or like a couple thousand referrals or something, I wouldn't even need to fuck with as many phones. I just need 5,000 people to do one thing every day. They actually don't even need to do anything. Just one thing is totally passive. It only like will crash like once every like 2-3 days maybe. You gotta just restart it. It's dumb easy. You just swipe down, it refreshes the page. It's so fucking easy. It's like 50 cents a day. And they pay you the referrals for this. Like they'll pay you consistently. Like every time you cash out, they'll reimburse me a little tiny percentage of it for referring you. So like if you can get referrals for shit, it's not like a one-time thing. Like the referrals is like as long as you keep doing it, I'd keep getting money. Like anyone with a huge following that could get like thousands and thousands of people to do something easy like this, like with an extra cell phone or something, even if it was just one, they'd kill it. I think I did the math, and like 5,000 referrals for like my lowest earning thing would have given me like $30 a day or something. Telling you, anyone with an old iPhone, I'll get you like 30 to 50 cents a day easy. I haven't been keeping track lately, but usually right around 30, 50 cents a day. It's totally passive. Cell phones cost nothing to keep charged.
Wait, you serious? I can send you my cell phone, man. My iPhone.
Listen,
So
I'm done
50
with you
cents a
trolling
day?
me. You trolled the shit out of me last night. Okay, we're not doing another co-show trolling me all day, fucking day.
All right.
But yes, 30 cents a day. Big bucks, no whammies.
I'm not even. I'm actually interested in what you're doing because I think it's obviously got you excited. So it'd be interesting to look more into what you're doing. There might even be a better way of doing what you're doing and making more money.
Oh, there's definitely a better way. Definitely. I mean, yeah, if you want to know about it, I'll show anyone.
Drop me some info. I'll read into it for sure.
Do you have any extra cell phones?
Oh, mate, you can get cell phones in the UK so cheap, so easily. It wouldn't be an issue at all.
Yeah, just like old Android phones usually work pretty good. I buy them at Walmart for like $50. They tend to work pretty good, the $50 ones.
Oh, you can get I can get an old mobile phone for a tenner easily.
Yeah, why don't you just go on Facebook, what's it called? Facebook Marketplace or something like that. And they'll find people all around your neighborhood who just have old phones.
They do tell me to do that, and I live in a highly populated area. There's probably so many cell phones on it, and I can have ones with like cracked screens. Wouldn't even bother me.
Yeah, you don't need to be buying new phones.
They are starting to get fucking expensive.
Yeah, dude, they surprised me.
I probably dropped like $500-600 on phones already.
You're gonna set up the emulator thing?
I don't know, bro. I don't know how to do that.
I'll
There's
set you up,
very
man.
specific things that have to be done. You have to have an IMIE number and shit. Like, it's all crazy, bro.
You know, you should look into programming a little bit, Jeremy, because it's kind of fun. I managed to program just a simple bot that would literally just troll another Discord server every minute. Just calling the server admin a dickhead.
Yeah.
Like every minute, it just went like post. This guy's a dickhead. Until I got banned. I did that in Python. It's actually quite simple.
Well, there's programs they have that automate shit on the cell phone. The problem is some of these places can detect if you have automation going, and other places have things that know people are going to automate it, so they'll do what's called a CAPTCHA, which will
The thing
you
is
got like
there are certain programs that can complete captures, which is quite funny, but that's a different story that I don't really want to go into. If you're interested in that side of things, though, there's a guy on the 24/7 who's like way better at this stuff than I am. I think he's Get Beget that used to kind of do a lot of hacking, so he might be worth talking to if you want to kind of make your process a bit more efficient.
yeah, but like I said, a lot of these places they have systems in so they can detect if you're doing any kind of automation shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but there's ways
I
of
don't know.
breaking that. Like that, what those. Bear in mind, Joe, when you're looking for automation, you're looking for automatic behaviors, and all that means is that the programmer who's programmed the automation has made it robotic. But you can. So I'll give you an example, right? One such, let's just say, company style that would be looking for automation would be like an online gambling company. They're looking for people. Let's just say that there's a roulette wheel online, and you've got like a program that can automatically place bets, and you've worked out some algorithm that guarantees you profit over X number of spins or whatever. Right? Let's just say that they're looking out for that stuff because they don't want you to take all their money, right? And so if they do find that you've programmed this bot, they're just going to ban you. Obviously, they've got a bunch of different red flags they look for, like consistent profit. But another thing they might look for is, for instance, placing bets every 30 seconds on the nose, right? So they'll look like for things that are too perfect for a human to perform. But of course, you can just program in the human behavior into your program. So
They
there's
can do
only
it by
so
like
much
the
you can look
millisecond. Like
for.
if this guy's placing a bet every 30 seconds and 0 milliseconds, then yeah, it's
Yeah,
obvious.
exactly. Whereas if you program it to have a 15-second swing and to randomize it, then that element of the automation finder I don't know what the actual kind of technical term would be, human would miss you because you've programmed in like a human element. So all I'm saying is that it is possible to get around a lot of this stuff. I'm not saying it's possible to get around all of it, but it all kind of comes down to how sophisticated is their software versus how sophisticated is your software.
Yeah. But yeah, the best way to do it is to just get referrals, and then you don't have to do anything. Like just that one thing that's automatic. You don't have to do anything anyways. So I would still be running it. The idea is to get it like totally, stress free and as passive as possible.
One thing, Jeremy, you might have to factor into your phone usage though is your electricity cost of recharging them. Because if you're doing that at scale, it might actually be a significant cost you have to factor in.
Nah, I don't think so. At most, a couple bucks a month. Nothing we're gonna even feel. I got 6 people in here. Half of them got tablets. Everyone has a computer. Everyone's got a cell phone. We have just tons of shit plugged in. Every kid's got a mini fridge in their room. There's an in-law apartment where there's a fridge and a mini fridge. Washers going nonstop. Like, we wouldn't even feel cell phones.
Yeah,
I could. They're so
genuinely-
minimal. It's like 5 watts. It uses like 5 watts an hour to charge a cell phone. So if you do the math, it's like
200 hours for a kilowatt hour. Yeah,
it's like nothing. Yeah,
What does a kilowatt hour cost in? Are you in New York?
I think it's like 15. I don't really look at the electric bill like that. There's a lot of things that I buy where I don't even look at the price. Like if I go to buy gas, petrol or whatever at the gas station, like I don't even look at the price because you know what? My car needs gas. Like I need to go places and I can trust that they're all reasonably priced. They usually are. You might find one sometimes that's crazy priced or whatever. Well, I won't because I don't even look, but some people might.
Right. No, I get you. I mean, like when it comes to petrol or gas, as you'd say, like for me, I've got 4 businesses, and so I've already factored in if I'm traveling somewhere, I've already charged them for the travel, so I don't.
In the
really
price,
care. Yeah. So it's just like, okay, so if I'm going 50 miles, well, they're paying an extra tenner for me to travel to them, so it's not really a problem for me. But I feel like I don't know. Let's just do the maths quickly anyway. So let's just say it's 15 cents for a kilowatt hour. And that means you get 200 hours out of one cell phone. That's roughly 8 days of usage. So if that cell phone's generated, you say $8 over those 8 days, and it's cost you 15 cents. Yeah, okay, fine. So it's basically
it's like nothing. it's like nothing. Yeah.
Well, it would be like 2 to 3% of. Yeah, it'd be about 2% of your. Yeah, fair enough. But it's worth factoring in. Like, let's just say that they decide they're going to tax you. Well, you better make sure you take that 2% off of your profit.
Oh yeah, I am going to get taxed on this. Absolutely.
So it's worth knowing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's worth out roughly.
Oh, I'm gonna put the electrical hours at the end of the year. Absolutely. Definitely, no question. Definitely going to tax you because they made a whole bunch of changes to the law now. So if you get over $600 sent to your PayPal, you're getting taxed on it. There's this weird law in America where, like, if you make under $600 worth of something, you don't have to pay taxes on it for the year. Like, let's say I was a baseball umpire and I just did it like a couple months out of the year and I made $500 on it. You don't have to file tax on it. Or you go win a lotto ticket and the lotto winnings was $500, you don't have to pay tax on it.
Well, that's easy then. All you have to do is set up 365 companies. Call one first of
I'm sure there's people that do this.
And once you've done that, just make sure you make less than $500 a day and you're tax free.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to be fucking around with the IRS in America.
Yeah.
Like, I just want everything to run nice and smooth.
Yep. The thing is, though, this is the sort of shit that billionaires do. They'll hire an accountant and they'll be like, figure out the most autistic way to save me money. And they will.
Oh, yeah. Well, they do wild shit. They'll, like, have their nephew draw a painting, buy it for, $10,000, and then get it appraised by one of their friends, and the appraisal will say, well, that painting's really worth $20 million, and they're going to now donate it to an art gallery. So they write off $20 million on their tax. You know what I'm saying? They be doing wild shit like that, bro.
Or like one where they'll buy the painting for like $100,000, give it to their family member. then someone will deappreciate it. See, it's only worth like 10,000, and then claim that as a loss.
Yeah.
Either way, there's tons of games you could. The art world is littered with this kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I always wondered why a piece of canvas with some fucking paint on it was worth 50 million quid. And I
Yeah.
came to the conclusion, even before I knew anything about art, that it was fraudulent activity. I just couldn't figure out exactly what it was.
Yeah, something's definitely going on. Like, there's no way some guy hits a canvas with a paintball and they're like, yo, this is fucking $5 million. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, some dickhead, like, what was it, Damien Hirst? He did that cow and a calf cut in half thing. And then he had an exhibit which was literally just, he put a bed and messed it up. And then that was an art exhibit, just a messy bed. It's like, fuck off, that's a mess, that's art. No, it's not. And you got some middle class twats going in there going, oh, it's a commentary on modern day life.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Such nonsense. They just make shit up.
Yeah.
I think that's why living in London's, I mean, living in New York, I don't know if you're in the city or not, but living in
No,
London's
I'm
such a experience because you're surrounded by incredible wealth and extreme poverty, like a mile away from each other. So it's not like living in a town where people are kind of roughly equivalent wealth. Obviously, there's varying wealth within a town, but if you go to, like, I don't know, Guildford in Surrey, which is, you know, kind of southwest of London, most people are going to have a reasonably similar standard of living in a meta sense. But in London, you can be like, literally, a guy can have £100 million and live 3 streets down from a guy who can't pay his rent. And that's all over London.
You know what that is like is Vegas too. Like the Strip is like these amazing city-like casinos. 1 block off the Strip, you got people living in tents.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. There's probably a correlation there, to be honest. That's where your wealth goes to die.
Oh yeah, big time. Organized crime and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, it is possible to beat those guys at their own game using certain algorithms, but they've figured most of them out now, and they just ban you. So they only want the losers coming into their establishments.
The house always wins.
Yeah. Well, they stack the odds so heavily in their favour that they get pissed off when someone figures out a way to stack it back in their own favour, you know? Like by card counting or by coming up with some clever algorithm.
Oh, yo, counting cards should be legal.
Well, I think there's a huge amount of skill involved in that, to be honest.
Absolutely. That should be legal
Well,
right there.
I don't think I can do it.
What'd you say, Gojo?
I said it is legal.
It is legal.
No,
But yeah, if
it's
they catch you.
legal.
Yeah, but if they catch you, they'll ban you from every casino on the
Yeah,
Strip.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get guys going in
guess
with fake mustaches and shit.
I guess what Jeremy's saying is that they shouldn't be allowed to throw you out for doing it.
Well, I mean, they throw anybody out, but if me and Scott were going to do that on this website, where there's like 100 blackjack games, and if they were to allow people to watch every table with bots like we were going to do, and then keep track of the tables that finally get hot, and then only bet big on those tables, yeah, I mean, it definitely would. It's not necessarily cheating, but it definitely takes the edge away from them. Which, you know, if you have the right resources, you can easily be done. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is a way of making blackjack even odds. And I've forgotten how it was. My mate showed me the maths, and it was like your odds were 50%, and the house's odds was 50%. And what's interesting about it, once you put it at even odds, it's actually possible to put it in your favour by playing with maths. So You just kind of every time you lose, you steadily increase your stake. And these things are possible, but it's like, but then what they do is they put minimum and maximum limits to stop those tactics as well, right? So
Yeah, I
it's very,
think it's
very
called the martingale thing, where you just keep doubling your. What's up?
Yeah, it's a martingale.
Martingale. Yeah. So you do. So say I go put $20 on a red, and then I lose. I just put $40 on a red, and then you lose that, and you put $80. You know, you keep doing that until you win. But they.
Especially in America, you've got 2 zeros. So actually, your odds of winning aren't 50%. It's like 48%. And when you've got 2 zeros on the table, it's like 46%. So that system doesn't work because of the quirks of the American roulette table. But well, on any roulette
Well, as
table,
long as you
really.
can double your bet every time. So you need the maximum bet to be big enough, and you need the bankroll to do it with. As long as that happens, you're good.
Not necessarily, because there's maximum bets as well.
That's what I'm saying. That's where they get you.
There's also taxes. The government's going to take a cut too. And there's Crypto was saying, the double zero and the zero. So it's not 50-50. And even if it was 50-50, you're only taking 40 or 30%.
You have to go to. Every game has tweaks on the bets they have. So like in craps, like you can bet 5 times. You can put 5 times odds or 3 times odds, and depending on what the tables, the options they have on the different tables, that's that's how you determine where to play, because some tables are less fair than other tables. There's tables in Vegas that have the one roulette, or the just only the zero, but they're not very big tables, so you can't play with that much money.
Yeah.
There's like boring casinos that have really good. I forget what the options are in blackjack, but in craps, there's a few options.
But now that martingale effect works if the maximums. If there's no max bet and you have the bankroll to do it with, that martingale should have worked all day.
Yeah, it works every time if there's no limit and you have unlimited money.
Yep, every time.
You don't have unlimited money, so.
I mean, you wouldn't really need unlimited money, because there's some things where the statistics of them not happening is like impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna flip a coin and have it be heads. 1,000 times in a row or something.
No, but 10 times in a row wouldn't be that rare. You could lose 10 times in a row. And if you're betting $100 and you lose 10 times in a row and you're doing martingale, you've lost $100,000.
More than that.
That'd be more than that, yeah. But
Kosho's not my math guy.
That's 100% correct, dude.
200, 400, 800, 1600.
2 to the 10th power is 1024.
It's not to the 10th power, though. You're doubling it every time.
Yeah, I know.
I was just doing it.
Doubling it, that's how you get 2 to the 10th power.
So on the 5th one, you're at 6,400. Then you're at 12,800, 20,000, 25,600. On the 7th one, 52,000. I'll have to fucking do it when I'm not driving. That'll probably help. You're at 100,000 after. Oh yeah, no, it is actually. You know what? You are more or less correct. It's 104,000 and change after 10 rolls.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to land right on 100,000 though, because it didn't seem like it was even possible.
Of course. It's just 1024, so it's 102,400. But I mean, yeah, that's what I said. 100,000.
That's why you make sure before you start. Go ahead.
Hey, wait. So go ahead.
I was gonna say, that's why you make sure before you start betting, you're like, all right, how many times can it be heads? You know, what's a reasonable amount of time it's going to be? You know, are we ever going to have 15 heads in a row or 20 heads in a row or something? You know what I mean?
Well, no, what you would be better off doing is varying it and just doubling every time you lose. Because the thing is that those tables, for sure, they'll have streaks programmed in to beat your system. So
Maybe,
you'd be better off varying it, but just making sure that you increase the money every time, you know?
Yeah, and you don't even make a lot. Like when you're up to like $100,000 or something, you're only getting your first like $20 bet back. So it's like you're not even winning. You got a lot of money on the line for a little bit of profit on that.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you think about it in terms of an ROI or like a better way of looking at it would be like how much money you make in an hour, because like as Kosho said, like there gets to a certain point where if you've got unlimited money and unlimited kind of retries, then you're guaranteed to increase your money, right? So the question is, how long does that take? And also, if you're not guaranteed to make money, why are you doing it anyway? You're just gambling at that point. You know?
That's why if I go to the casino, I try not to make it a habit, because you have to go there and try to, get lucky and win. And if you do, then leave with that money. And if you don't get lucky and you lose your money, then also leave. Otherwise, because if you get lucky once, there's a chance you're going to get lucky again.
Yeah, there's no such thing as luck. But you you're either stacking the odds in your favour or you're not. And by walking into a casino, you're not. I don't mind playing like Texas Hold'em if there's like a tournament going on, because that way, if I spend 20 quid buying in, there's a lot of skill involved in Texas Hold'em. So I feel like even if I get a bad beat or something, then I mean, that's where luck comes in, I guess. If I remember this one time when I was heads up with another guy, and he pulled 2 cards to beat me. There was about 40 people in this tournament, and like I'm a reasonably good Texas player 10 years ago. I'm no good now because I haven't played in about 8 years. But I was heads up with this guy, and he went from having a pair, like a high pair, to a full house in 2 cards, to basically take all of my pot, and I was left with like 1% of what he had afterwards. It was really annoying. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously there's luck involved in Texas Hold'em, but I would say it's mainly skill based.
What'd you have?
Sorry?
In that hand, what would you have?
Well, I had 3 of a kind. I
Right.
remember because the ace came down, but I had 2 aces in my hand. So I was thinking, well, that's pretty fucking good. And then I can't remember what he had, but I just remember him getting a full house on the last card, being really fucking
You must have had a
annoyed.
king. You must have had a king, something like that, and then there was a king on the flop.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember exactly what, but I just remember thinking, oh, I've got him, and I knew I had him, but then I was unlucky, and yeah, whatever. I'd say this is a long time ago. I just remember my hand because I just remember thinking, oh, this is naively thinking, oh, this is a guaranteed win. Like, why is he betting into me? And then when he went all in and I called him, we both turned our cards over, and then he gets those 2 cards to get full house. It's so fucking annoying. The thing is, as well, is that I knew to call him because he'd been very aggressive with bad hands previously in the tournament. So he was one of those guys that liked to kind of, once he had a reasonable pot, he would call people all in, even if he would have like 7 king or something and he didn't even have anything on the table. He was just trying to bully people out of the game. So I knew he was that kind of player.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult playing with people who aren't playing with skill. Like somebody like that, it's because then you might assume that he's got like a fucking shit hand. It's just like hard to tell when he actually has a hand because he bluffs almost every turn.
Well, that was the point, and I kind of thought, well, he's been bluffing all tournament, so You know, and then you get a pair of aces in your hand against a fucking bluff guy, and you're just like, okay. And then an ace comes down, you think, well, obviously I can just take him out now. You know, I thought it was a sure thing, but you got unlucky. You know, it is what it is. And then obviously when you've got like a couple of chips and he's got everything, he's calling you all in every hand, and then that's kind of game over.
Yeah, that could backfire for him too. Because he also can't he can't tell when you have a good hand because he's doing it every hand.
Yeah. I normally beat players like that though, because all you do is you just fold, 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 and then the second you pull anything at all, you just kind of go heavy on it. And normally you kind of take a nice big chunk out of them. That's more than all of the blinds that they've stolen from you. So like over the course of say 20 hands, you'll normally beat them. Man, I need to get into Texas Hold'em again. I used to love playing that. We should have a flat versus globe Texas Hold'em tournament.
There's a few pro poker players, flat earthers. I know one or two that's a Glover, but I know 3 or 4 that are flat earthers.
Ah, we might beat your ass then. Then what we can do is we can have like an annual tournament, and whoever wins gets to decide for the year whether the Earth is a globe or flat. And then whenever they enter the room, it's like, let's just say I won the tournament, then you would have to like say to me every time that I was in the room that you know you admit that the Earth is flat, but only when I'm in the room.
So welcome to
Something
flat
like
Earth.
But then when you win, I would have to be like, yes, Kosho, it is a globe.
I mean, there's I'd play for money. I know Rakia. He said he's played with Phil Ivey and stuff like that, and
Oh, cool.
I know what's her name, Sasha. She said she was a pro player.
Yeah, I never played to like a high level, but certainly if I go to a casino, I'm fairly confident that I'll make the final table, you know. But I would probably, you know, if a pro turned up, he'd probably smoke me like 10 times out of 10.
They have so much extra money to join tournaments and try to get lucky. Sometimes if you have disposable money like that, sometimes, and you can play as many tournaments as you want, sometimes it makes sense to just, you know, take early risks. It makes, you know, because when you do hit, you'll at least establish a big portion quickly, and that's important to do in a tournament sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that way also you can play a lot more conservatively during like barren runs of bad cards and not be too worried because you got this big stash.
Right. And yeah, like I said, most of the time they'll probably end up, because they're being risky, like, you know, betting on the first hand, like a bunch of people do. But you know, for every 5 times they lose on that one, you know, they'll win one of them, and then they're basically, you know, set up for the rest of the tournament as long as they play right.
Yeah, good point. So I suppose then you would just look at it statistically and say, well, 80% of the time I'm going to be out first round, but 20% of the time I'm going to make the final table. And that's worth doing, sort of thing. Yeah.
They have the money. They have money to blow like that because they just have people to pay for them to join them.
Yeah, I think probably there's a psychological element to that, in that because you're not risking your own money, you're able to think more clearly in the kind of crunch moments, more dispassionately, maybe.
Yeah, I kind of want to play. I want to play that too, man, but it takes up too much of my time.
No.
They just play in America's card room all the time too. My girlfriend's been playing slots online. She's won so much money, but it's hard to get her to stop.
Why would you want her to?
So she doesn't lose the money that she won, and then more.
Yeah, fair enough. But how do you know that she hasn't hit on a system that works?
Hit what?
How do you know she hasn't hit on a system that works?
Oh, because there's it's slots. The system that works is the one I said before. Like if you have a certain amount that you're disposable, and if you lose it, then you're done. And then if you use that money and you win big, then take that money and leave. And if you come back, just come back with a small amount again. That way
Hey,
you can
two
keep the
things
money
I
in
love
there.
Two things I love Texas Hold'em, and some of my favorite games now are I love to watch the coin pusher. They do a lot of TikToks with the coin pushers, right? I love when they knock the big tower down with the chips and the quarters.
I bet you do, man. You probably like going to the car wash and just watching the bubbles form.
What? Don't troll me today, Coach. I'll fuck you up.
You seem like you're in a bad mood today, man.
I'm fine. I was in a bad mood earlier. I'm fine now, though. Well, dude, you trolled the shit out of me last night, bro. What the fuck?
What are you talking about? I don't even remember what you're talking about now.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe, okay. I was trolling myself, dude. Dude, I didn't troll you. That was a true story.
I don't know, bro.
Dude, why would I... Tell me the truth. Why would I make that shit up?
I don't know. All your people were against you. You heard them.
My people. First of all, and I told
Those
you
are all
don't...
your peoples.
No, dude, they all have opinions and comments on any fact, even if they have no idea of knowing if it's true or not. I'm not saying all of them do that, but the people who were answering, they had no idea what they were talking about.
The doctors had no idea the medical thing that they were talking about. There was 2 doctors in there last night.
Yeah, but they thought you were trolling,
man.
Why would I make that up, dude? That's like that. That's embarrassing.
I know. But yeah, I used to be the dealer. I actually used to be the dealer at Texas Hold'em. I would, I'd sit around at the pool table, get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the guys around the table, and we'd all be playing Texas Hold'em, and they would just like tip me randomly. Like somebody won a big pot, they throw me like $5 or something. I'd end up making like $50, $100 a night, give or take.
That's what's up.
Nice.
And they would smoke blunts with me all night, so it was a good deal.
I mean, it's always good to find people who are prepared to throw money at Texas Hold'em, but they're just like maybe a level below you, so they feel like they're and that they can compete with you, but at the same time they give you money every time you play. That's exactly what you want.
When I was at school, we used to have there was me and my friends, my girlfriend. Sometimes it'd be like 20, 30 people there. We'd do like a poker thing once a week. It was a cash game, so we would just do it. We would just start off with a big cash game, and basically you could leave anytime you wanted to. But most of us we stayed till the end of the night. Basically,
then you do a few showdowns. You do a few showdowns at the end, real quick. 7 cards.
Usually at the end, like that's what I'm saying. They would play out like a tournament a lot of times because there'd be so many people. Like some people that kind of really suck, and then some people who are the same people who play every time, and mostly people are gonna get out. Like they're just gonna they're putting $20, they put in 20 more bucks, they put in $50, and then they don't want to keep putting in money, so you end up with just like 4 players at the end of the night.
Setting up this new phone. I hope I can get the lock screen apps on it. I got 3 phones. 2 phones that I already can't do the lock screens on. Oh no, 3 phones.
The lock screen? What's that? What are you talking about? Oh,
Yeah, it's the easy one where you get 30 cents a day just for unlocking a phone.
And they don't have locks on them on those phones.
No, some of them just, I don't know what it is. It might be the Android 10 Go operating system or the phone itself or something. I don't know what's going on, but there's certain phones where I can't. When I started doing this, I bought a whole bunch of different varieties of phones to see like what was good, what wasn't. I didn't want to just go buy like 10 of all the same phone and find out they fucking suck and can't do the one thing. So I bought like a variety. Like I went into Walmart and
the cheapest.
Like I went into Walmart and picked out one of every phone that was between like $40 and $60, which is when I found out Walmart has this weird policy where they can only sell you 2 cell phones a day.
Yeah, well, just go to the freaking like I said, Facebook Marketplace or even one of those like next door apps, and I just literally just ask people if they have old phones. As long as if you're able to download that app, then you'll be fine.
Yeah, Jeremy, have you actually sent me info on this? Because I wonder if I can't do this in England. The reason I say that is that currently I've got a full-time job, which is really boring, and I basically don't do anything. So I might as well be making money while I'm making money. So I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll send you the thing. So one of the things is totally passive. Like you could set it up on your dresser, go to work, come home, it'll still be going. You don't even need to do anything. Do you have an old iPhone?
No, I don't. Does it have to be an iPhone?
No, it might work with Android.
Okay.
I'll send you some info on it.
Yeah, because that'd be the kind of thing where, I mean, I'd want to know that it's going to be going for a while, but I would probably quite heavily invest in it if it worked.
Yeah, well, this one thing's been going for. I've gotten payouts. Like I wouldn't give you anything I haven't gotten paid out from. So.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, look, I'm interested, and maybe I'll become a $1 a day phone zealot just like you.
It's just easy money. Like I said, you could go buy a cell phone for this thing, the like 30-50 cents a day one that's totally passive. Like, I don't think you need a great phone for that. It's just playing a video in a browser. So it's not anything doing anything weird or crazy or anything. See, I don't know about how it works in the UK. There is certain things that like don't work in the UK and shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm thinking
about
the EU
that.
ban a lot of stuff. It's like, can't do anyone making easy money, not allowed.
Yeah. They definitely don't want you making easy money, absolutely.
Hey, the one that you said with the where you said you have to press, you have to unlock it basically. What? Tell me exactly what it has to do, because I'm just gonna see what I have. I have like 8 or 9 cell phones, but you just need to unlock it while there's notification for the thing.
It's weird. It'll give you permissions and shit. You have to give it permissions to draw over other apps or some weird shit. So that when you go to turn your phone on, instead of unlocking your phone, it shows you an ad you have to swipe up on.
I see.
You know what I'm saying? And you could do 3 of them one time a day, and that's 30 cents a day right there, easy.
And what, there's phones you have that don't let you write over other apps?
Yeah, there's some phones just don't work good.
You can't even get into developer mode?
I don't know. I didn't really try development mode.
Well, you should be able.
But
You
if
should be able
one
to
of your
bypass
phones,
it.
if one of your phones doesn't work with the lock screen, though, you can always just set it up on the other thing that's totally passive that you don't even have to fucking touch. It's like a no-brainer, dude. If you're sitting there with 9 old cell phones, you should be putting them shits to work. You barely have to do anything. You have to fuck with them like 1 or 2 times a day or something.
Well, they can't be totally passive if you have to do something, right? So is it
Well,
passive
I mean, one of them is totally passive. Then there's another one that's like semi-passive where, a few times a day I have to fuck with it. And then, there's one where every like 3 or 4 days you got to fuck with it. So it's like not a lot of, it's not intense where you, like right now I've tapped so many ads since we've been talking just now. But I mean, you don't have to do it like that if you don't want to. It's just more money and I'm not really doing anything else. So
I'm interested. Probably what I would do is I'd buy like 5 phones to start, and then I would use the money from it to buy more phones until it got to the point where I couldn't be bothered anymore, and then I would just stick at that level because I wouldn't want to have like 100 because it'd just be too much.
Oh, I'm shooting for 100 phones, bro. 100 phones, 30 cents a day on each of the phones. I could do that in like an hour. That'd be like $30 a day.
Well, if it's totally passive, then I don't see why
That's
you wouldn't
not
have viewpoints. Well, that's
the
the thing.
the lock screen one isn't passive. You'd probably have to spend like, say you had 100 phones, it would probably take you like an hour or two to do it a day.
Yeah, see, 2 hours for $30 doesn't sound good to me.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, I only need $30 a day for my bills, so like that's perfect for me. I'm straight with that.
Yeah, see, for me, I mean, I make 50 to 100 an hour doing like DJ work, so
Yeah.
I would.
But you could automate it too, though. There's ways to automate this shit. Like I think those lock screen things can be automated. But then
Well,
you
then
got to have 100 phones on, and can your IP handle that? Like there's a whole bunch of more shit that comes with that.
Well, I know my internet can handle 100 devices. So that wouldn't be an issue. So what I would want is something that was totally passive, and then I would just use the money from the 5 phones I bought to buy like a 6th phone, and then I would just build it up like that.
Yeah.
But if it involves any kind of physical work other than the setup, then I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, once in a while, I mean, the one thing here, I'll send you the one thing that's like totally passive, right? It barely goes out on me ever, and you could try that one out, see if it works for you.
Yeah, and I'll work out the return on investment and see if it's worth doing. For
Yeah.
sure. Because I think, look, man,
Like-
there's free money is worth looking at always. But I know it's normally too good to be true, but who knows? You know.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten payments from these people right here several times, so I'll send you the.
Yeah.
I'll send
I'm
you
happy
the
to look at
thing.
it. I'm happy to look at it for sure.
Yeah.
And if you referring me means you get paid, I mean that's all the better, you know.
Oh yeah, I think they give you like every time you cash out, I get like a 10% bonus. Like you would still get the same amount anyways. It doesn't take anything from you, but I just get like a little bit for referring you. So
Yeah, so it's clearly like a digital pyramid scheme, but as long as it pays, I don't really care.
You want a free 10 grand, Jeremy?
hell yeah, send it.
Yeah.
Would you want my PayPal?
Just contact MC Tune, and you can prove the flat Earth, and pick up 10 grand.
Yeah. How do we got to prove it?
Well, there's an easier one. You can just quote Kosho from yesterday admitting that things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. And he said he would give me 10 grand, but I would be happy for you to collect that. Is Kosho still here?
How does things disappearing bottom? What was that again?
You weren't involved in the comment. I was just trolling Kosho. Didn't know if he was still there. Oh, he's deafened. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
So I think McToon doesn't have the details up. They'll be on his website, but you use the sextant to navigate successfully on a flat Earth. I think that's the challenge. And since Nathan claims that the sextant proves the flat Earth, it should be an easy one.
What do we got to do? My bad. I was blanked out sending messages. What happened? How do I get my 10 Gs? You need my Bitcoin address?
My understanding is that McToon will put the conditions on his website, and it involves using the sextant to demonstrate the flat Earth. I don't know what the conditions are, but he's put $10,000 of Bitcoin into escrow, right? And the judge, he will not be the judge. There'll be independent judge of who succeeds in the challenge. And he does not have control of the money. He does not have control of the judge, right? You just have to abide by the rules of the challenge, and you can.
So he got the 10 Gs in escrow right now.
Yes. He transferred Bitcoin into some escrow account. Yeah.
And we got to prove it how?
The details aren't up on his website yet that I'm aware of, so that would be the details of it. But from what he said, there's going to be independent judges.
But are they non-biased though? Independent is one thing, but non-biased is another thing.
Well, I'm sure, yes, but since you can't prove it, I'm sure you would claim that they're biased, yeah.
No, I was just asking, like, how do you get a non-biased person over the shape of the Earth? I feel like you couldn't even find anyone.
Well, obviously, a biased person is anybody that disagrees with you. So, yeah.
No, I don't think that's what a bias means, but
Yeah, how would you decide if somebody's biased or not?
I don't know. How do you find a non-biased person when it comes to the shape of the Earth? I feel like that's
you can't
difficult.
do anything, can you? We can't know anything because nobody's unbiased.
No.
So
I
we
would say
can't
we
ever
can't
do
know
anything.
anything.
Yeah, we can't know anything.
No, that's your guys' game. This is you projecting onto
No,
me
that was
right now
you
because
just.
I say we
was-
can know things for sure. You
Oh,
guys are the ones that are
Are
always
you
saying
sure?
we can't know things for sure.
Are you sure? Maybe you're biased.
Towards what?
Maybe you're biased. You say you can know things, but you could be biased.
I mean, possibly.
Yeah.
I feel like water existing. We can know that water exists 100% for sure in our reality. Like that's not even a question. You guys, not so sure about the existence of water. So
Yeah, so obviously this challenge isn't for you. This is for somebody who thinks that we can know things.
I do think we can know things.
How do you know? You could be biased.
That doesn't mean that I don't know things. Biased towards what? Okay, I know water exists. How am I biased?
You could be wrong. You could just be unconsciously biased in some way that such that you think that that's
Bias
the
mean?
case.
What does bias mean?
Bias means a preference for something other than the truth.
Is that what it means?
No, that's not what it means.
Definitions are meaningless, Brenda. I wouldn't worry about it. Just talk to Ruhif.
Well,
that'd be neat to see. I mean, I don't know what you got to do, but it's gonna be neat.
I would imagine you have to adhere to the terms of the challenge. I don't know what those are. I'm sure they exist, but I just see you making excuses right now. You're just making excuses for why you can't do it.
I do what? I don't even know what it is.
It involves using a sextant, according to flat Earth beliefs, in order to navigate. I don't know the exact details. That's sort of generally what he said in other videos, right? So that's what
Sextant,
it is.
but I'm sure they can, since there's people running around claiming that the sextant proves flat Earth. So I'm sure they can. Make it work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so they'll be picking up the 10 grand, not you.
That's cool. I'm not in this for the money. Cell phones, the money, yeah. Flat Earth, not in it for the money.
Yeah, them grapes is most certainly sour. Those are sour grapes, all right.
What sour grapes? What are you talking about? I don't even know. Are you okay today, Brenda?
Yeah, I'm just fine.
Oh, you're like saying a lot of words, but I'm not really picking up what you're laying down.
I understand. It's difficult.
You're speaking in like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with you today. As long as you're good, okay, then good. I bet you're going to have Globers coming out the woodwork trying to do that. I know the Globers were trying to prove, because I know when Weiss was offering 3 Bitcoin, there was Globers trying to do that.
But we don't think the Earth is flat. So
But they
why
want
would
3 Bitcoin now. They don't care about people aren't in this for they're most of these people here aren't in it for the truth or for what's what's true or not. They're in it for other reasons, and they see 3 Bitcoins and they're like, "Ooh, I need 3 Bitcoins."
Yeah, but I think that it might be some Glober, but most Globers are aware that you can't navigate successfully with the sextant on a flat Earth. It
Maybe.
doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, and so they wouldn't attempt to, but maybe somebody will.
Your boy's probably gonna lose 10 G's. You know that, right? Where'd my phone go? Yeah, Brenda's boy. Fight the flat Earth.
Oh.
Because somebody will be able to devise a system to where you could navigate on flat Earth with a sextant. For 10 grand, I bet you they could do it.
Don't you think if they can't do it, then that says a lot more than if they
Well,
can?
what
I
if
mean,
they
if
can
it's
do it? Would that say something if they could do it?
Yeah, maybe, but possibly not. Whereas if they can't do it, it definitely says something.
We'll see if they can or not. There's a lot of people running around saying the sextant proves the flat Earth, so we're about to we're about to see right here. You've heard me try to grill Johnny on it before because he runs around saying that shit. I want to know how he drew his equal lines of altitude or whatever they're called. What are they called?
Circles of equal altitude. But
Circles of equal altitude. Yeah.
yeah, but what was I saying? What did you say? Oh yeah, yeah, right. It depends on how McToon has worded his challenge because depending on if he's depending on what the challenge is specifically, like what you can get away with.
Yeah.
I could do it, but if it depends on what if he says you have to have an explanation for everything that you use, then yeah, maybe not, but that's kind of an unfair stipulation. So.
I bet you Brian Leakey
I'm
could
actually
probably do
trying to
it.
see right now if you're allowed to turn it.
Turn it what? I won't only turn it, I'll smack it up, flip it, and rub it down. No one caught that one, huh? I'm pissed. That new phone I got wouldn't let me set the... I knew I should have just brought it back to the store when it was fresh in the box, but fuck it.
Dude, you should just go into your freaking developer mode.
No, it's something with Android Go. It's fine, because there's still stuff I can do on these phones. I'm not worried about it. These phones will still make me 50 cents a day. Maybe more. It's not even a big deal. Before, I was looking to drop $500 into a game in crypto where I could make $5 a day off of. So these phones are way better.
Dude.
Well, maybe not way
I
better.
made $75 the other day for going to 5 gas stations and just measuring the distance between pumps.
Did you really? What app was that on?
I told you about this one. There's Field Agent. But you said, oh, you have to leave home to do that? Yeah, dude. It has different. They have they have surveys and secret shopper things that you got to do. I mean, that you can do at wherever. You can go to Walmart. A lot of times a lot of times you can go to a cell phone fucking like Sprint store, and it literally just wants you to ask the salesperson about a certain phone, and that one paid like $15, and there's like 10 of those.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, you make a bunch of money on this app. I'll send you a link on that. And the crazy thing is they have a scavenger hunt thing in there. So there's 165 items. They pay they pay $6.50 a piece, and all you got to do is they give you the UPC and the store, and they just want you to find what the item that is, take a picture. And I had this thing set up like 2 years ago where I was able to extract the UPCs and then search the web and then gain the pictures like automatically. But they changed the way they do their thing now. But yeah, there's a bunch of money to be made on it, for sure. Yeah, right now there's a $10 thing just to go to Barnes and Noble and see if what gift cards are in the checkout.
Huh. That's pretty neat. Did you send me the link? That might be worth leaving the house for if I could go real quick, make like $100 real quick, doing goofy shit.
Well, I used to do these a bunch just because it was convenient. Because like, if they're at Walmart or shit like that, just places I go anyways.
That's what I mean. I live pretty close to a Walmart, so.
Hey, hold on one second. Shit, I got money in my thing now. But anyways, yeah. So I can send you a link for myself. We both
Is
get
there like a
$20.
referral? Oh, there's a referral.
Yeah,
It's a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. Ponzi
Yeah,
scheme.
okay, man.
What you guys do to me every time I say there's a referral for something? Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. There's a referral.
Well, that one actually isn't a pyramid scheme because
Pyramid scheme. There's a referral.
I mean, this one. I mean, everything has a referral thing, dude.
I said that's what I was trying to tell you guys.
I got in trouble though because I measured the distance and then the gas station I was at.
Got in trouble because you're a lying sack of.
Oh, the lady came out and she's like, you can't. She's like, you can't really. What's going on? I was like, oh, I'm just doing this secret shopper thing, and then she was like, yeah, we don't allow people to do that here. I was like, well, I'm pretty sure your business hired the company I'm doing this for. so she didn't.
No random person paid me to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't let me finish it.
Well, you finished it?
Well, I mean, I did.
Nuts.
I used to do these a bunch, man, but I just I don't really open the app. But yeah, I'll send you the thing. Hold on.
Pyramid scheme, Ponzi scheme referral link too. Referrals are dope. You only get a one-time thing, or do you get every time I cash out or something? That's the move right there. That's passive income. If you were to like get like 10% of everything I earn or something, like that's fucking dope. A lot of the shit I fuck with is like that because it's heavily incentivized for you to get people to use their thing. So they give out like really nice referrals, which is like, pretty much passive income. If you sign up 1,000 people for something. What's up?
I was saying it's up to $10. So
yeah.
So far, I've made 50 cents from referrals.
What?
Yeah, man. You'd be excited about that. Here, hold on.
Come in. Oh my god.
Yeah, Mike.
It's not important. Hold on, kiddo. Hold on. They dumped you on me. Hold on. Oh, don't touch none of these cell phones, please. Nope. This is not for you. This is big boy stuff. This is the big boy stuff. Oh, boy. Come here. You can't have none of those. Ah. All right, I got you.
Hmm. Much silence. Blue.
I'm at like, I don't even know, maybe $7-8 on the phones I actually tapped for today. Not bad for just sitting home touching cell phones on your own free leisure. I've been smoking weed and drinking coffee all day. I mean, you really can't beat that. It used to be impossible for this to happen. Like when we were kids, we used to sit around thinking, how can we get $5 for a nickel bag or something? Now it's just fucking easy.
There's people who have sex for money, dude.
I know, but I don't. It doesn't matter how much you make it to glory hole every day, Coach. I'm not. I already told you I'm not doing that.
I'm just saying, there's better ways to make money.
You set yourself up for that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the truth is, if you can get paid doing what you love, then it's good to go.
Yeah. I mean, we can't all be sex workers, though. So.
Yeah, but doing porn is just get paid more.
I've heard male porn stars. That's like a regular job for them. Like they don't even get like a lot of money. Like even the big name dudes.
I don't know if that's true. I mean,
I don't know. That's what I heard. I heard it from a female porn star. So.
I mean, it probably depends on the shoot. I bet.
No, like even
Yeah,
the dudes don't get paid much. It's the girls that make all the money. Like the dudes, it's like having a regular job. Like they'll go to a they'll go to a porn shoot and make like, a few $100 or something. Where the girls are getting like 10 racks.
I don't think it's that fuck. Sometimes you get paid a couple hundred if it's a shit thing. And
no, these are like the top male porn stars. It's not. They're just males don't make as much money as the females because nobody cares about the dude. Like the dudes literally just basically almost anyone could do that.
A lot of the
like I
dudes
could
are
do
just
that. I could go do what the dudes do. That's fucking easy. I probably do it better than they do it.
You take your eye out and
what's up?
Use that.
What are you
It
doing?
says male porn stars in the U.S. range from 10 to 156 with a median salary of 28,000. Damn.
Yeah, see?
It says
That
the
ain't
middle
shit.
57% make between 28 and 71, with the top 86%. Wait, the top 86%? Oh, making 156,000.
150 G's a year?
Yeah, that's like the top
dudes.
15%.
Yeah, it's like a regular job, bro. I mean, that's like a good paying job. And it probably comes with a lot of fringe benefits.
I mean, most of the dudes are just producers, though. That's probably why. There's dudes that just set up their own fucking porn. Yeah, I know this dude. He was scamming these ladies. He was pretending he was doing a porno, and he had like real ad, and he had fake checks, and he invited them to like one of those houses. What do you call that? Like it's like not a real house. The model homes, that communities have.
Yeah.
And he took her there, and he like filmed these porns that he wasn't even really recording.
He wasn't paying him?
Well, he had fake checks. It's fucked up, though.
I mean, that seems like a legal way to just do prostitution. I'm surprised, like, they don't just do that everywhere. Like, there's not a thing where you just be like, hey, want to shoot a movie? I'll give you $20.
Yeah, there is, man. People.
Yeah, but why are people still getting arrested for prostitution and shit if, like, they could just circumvent it by saying we're doing a movie?
I don't know if you noticed this, dude, but there's so many girls online now that just, teasing dudes. Like they have OnlyFans or what's that other thing called? Instagram.
I'm about to set up an OnlyFans with me and your girl.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, you can. You'll teach people how not to gamble. That'd be pretty good OnlyFans. Teaching people how not to
I'm gonna
gamble.
teach them how to get cell phones.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, get your cell phones up. Stop wasting money on these bitches.
Dude, my girlfriend's made over $50K playing slots.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, but
Tell
she
her,
won't
Hooks,
stop.
why are you making $7 at gas station glory hole? You tell her to give you a few bucks.
Not. Well, she said she bought Motley Crue tickets later this year because we watched this Motley Crue movie, and she saw there's these tickets in Miami, so she got tickets for Motley Crue and Def Leppard. Pretty excited.
They're still touring Motley Crue and Def Leppard? Pour some sugar on me. I like that one. Was that Def Leppard?
Pour some sugar on me. Great fucking song, man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. No question.
Hysteria album. That's from that album.
The tickets you get to meet Def Leppard. It's like VIP. I'd rather meet Motley Crue than Def Leppard though.
I met Ben Stiller before at a fucking Eminem concert.
Were you guys doing lines off each other's asses?
Oh.
No, I barely even talked to him. My friend was chatting off though. I was like starstruck.
He was right next to you?
Yeah, I shook his hand.
Why was he at an Eminem concert? He was like fucking
I don't
banging
know.
him?
There was an Eminem concert in Jersey. I was in Jersey. There's an Eminem concert. They have like a little thing roped off with like some couches and shit in it and chairs and like Ben Stiller and I think like Limp Bizkit were chilling in the middle and like security and shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, like at like a VIP section.
Like no, it was like right before the concert. Like they were just chilling in this
Yeah.
little area. They cleared
I mean,
out
it
once
makes
the concert started.
they probably they're kind of like what do you call that? Swimming in Eminem's wake, basically. They just go
What?
like because he has like a huge party. They go and they
Yeah.
just check it
Oh,
out. They
Ben
see all
Stiller
the
is making
fucking
his own wake,
Puta
bro.
madre.
That's
yeah, I
Ben
know, but
Stiller.
he's not at a concert. Like he's not going to a concert because he's going to be doing anything there. He's going there because there's already a party going on.
I just wanted to see the concert. And if you're
Yeah, I
Ben
don't know,
Stiller,
man.
you don't just sit in the stands with normal people.
You think he wanted to see an Eminem concert?
Why not? Eminem's dope as fuck, bro. He came up as my era.
Yeah, he's cool, man. But if you're a celebrity, and unless you're like a huge Eminem fan, like you're not going there just check him out. You're going there to, like chill, find
Yeah, go to
chicks,
chill, see an
party.
Eminem concert. Yeah.
He's like, dude, I gotta listen to Eminem in my car.
What are you doing? Do you,
Actually, I haven't been to a concert in a long time.
hold on. I know.
Yeah, Jeremy, do you know who Justina Valentine is? She's a rapper.
The Resident Evil?
She's a rapper. She does rap battles and shit. She's on what's it called? Wild and Out on MTV. I know you watch rap battles and shit. She does those. Pretty sure she What's that guy's name? Seated.
Gata, ¿qué pedo, man? Culero. ¿Qué? Should I do?
Check. Coach, are you there?
Yo, what's up?
Bro, turn a phone on. Turn one of your old phones on. Charge it up.
Yeah, they're all charged, man. What's up?
I'll send you a place to make an account at. You make the account. You go to this one site. You might have to make another account. And then you fucking just start watching videos, and it's passive. You probably won't even have to fuck with it that much. Maybe once a day or once every
I'll
couple.
just I'll set up a macro, dude. Just have the macro do the whole thing for me.
There's nothing in macro though. It should play automatically. It'll fuck up the browser crap. I'm talking about like if the browser crashes or for some reason the video stopped playing or something. If there's nothing in macro, just set the phone up somewhere where you can see it on a daily basis. You know, when you wake up before you go to bed, if it's fucked up, just fucking tap it.
You know, you can get you can generate MEIE numbers, right?
What's up?
You can generate MEIE numbers.
Oh, for the phones?
Yeah.
There's two things you need. You need that and you need something else. I forget what the other thing
What's the
was.
other
Like
thing?
these guys that do this is very tricky. It's not like an easy thing.
Yeah, what's the other thing though?
I don't know. I forgot.
Hey, in the meantime, got something that
What do you got?
you see this thing?
No, just tell me what it is. I can't look right now. I'm tapping mad cell phones at once. Rushing it right now. I'm trying to hit $20 today.
How do you get paid for that, Kosho? I mean, Jeremy.
Oh, so many ways, dude. So many ways. Some of them
The most
are
easy way.
only
Do they deposit to your bank or to your ATM? What do they do?
some of them are only gift cards. So some of them I can only get like Amazon or Walmart or Target gift cards. There might be MasterCard or Visa gift cards or something there too. But some of them are Bitcoin. Some of them are PayPal. I've gotten about $50 in PayPal so far from various places. Some of them are Bitcoin. A lot of the ones I'm gonna end up cashing out in are gonna end up being like Target and Walmart gift cards. I already got $5 from Target. I gotta start cashing them out. It's so easy. Like everyone should go buy at least one cell phone right now and just fucking get go. You don't even need a good cell phone either for this one thing. All you need is a browser to play the videos on. You could probably do it right off a computer. Then you gotta leave the computer on all day though. If you do a cell phone, the cell phone costs nothing for the electricity. It's like nothing. Like one day of running the video thing will pay for the cell phone for like the month or something. Especially, if you have any old cell phones right now, like sitting around your house that were all your old phones or whatever, you should definitely do this shit right now. Like it's a no-brainer. It's just fucking free money. You're just giving it away. That video one goes straight to my PayPal. As long as when you make the account, you sign up for. Oh shit! I forgot to tell crypto that. So easy, silent. Like, does your wife stay home all day or anything, watching kids or something?
Nah, I don't do that. My wife does that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if your wife stays home and watches the kids all day, this is something like she could do this.
Can do.
Yeah, like you can. This is so easy, dude. You can make like, depending on how many phones you had, like you could definitely have a stay-at-home parent make like an extra like $10-20 a day or something. It's not going to retire you guys, but an extra $300 a month or something is, that's something you could 2 nickels to rub together with there. $300 a month. You save that up for the year. You go on a dope ass family vacation or something, or use it to pay bills, whatever. Use it for savings for the kids when they're anything. You invest it into other investment opportunity, like tons of shit you could do with $300 a month.
Make some extra money, huh?
Yeah, it's a few bucks. Like it's nothing to sneeze at. Like I said, it's not gonna like replace somebody's job or anything, but if they're just staying home anyways.
That's true. That is true. True.
Like I said, I wish I had 100 cell phones right now, because in an hour or an hour and a half, or maybe it takes 2 hours. I don't know how long it would take to turn 100 cell phones on, unlock the screens, and then turn them all off. Probably like an hour. But you know, you can make $30 a day real quick doing that for 1 hour's worth of work. You could do it sporadically throughout the day or on your own leisure while you're home smoking weed, whatever, man. It's so fucking easy. The one app just plays music all day. I was doing real good on the music app. I was making like $1.50 or like $2 a day or something. But I didn't know they were having like this crazy 5x bonus. At the time, I thought that's just always how it was because I started doing it like in the middle of like a bonus week or some shit. But it's still good money. It's still like 30, 40 cents a day. You got to fuck with it like 4 or 5 times a day. It's fucking easy. Definitely one of the safest investments I've made in a long time.
All right, can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Oh, it's pretty bad, your mic.
It's not working. It's okay, but you can hear me.
It's
We can
working,
hear you,
but
but
it's
it's not
flipping.
pretty.
Yeah, go to your settings and probably lower the power on your microphone.
No, you got to go into Discord, set it as the priority. Remember that, bro?
Oh, he's there's another. He's on.
All right, how's that? Is that any
Oh, that's
better?
better.
Is that better?
Brand, you got to go into Discord, set the mic as priority. Remember that?
All right, can you hear me now? Better.
Yeah, we still hear you. It still sucks though.
Turn down your mic a little bit because it's coming through real loud, like it's staticky.
Like, do you have like a gain setting or something?
All right,
Some
what about
kind of
now?
weird. Oh, that's better.
Okay. Hey, so Jeremy, this browser shit you're talking about. What do you have to do? You have to click it now and then.
What browser shit?
The shit you said you can run a browser all day.
The
watching
phone,
videos.
yeah. Shit,
Oh,
you're
with the
talking about all
videos?
fucking day, dude.
Yeah,
Videos?
you said you just have to watch videos, right?
You have to watch them.
I know you don't have to
Need
watch
to be
it.
playing. They just need to be playing.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But what do you have to do physically? Like, if you do this on a browser, what do you have to do?
I don't know. My cell phone never stops. I don't know how it works on a browser. Stop on a browser. I don't know. They do ask me every once in a while, like every like 2 days, they'll be like, "Are you still watching?" And then it just keeps going for another fucking 3 days or whatever. Or sometimes it'll like the browser will fuck up and it'll stop playing the videos. I have it set up on top of my dresser.
Because I'm just
walk by.
So if you can do this on a browser, then I could run like 50 browsers running this shit easily.
Check your IP, and it's only one IP per.
Yeah, they'll all be separate IPs.
Oh, all right. I mean, if you could do that. I don't. They check heavily for people cheating the system. They check heavily for people cheating the system like this. So I would be careful.
What's this website?
Like, you can't be a VPN. You can't use a VPN. They already know that.
No, these will be the IPs will be coming from Google. That's the only thing that they can probably check.
Oh, all right.
There'll be machines running on the Google Cloud, right?
I don't know. Do they all use the same IP? Is there other people doing the same thing? Like, I don't know. I don't know how it works. You're probably going to get banned, but you could try it. I mean, you could probably do a cash out within like 10 or 20 days. You would be able to get a cash out. So you'd know within like 20 days at least.
What's the website? Can you post it? Can you post the website?
No.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
Jeremy.
What's up?
Aren't you gonna make less money if more people get involved in that shit?
No, I make more money because I get you get referrals.
Ah.
So like I've earned 5,000, or it's 50 cents. I've earned 50 cents for my referral so far on this website. I've only referred one person.
All right, let's do it, man. You refer me, and I'll run 50 of them.
Bet.
Maybe not 50. I'll run 5 of them to start with. See what happens.
I don't care. I have nothing to do with this. I'm just giving you the referral link, and whatever you do is on you.
Do I like have to put in information and shit, or can I use like a fake email address and all that crap?
They're gonna check your. They're gonna probably send you an email verification.
Did you use the same email for every cell phone?
No.
You gotta use a
I use
separate
different.
email.
I use
If you're
different
gonna
emails.
make money with it, why would you use a fake email? Doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm only
Dude,
running
I have
this
a
one.
thousand. I have 1,000 emails you can use. Man.
Running this app one time on one phone. Like this is not an app I'm running because I don't want to get banned. It's not worth my time if I get banned.
If it's an app, I can't run that on a browser, right? It's got to be a website.
It's not an app. You can run it. It runs in a browser. This thing runs in a browser. So what you do is use my link. Go sign up for that website. Seriously, I wouldn't cheat the system. You're probably going to get banned because they check for shit like that. I would just run one of these. It's an easy 50 cents a day. Like, why risk it? There's tons of shit you could do.
There's no. They're not gonna. If they're not gonna catch one of them, they're not gonna catch 50 of them.
Right.
They're not going to catch one because you're not cheating if you use one.
This is a legit machine, Jeremy. It's running in the cloud, but it has a real IP address. And everyone is going to have a separate IP address. They're legit IP addresses. I mean, the only way they'll get caught is if they have a list of every IP address Google uses on their cloud account, and they've banned every single one.
I don't know.
I doubt they can do that, man. Like, Google's not going to give out a list of their IP addresses to anyone. That's like
There's the link. I put the link in the thing. I mean, I'd be careful with this, but whatever. Just run one of them, bro. It's easy 50 cents a day. That's like $15 a month, bro. For nothing. I get you like a pack of smokes or a couple 6-packs or something or whatever you do. What do you drink, 40s? Straight to the 40 ounces?
Honestly, dude, I just want to do it to see if I can. You know, that's the whole point. It's not to fucking make money off of it.
Well, I posted the link in the thing. If you need help, let me know. All you got to do is sign up for that website using my link. Then once you're all signed up, you go inside that place. You look for a thing called, it'll say like, it'll have like a earn button on the left. And then you go to the loot.tv one. You click on that. You might have to make an account for them. And once you do that, you just start playing videos. Make sure it's counting your points up. And then you cash out to reward XP. Every 50,000 XP is $5. They pay in PayPal. See, the way you're, I don't know, they pay in PayPal. They have other ways of paying. Let me see what the cash out is. Redeem. Yeah, they got Bitcoin, Amazon, gift cards. You could cash out in Discord, Nitro, Nintendo Shop, PlayStation, Xbox, MasterCard, Visa Prepaid. It's basically like all that shit's as good as cash. Bitcoin or MasterCard or Visa. I just do PayPal. It's fucking easy. Right to my PayPal.
And you set up a separate PayPal for every single one?
No, dude, I'm only running one of these.
Oh, I thought you were running it on every phone.
No, I'm only running one of these. I'm not trying to get banned by these people. This shit's easy. This is one of my best ones right here. Like, I'm not trying to get banned by these people.
I bet you I could hack this shit, make it work, and get like 50 of them running.
Yeah, easily, dude.
Yeah.
As I was telling you, man.
Well, whatever. Just use my link for one, will you? Don't fucking use my referral link for all 50 of them, please. Seriously, bro. I'm not trying to.
I really was going to use your referral link for 50, but okay.
I just want, dude, all I want to do is make 50 cents a day. I mean, if I could get like legit referrals, that'd be awesome, but I'm not trying to like
You sure you don't want me to use it for all 50?
No, bro. I'm honestly, I'm regretting even giving you my. I should have just sent you to the website.
I was gonna do it just so you make money off of it, but if you don't want me to use it, then I won't.
Just do one. Just do one, bro. One account. I don't want to get caught up in no bullshit.
If one works, all 50 are gonna work.
That's not necessarily, but all right. I like your enthusiasm.
Don't you understand how these machines work, Kosho?
No, I don't.
You get what I'm saying, right, Kosho?
Yeah.
Like, do you think if one works, they're gonna be able to distinguish between one and the other?
No,
They
of
won't
course
even
not.
know. They won't even know they're on the same Google account.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to link them together.
I mean, they do share an internal IP, but I can always turn that off too.
Do they have internal IPs?
Well, they have. You can.
Oh, they had a
internal network, right? They have a 10 dot something IP address between them if you set them all up together. But you don't need to. You don't have to have an internal network.
Yeah, there's other VM companies too, you know.
I know, man, but Google seems to work well for me. I mean, they give a fucking awesome free trial. That's why.
Yeah.
There's no other company that has a free trial like Google's.
They have a lot of free shit, free certification classes and shit.
Yeah, but if I could get like 1,000 referrals on this shit, that would be so fucking dope. I wouldn't even be worried anymore.
All right,
Like,
Jeremy,
I'd be straight with money.
I'm gonna make you 1,000 VMs then with this.
No, bro. Hell no. Like legit people, like all around Earth.
Dude, you think I'm gonna sit there and make 1,000 email accounts?
Kosho's already got 1,000 email accounts.
Yeah, I have over 1,000.
He did it for fucking tacos.
But then you need
I didn't
1,000
do it for
PayPal
tacos
accounts.
specifically.
Then you need 1,000 PayPal accounts, 1,000 email accounts.
Cash out through Visa, MasterCards and shit. You probably don't need anything. They got Bitcoin. Whatever, dude. That shit would be worth it. If you could get 1,050 cents a day, that's like $500 a day.
Hey, so Google, Kosho, when you set up 1,000 accounts, right? Doesn't Google realize that you're setting up all these accounts with the same IP address and then tell you that you can't do that?
Yeah, if you do them too quickly. Usually, it used to be depending on where, and then also there's different. So since there's so many Google services, let's say for instance, I'm on YouTube on my phone, which usually only allows you to do usually three in short time before they say you can't make any more today. There's other apps that you can make accounts on, like all the other apps, like Gmail, this and that. And that's if you want to make them all at the same time. But if you're making them over a long period of time, then it's really easy.
I make like one a day usually. I make a Gmail account a day.
All right, fuck it.
Yeah, as long as you do them slowly.
Let me get it working with one, and then I'll figure out the rest of it.
If you need help, let me know. All you do is sign up. Use my link. Sign up for that site.
Sign up for all 50 of them, right?
No.
With this link. That would help you out, right,
Only
Jeremy?
make one account. Only make one account. That's all I'm saying is just make one account.
Well,
Go
Jeremy,
to sign.
What I'll do is I'll make one with yours, and then I'll use that one.
I don't, dude. I don't even want to know.
Then I will use that one.
I don't want to know. Just site though. Go to earn. It'll be on the left-hand side.
Do you make do you make money off the people that refer the referral, or like is it 2 levels deep?
I think it's just 1 level deep.
So if I do this right, I can make one account, get it working, use that to refer the other accounts, and I'll make the money watching it. And
you're definitely getting banned. You're definitely getting banned. Yeah, definitely. That was like the #1 rule my group told me when I joined. They were like, "Don't ever refer yourself." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. It's the #1 thing they look out for is people who exploit
links.
Bonuses.
That gives you an automatic link right there to all the accounts. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the first thing they told me. Like, don't fucking refer yourself.
Yeah, but that's because you'll be using the same IP address from home. I won't be using the same IP address. They won't know.
But you gotta try to do all the things because like I had to do the same thing for my girlfriend for the casino because they thought that she was trying to do something to like, steal bonuses. She wasn't. But they collect all the metadata from every interaction with you. So, so they can get all your information, like your and they match it up with something else, and they see if there's anything that matches, like information, card information, location, IP address, all this thing.
No, Jeremy, I'm just fucking around, man. I don't even need to use your link for the first one if you don't want me to.
No, use it for like a legit one. Yeah, I don't know, bro.
None of them are going to be legit. I'm not going to run anything on my home machine.
Oh, all right, whatever. I mean, if you want, use my link for one, I guess.
Okay.
When you do it though, when you get to the when you get to the reward XP thing, go to earn. It's on the left hand side. Then a whole bunch of boxes will pop up. It'll say all on top. Then loot.tv will be one of the things. Click on that. You might have to make an account for Loot TV. I'm not sure. But if you do, just sign up an account for that and then start watching videos. And then when it's time to cash out, it goes to reward XP and you're good.
Do they play ads?
In the videos,
No,
yeah,
it's just-
there's ads. Yeah.
But there's no interaction needed, right? So maybe
Not
once
really,
every 2 days, one thing pops up and it makes you click it, right?
Yeah, it might ask, are you still... It's asked... I've been running this for weeks. And it's maybe asked me like 5 times if I was still watching.
Okay.
And then it probably crashed. It probably crashed on me like, I don't know, 10 or 15 times or something. Or like the browser will crash or something. I run it in Google Chrome. I run it in Google Chrome with the volume off on the phone, and inside the video the volume's off too. They told me to try it with the volume on. It makes more money. I put the volume on. It stopped being passive. I was like, yo, that's not worth it. So I went back to watching it with no volume because I was like, fuck it, it's passive with the volume off.
I can probably have the volume on too. Be a thing.
That's one of my best ones right there, honestly. That 50 cents a day is so easy.
So
You
50
just put
cents
headphones
a
in
day.
them, dude.
Wait.
I actually have one where I listen to music and I cut a piece of headphone off and just put the jack in it, so that way it didn't make no sound. Like I had it playing and I asked my wife, I'm like, can you hear that when we're sleeping? She's like, yeah, I was gonna ask you what that was. I was like, oh, I could fix that. And then I just found old headphones
So you make 50 cents a day on this, right?
on that one thing. Yeah, get in between 30 and 50. I don't really keep track of it. I kept track of it when I first started doing it, and it was like 50 to 75 cents a day, but I think it got a little bit lower, and now it's like 30 to 50 cents.
So if I do 10 machines, I'll make $150.
$3. No.
It's 50 cents
30
a
cents.
day. 50 cents a
50
day,
cents
yeah.
a day, yeah.
50 cents a day. So in a
Times
month,
10 is $5.
right? So 15 for the month, right?
Oh, for the whole month, it's 150, yeah. 150
Right.
bucks for a month.
No,
10,
15
yeah.
for the whole month. 15 for the whole month, and if I have 10 machines, then I'll be making 150.
Yeah, I would not run this 10 times. I'm just letting you know. Like you're gonna get banned, bro.
So if I do 1,000 machines,
The way to do it is just to do it legit and fucking
for 50
get
cents a day.
referral.
Fuck
Yeah,
no.
but to do it legit and get referrals for that account.
Yeah, but it's gonna tie up my fucking internet. I don't want that shit running on my home machines.
Use no internet? What do you want, a fucking cellular plan at your house?
No, I just don't like shit on my using my internet.
Here.
What's up, y'all?
I'll get it going on this VM, dude. Watch. I run fucking 1,000 of them, and then I'll show you my gift card.
Well, if you get big, I want a few bucks. No, I wouldn't risk running mad of them just because it's not worth the hassle for me to get banned.
I mean, I could run 10 of them.
You guys ready for a challenge?
What is it?
Pussies beware. Only real men are going to be able to stand up to this challenge. You've been warned.
Okay.
What do you got? It's gonna be some
All right.
gay shit.
All you gotta do, this block is going back and forth. Okay, it's a half a foot in diameter, 6 inches in diameter, and the red lines horizontally are 10 feet across. So it's representing 10 feet. That's representing 6 inches or half a foot. Anyways, all I need to know is if you can come close. But I just want you to determine the speed of this fucker.
It looks like it's speeding up and slowing down.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So which
That's a
speed
great
do you want?
observation, man. Any of them.
It's moving.
Whatever you think.
What do you
So
mean?
how long is the yellow line?
That's a 10 feet across. That's supposed to be half a foot. That block, half a foot across. That's half a foot. The block is, and that the whole area is 10 feet.
Like 2 feet a second, sometimes faster, sometimes slower.
Okay.
What do you want us to do, Kosh? I don't get it. Just figure out the speed.
The first
That's
one.
right. Figure out the speed.
8 seconds for the first one.
Okay. And so you're saying 8 seconds what?
Well, you divide. I mean, come on. I'm saying if
It's like a
8
foot a second. It's only like in between 1 foot and 2 feet a second.
1.25 feet per second.
Right. So if it's going 5 feet, 5 seconds, then it's 2 feet a second.
Okay. Cool answers from everyone. That's cool. There's only one problem. You guys forgot to ask all the relevant questions, right?
No, we got all the relevant data.
Like relative to what? I know Don and Jeremy, you guys.
Get the fuck
What do
out.
you mean relative to what? Dude, I know
My-
how long the line is, and I know how long the fucking it's taking the thing to go across the line. There's no more information I need.
God bless. He pulls
What's
it.
going on here?
What's this goofy shit?
It's the same exact.
Okay, if the yellow
scheme.
line is 10 feet long, it doesn't change the fact that it's going between 1 and 2 feet a second.
The block is moving relative to the yellow line underneath it. I mean,
That's right. That speed that you guys described is only the relative speed in reference to that fucking thing up there. But if there's
What thing?
more, well, that yellow line. So in that frame, that's the speed it's doing. But it's obviously, and you can describe it in many
frames,
different planes.
that's what it's doing. I don't care what dilation bullshit you want to fucking conjure because some shit decays different when it's fucking moving. Okay, that's bullshit, Coach. So this is like, bro, why
Do
do
you want to keep your same answer, the same answer you had before? When you see this is the same scene.
But you asked about the yellow line. You asked in reference to the yellow line.
No, I didn't ask in. I explained in reference that when they answered the first time, though, they didn't specify. They just said.
So you guys
that's
are
the
always trying to
speed.
get gotchas. Always trying to get the cheap wins and the
I'm not
gotchas.
trying to get gotchas.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
It's a gotcha.
There was dudes. No, there was dudes the other night when Spider-Man make this. There was dudes the other night.
Starter.
Even still were misunderstanding relative velocity.
That's like saying hold on, man. That's like saying how fast is your car going, and you saying 20 miles per hour. Then you go, well, not in reference to the sun.
Well, no, but yeah, I mean that would only be relevant if you were at a position. So it's like sometimes I describe a speed pitch. If you're measuring a speed pitch competition and you're measuring it from on like a cruise ship, then you're gonna get one speed from on the cruise ship. But if you happen to be outside the cruise ship for some reason, measuring it from fucking shore, the speed pitch, you're gonna get a different speed.
Grander view. See, the grander view always trumps everything. It's like just because you can go down and say, "Oh well, conceptually, it's all in the grand view, it's only moving this." Or now that we look at it smaller, relative to the people on the small, that doesn't take away the grander view. The grander view always trumps like all of reality. Like if you have the ability to look at a whole bigger portion of space, you can speak about that bigger portion.
It actually doesn't though. There's no preferred frame. So it's
Bullshit.
not that it doesn't trump the other frame. It's just as valid. Both frames are equally valid. Both speeds are equally valid as long as you're referencing in that frame.
So,
I
Kosho,
don't.
when you drive Uber, Kosho, how fast are you going on average?
Depends on if I'm masturbating while I'm driving or not.
Dude, because it's not. Because as soon as you add that bigger frame, like for instance, Kosho, if you were to stay in the smaller frame, like you'd be having this extra motion, like that thing's going to the end, back and forth. You'd have this extra unknown fucking phenomenon happening. Same way where if you, this is why I try to drive home this, conservation of perpendicular velocity or whatever, Kosho, on the photons, because if you have that, that's where you'd notice on the smaller scale, oh, look, these photons are getting left behind. There must be a bigger phenomenon happening. You see what I'm saying? To me, the bigger phenomenon is always going to trump. That's why I talk about this conservation shit.
What do you mean by that? By them getting left behind?
Like, if you were to jump up and down on that yellow bar, it's not going to leave you behind because you got the same momentum it has. But to me, I'm claiming that all scientists agree that light will not do that. If it was a photon, it's not gonna. As soon as it shoots, it's gonna go straight from there. It's not gonna go at an angle. It's not gonna go up and sideways, equaling a diagonal. It's only going straight. Yet when you jump up, you're not only going straight up, you're going at a diagonal.
God damn it, what is this thing?
Therefore, the bigger reference frame always wins, in my opinion.
Well, I'm going to show you this thing. I made something, but I don't got time to pull it up, so I'm going to have to show you somebody else's drawing, which I'm not happy to do. But anyways, you've seen this and you're talking about it right now, so just check it out. Hold on.
Dude, you're telling me you could shoot a laser while running sideways and that laser's going to go fucking sideways?
Oh, you keep saying it like that, and I keep telling you that's not how it's
So we agree that the light only goes straight.
No, hold on a second. I'm trying to. I've made the picture, and you're describing the picture, so I already know you know it. But this person has.
Diagonal, and it's appearing, and the distance moving to it, and all that bullshit. That's how you know the other thing is moving. I mean, I don't know, man. I know. See, we both understand it. That's what's crazy that we can't ever get to it. Like, it's like I feel all your demos, all that. I just don't agree with the logic.
I know, but you know the demo, but you're expressing it incorrectly. That's a problem.
I've always been able
the light is having a.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on, I found a good one.
Like, I usually leave
see this picture. You know, you already know this picture. I already know that. Okay. The problem is, you have to imagine being both people. First, you're going to be the person on the top, which means that you're on the moving frame.
Yes.
And you're just all you're doing is you have a stopwatch, and you have sensors on the roof and the ceiling.
Okay, so let me skip to the end then.
Hold on, dude, because you keep saying it's going diagonal, dude, and that's the part I'm trying to get out. This whole thing.
It won't
hold on.
appear to do what you're doing on the bottom part because
I haven't said it yet, man.
Yeah, but you said you know that I know it.
No, I said I know you've seen this, but every time you express it, you do it incorrectly. That's what I said. And what I mean by that is,
Kosho, if the light take your top one, if the light shoots from either of those headed towards the other, but it's not carrying that sideways shit that we're agreeing it's not carrying, it's gonna go straight up. and the other thing is going to be moved out of the way by the time it gets up there, or moved.
Yeah, I know that's what you think, dude. I know that's what you think.
Not going to
That
trigger, so it's not going to trigger the roof thing, and you don't get your diagonal.
yeah, you're interrupting me just to say something I already know that you know. Okay, I already know.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay? But anyhow, I'm showing you this picture, dude, because the person on the top, the person in the moving frame, whenever if they have a ball and they have light and they have whatever else they have in that moving frame that's going at constant velocity, the sensors are going to measure the light as if it's traveling. Let's say that the distance between, let's say the building's so big it's a light year apart, okay, or a light second apart. So that it takes exactly 1 second to go straight up and straight down. Right. That's what they're going to experience from inside the cart.
See,
but
this
somebody
is where
observing it. No, but if somebody observing that same thing from outside the cart, they're forget about the light and the sideways velocity. Only think about the train or the car, whatever it is you're seeing, and only think about the position of the bottom sensor and the position of the top sensor. Because in that 1 second,
it's not going to trigger the other sensor, Kosho. That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, right now we have these examples of it happening because light radiates in 360. It also travels very, very fast. So on the scale of equipment that we're using, right, it looks probably like light is going up to the top. But if we were to exaggerate the scale, dude, we would see, if we agree that light doesn't have the sideways momentum, that it can't hit the fucking sensor because the sensor is going to be gone by the time the light gets to the roof. It's going to leave the bottom. The roof is going to move. It's not going to move sideways. The baseball would move sideways, but the light doesn't. You have to stop right here and tell me that you disagree with this premise right here.
Yeah,
Because
I've said that 1,000 times, dude.
So you agree
1,000 times, dude. If
So
light is a constant speed from any reference frame, that means from that reference frame, whatever speed you're doing, in any direction, it's not going to treat the light differently than it's going to treat you. In that frame, the light is traveling with you, going the speed of light.
So you just said that it doesn't treat light differently than it treats you. See, that's crazy. It does treat light differently than it treats you. It compresses the light's wavelength when the Doppler effect is present for say scenario.
That's right, yeah.
Right, but it doesn't.
That's how.
But
yeah,
it
that's how-
doesn't. It doesn't do that to you.
It actually does, dude. That's what the Doppler effect. You usually hear it with sound. Anything that's moving at speeds like that, that's propagating, like that, it's going to experience a Doppler effect.
Press your position. You carry the momentum. Your position isn't compressed. Okay, this
position isn't compressed. What do you mean by that?
And matter aren't treated the same. I don't see. You keep telling me, oh, that is different, and then it is. So let's start again where we're on the basketball court with the laser beam, with the pen laser. If you're moving fast enough, perpendicular, strafing, and you shoot that pen laser straight down the court, and you flash it for a millisecond, is it going to appear right at the other side? If it's a light second long court, is it going to appear exactly on the grid line where you flashed it, or is it going to have some sideways momentum and go past where you flashed it? You need to agree.
Depends on when you shot it and where you were when you shot it. So
okay, you were right. Oh my God, you were at a specific grid line when you shot it. You had sideways velocity. You shot it perpendicular to you, and you had the momentum sideways. Is it going to have some of that sideways momentum and carry on because of the delay down the hall and go past your grid line, or is it going to stay right on that grid line? You have to make a solid. You haven't had a consistent position on this.
Well, I'm trying to imagine what you're saying, because if a person was moving sideways with a laser and they were firing it at some target, then the target would receive it, would receive the light, as they're passing in front of it. Like you'd have to be describing a person that'd be moving so fast that it had to be because think about it, the distance between them and the laser.
Yeah, I get it.
And
It's a
light-
small scale. It's hypothetical, dude. Yeah. If you're moving at, let's say, a foot a second, right? Now, if it takes that laser a second to get down to the hallway, if it was a baseball, that baseball would be off by a foot because it has that same momentum in a vacuum, no friction of air. Okay. But now the laser, it take it a second to get down there. You are moving perpendicular at a foot a second. Is that laser going to be off by a foot when it gets down there? You need to really think about this, Kosho, because you have not nailed your own feet to the fire on this.
I mean, you're talking about a laser that was shot. So basically, if it takes a second to get down there, and you're moving 1 foot per second, then when you shoot it 1 foot, so when you shoot it when you're 1 foot away, like whatever laser that you're pressing, when you're 1 foot away from when it hits the target,
oh my god,
that will reach it, but nothing else will.
You're just whatever, dude. Play your game. That's fine.
Well, I mean, that's what you're describing. You're moving 1 foot per second. It takes 1 second to reach across the thing. So the light that you emit. So
you draw all this stuff. Go ahead and draw it, Kosho. You don't even need to do a good one. Just do 2 lines. Just a black and white, 1 line and 2 lines.
Yeah, I mean, I was drawing it while I was talking, but just so I could visualize what is being said. But yeah, the person's moving 1 foot per second. He fires a laser. The laser that hits the target is going to be the one that
it doesn't hit the target. It hasn't hit the target yet. You're skipping to the end. Oh, you're saying the one, yeah. So you're agreeing that it's going to have the sideways momentum. You're thinking of a constant stream, and you're telling me, I get what you're saying. So erase a constant stream and just talk about a 1 instant blip of a laser as if it's one.
Okay.
Right. As if it was a baseball, akin to the baseball, right? So you're adding in shit we don't need to add in. You're adding in this fucking stream. We're not talking about a stream of baseballs, so we don't need to talk about.
I didn't say anything about. I didn't add any of that in, man.
You said the laser that's going to hit the target. That's referencing.
I'm saying if he wants to hit the target, then he's going to want to fire it. He's going to want to emit it exactly 1 second before he is going to be intersecting that sensor.
So now you're saying that you pushed the light sideways, basically.
No, I'm saying the light is going to be in your reference frame, going in a straight line in front of you. If you're going in a constant velocity sideways, like if you're on a train going 100 miles per hour, and there's another train parallel to you in the distance, going the same speed or whatever, and neither of you guys are accelerating, and you fire a laser to that train, I don't think that the car in behind the part that's right across from you is going to receive the light. I think the light that's right in front of you is going to receive that light.
I mean, I get it. It's a simple, but see, it's a lot of. I'm making sure that I hear in every little spot, but it's a lot, bro. Like when we're talking about all these visuals, but it sounds like a simple yes. It sounds like a simple yes that you're saying that light is going to retain that sideways momentum that you had. Therefore, you had to shoot it early. You had to lead the target or whatever. But whatever.
Well, it's not that I think that it's retaining. I don't think it's retaining any momentum. I think in that person's reference frame,
you got to be kidding.
The light isn't traveling sideways.
Kosho, you have to be kidding me, bro. It has to be retaining momentum. You shot it on grid line A, and it landed on grid line B. It's not that had to have momentum retained. Doesn't matter what fucking reference frame, dude.
That's how it works, though, man.
Dude,
if it's the same in every reference frame, then
spots. In reality, you're running across a long hallway with grids on it. It doesn't matter whose reference frame. On everybody's reference frame, the shot took place at position XY. Period. No matter what reference frame you're in. The shot took place at position XY. The shot was aimed, down grid line Y. Right? Period. It doesn't matter what fucking reference frame. You stop me whenever I'm wrong. Right? Shot was fired at position XY, aiming at vector V. Down grid line Y1.
Press one button. In that reference frame, Don, the person who's firing this thing, you're right, it hits the target. That's straight in front of them. because in that reference frame, they're not moving sideways. Okay, in that reference frame, there's not a sideways momentum that it needs to be preserving.
I disagree with
you. That's the way motion works.
All right. Draw it and put it up in the chat. Put it up like your other little bouncy laser thing here. Dude, you can invoke reference frames all you want. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant if light goes behaves the same way in all reference frames, and you're describing a reference frame that you're actually moving sideways, but in that reference frame, there's no evidence of that because you're shooting it at something that's also
same in all reference frames. Therefore, they are irrelevant if they happens all the same. If you have a variable that doesn't do anything, then it's an irrelevant variable, isn't it, Coach?
No, that's the whole point of it being a constant.
Bro, the words you're saying, man, aren't matching up to like, dotted I's and crossed T's, man.
It actually does. The fact that it's constant velocity is the reason why we have these strange phenomena like time dilation. But the fact that it's a constant velocity in every reference frame, or it's a constant velocity, that means that when you're going sideways, like on a train, and you're firing it, you're not going to experience some weird shit where you see the light.
I don't care where you see it, bro.
Backwards.
Listen, it's
yes. It's not going to happen.
It's as simple as this: yes or no. Does light behave like the baseball and get pushed sideways? Yes or no. Simple yes or no. You can don't pick on the one. Listen. Is it fair for me to generally to shortcut and communicate the concept of the conservation, regardless of reference frame, and say that the baseball is pushed sideways, so that we know what we're talking about from an outside observer? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but saying it like that is going to imply that the speed is going to be quicker, which is not correct. But it's gonna if the train's going at a constant velocity, then the light is gonna behave like it always does.
But just like your little two lasers, you have up and down lasers and you have triangle lasers. That second one, that laser is pushed sideways because the train's moving sideways, but the laser's going up and down in the train, so it must be the bouncy ball is pushed sideways. You're saying the light is pushed sideways, bro. I get it. You want to die?
Everything,
you don't want to say it specifically like that. You keep trying to throw in elaborations.
Everything that's in a frame that's moving at a constant velocity, everything that's in there, including the light and the baseball, they're gonna behave in that frame as if they're stationary, or they're gonna be whatever movement you've given them. So if you threw the baseball up, it's gonna be whatever speed you threw it at. The light's gonna go at a constant speed.
You can argue with the particle physicists that say light only retains momentum in wavelength, not in speed. So you can keep acting that light retains speed momentum, but all the physicists are going to tell you wrong, Kosho. So sorry, bud. Light does not retain speed.
You just said it retains its frequency when it doesn't. That's the reason why you have Doppler effect.
I said it maintains momentum with the frequency, with changing the frequency. That's how the momentum is maintained. You're right. I might have said those words, but this is what was meant. The real thing that that I know because I've said it times.
The speed is consistent, man.
Light does not maintain speed momentum. Light always moves at c.
That's right.
Right. So all that momentum that you're saying was maintained of speed momentum is transferred into wavelength, which would be Doppler.
No, I didn't say momentum. No, did I? I said the speed. The speed was consistent.
Yeah, and I'm going to argue I'm saying momentum because I'm going to say the real thing, and then I'm going to elaborate. The thing you're saying is incorrect. The speed is not maintained.
Momentum is dependent on speed, though, for light.
Bro, draw it. Draw it, bro.
You're using the equation mv for momentum. But light has no mass, so how can you use mv for momentum?
Are you asking me or Kosho?
You.
That's the whole fucking point.
Oh, I wasn't 100% listening, but
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Where's Jeremy at? Jeremy understands.
Y'all heard it. Look. Kosho said it in triplicate. Light will maintain the speed. Kosho verified with light said by Kosho maintains the speed, even though we know it doesn't, because it's it's stretched or compressed, depending on if you're, pushing it.
When it's doing that, its speed's consistent, man.
And when it's doing everything, its speed is consistent, which means you're not pushing it sideways.
No one said anything about pushing it sideways, though, man. That's what I'm saying to you.
You are.
The principle you're missing here is the principle of relativity. The fact that when
you're conjuring that after the fact, you don't get to use the thing that we're
in the
debunking.
frame that you're not that you're inside of the constant velocity box. You're not being pushed sideways.
You
only
can't
from outside the frame. Only from outside the frame, viewing that same.
Bro,
There's no point
was known by Einstein. The particle physicists have debunked it. That's why it's new age, bro.
Why are you so incredibly rude that you're just talking over what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is the new shit that you should be listening to. You're just repeating the same thing that everybody knows. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the answer, bro. You're not really saying
Not the answer, dude. The answer is that you're having a hard time understanding a simple principle of relativity, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's something called the principle of relativity.
This thing that we're working on is the groundwork for the conclusion of relativity. You don't get to skip the middle, go to an unproven end to prove the middle. That's what you're doing, and that's fucking annoying. That's what's meant.
The principle of relativity is the beginning.
Einstein sat here and pretended that we weren't smart enough to know that on one hand,
Einstein didn't come up with the principle of relativity.
Bro,
It's actually 400 years older.
The time dilation thing, the time dilation, bro, and that's
It's based on the beginning principle of relativity. The thing that you're not wanting to hear.
Reference frames and fucking light sensors on the floor and on the roof, dude. That's the shit that Einstein told us, okay, is going to hold all this. Oh, well, from his reference frame, it looks like this. And from that reference frame, it looks like that. So it's really, it could be looked at from two perspectives. No, it can't.
What I'm trying to say to you is that the principle of relativity, which is much older than Einstein, it's not based on light. It's based on any motion, any momentum, any movement at all. Any speed, velocity.
Get it?
Yeah. And so when you're saying things like the light is moving sideways, and you're describing it from the frame that is moving at the constant velocity, with the light, it's not moving sideways. Because the frame that's observing that is the frame outside of that, watching that frame.
You stop strawmanning because I'm not describing it from that frame. Then here's the deal.
Yeah, I know. But
you're talking about the first relativity, bro. Yeah, everything was assumed to, when not accelerating, when it had the constant velocity, was assumed to be indistinguishable. Okay, that's what was skipped. That's the assumption that is bullshit. That's the thing where if you take this element, which Einstein should have fucking stood up for because he admitted that you compress it and stretch it, it's still going to be a constant. Obviously, the wavelength or something is going to have to change. He skipped the fucking sideways fucking bullshit and let us still hold on to this fucking dead ass illogical fucking principle with outdated prehistoric fucking equipment. Because 200 fucking years ago, they weren't fucking with photons the way we are. Photons blows that old shit out the fucking water because if you're bouncing these photons up and down, they gonna miss the sensors like I was telling you. The baseball and the bouncy ball ain't. That's the foundation for this whole shit you're trying to invoke to debunk itself, Kosho. Don't think I don't know this, bro. Don't think I don't know this history and this fucking bullshit of these fucking illogical physics, bro. You show me you fucking whipping a fucking photon sideways. You show me a laser pointing straight down, moving sideways momentum, and that shit. Let's go to the physicists. I can't believe you think that physicists agree with you right here. It's crazy.
Don, if you don't shut the hell up and let me speak, I'm not going to attempt to speak again, dude. You've been shouting over everything I said, dude. It cut me off in the middle of what I'm saying. So there's no point in trying to explain to you what the principle of relativity is, or why what you're describing, once again, is two different observations, and you're describing them as if they're being observed in the same frame, and they're not. In one of those frames, the light is going sideways. That's the person watching it from outside of the moving vehicle.
I don't think it happens
it absolutely is moving sideways because you can see the whole thing moving sideways.
If you say so. Okay.
The person in that frame is actually not moving sideways though. not with
Right.
the light. The light's not moving sideways. Nothing's moving sideways. So when they fire it up and down, it does indeed hit the bottom and the top of the sensors, even though it's moving sideways from the outside frame.
It would have to,
But
right?
that's
In
because
theory, yeah, it would have to in theory land. Here's the problem, Kosho. Me and you now, in the real world land, we have a disagreement on what physicists say happens. Two actual photons in real world data. Okay, we're going to talk about me talking about the grid line, the hallway, the laser, shooting it. You're saying that you're going to have to lead, let's say lead the target, even though you're shooting early. You're going to have to shoot early because of that sideways conservation, regardless of the fucking reference. I'm telling you that it's not going to miss. I'm telling you, it's going to go bing right there. It's not going to miss. It's not going to carry on that sideways. I believe physicists agree with me. You seem to, it seems to me like you're disagreeing, and you're saying the physicists say that it will retain sideways. This is the problem. Your whole shit is hinged on that. And I know otherwise. I know that they don't say this, Kosho. So maybe since we have an actual real world agreement in actual data and physical phenomenon, that's what we should contend, and that's what we should research. Because my research shows that light doesn't maintain that speed. I actually have plenty of people on your side arguing the same fucking thing for days now. So it's like, it's weird that we go, oh, reference frame, whatever. It doesn't matter, bro.
we pull up anything that corroborates what you're saying, because
yeah, light has no momentum. Light
because
doesn't
the way that relativity works, again, principle of relativity, is if I'm moving sideways at 1 meter per second or 1 foot per second, and there's a grid wall, stationary, and I press the light and aim it at the wall, then you're claiming that it takes a second to hit the wall from the laser, and you're claiming that it's not going to be moving sideways. And so if I shoot it a second before I intersect that sensor, that's not going to hit the sensor because it doesn't move sideways.
Right.
And I'm telling you that if you understand the principle of relativity,
No, I don't. No. Tell me what they do in a lab.
Don, I don't care if you don't want to hear what I have to say. I don't care if you don't want to hear it, Don, because you keep doing this, dude. But you don't let me finish what I'm saying.
Why don't you address what I'm saying?
That's not really a fair way to have a conversation.
Just let him
Don.
finish. Let him finish.
No, you're ignoring what I'm saying, though. He's
I'm not
ignoring
ignoring what you're saying, Don. I'm trying to address it.
Hold on, Kosho. Let him finish, and then you can point out after he's not addressing.
Yeah. Anyhow, the wall that's there, you can think of it in the way you're describing it, where the person's moving 1 foot per second leftwards and the wall's stationary. But it's just as valid to think of you not moving at all and the wall moving 1 meter per second the other direction, and you shooting that laser. If you shot it 1 second before you're going to intersect that sensor, then just like if you were stationary shooting a laser or a train or something, and the train was in a position such that in exactly 1 second the sensor is going to intersect the position you're at, then the laser is going to hit that sensor.
I get that you're saying
that's the way that motion works.
Not the other. Yeah, we get that you're saying it work in this backwards direction. Therefore, it should work in the forwards direction. It fucking doesn't. That's my point. The fucking relativity is a facade. It's a farce, bro. This is the type of experiment that can show you which thing is actually moving, regardless of your fucking brain. This is the fucking point I'm making. And the thing is, Kosho, physicists will agree with me. Your fucking wall can move, but your fucking laser can't. Okay? Physicists are going to agree with me. They're going to tell you, no, it doesn't matter if like you whip it sideways. You're not going to whip the photon sideways. They're going to come out and go straight. Period. So you keep wanting to go, well, we have this already decided theory of relativity that shows, well, in both directions, it would make it confusing. Yeah, that's after you get past these experiments falsifying. Is there any fucking way to make it not confusing? And there is, and this is it.
This is why it's dangerous to cut me off and not listen to what I said, because you just repeated back what I said about whipping it sideways. I literally said the exact opposite of that. And I specifically said that so you would understand that it doesn't matter if you don't believe in the reference frame thing or whatever. I'm telling you that it's equally as valid. If you're moving at a constant velocity and the other thing is not, that's equally as valid as you not moving and the other thing moving at a constant velocity. If you're only talking about the relationship of the movement of y'all's two, which is what you're describing when you're describing somebody running across a wall.
No, I'm not. I'm not only talking about the relationship. That's what you're missing. We're talking about actually trying to throw.
You keep cutting me off, and then you don't understand what I said, and then you're responding to something that is not at all what I said.
Kojo, you are full of shit. It's obvious. Everyone can hear it, bro. You're not listening. You keep trying to do a fucking okie doke. I'm not fucking going for it, bro. I don't care that theoretically it's just as valid that you could do it and move the wall and you stay stationary. I don't care. That's not what
I'm
we're
not
doing.
telling you it's
We're not
theoretical.
doing
I'm
it.
telling you
just
that
tried to
they're not
I'm
two
not
different
saying you push
interpretations.
the laser sideways.
There's
You
no
are
difference
saying
between
you
one or
can
the
push the
other
laser
at
sideways.
all.
You are saying that. You've said it
No,
multiple
I'm not.
times.
I'm telling you that there's no difference at all.
And I'm telling you, physicists disagree with you.
No, they don't. And if you can
they do.
substantiate that, that'd be fantastic. But until
Okay, here's
then,
what
they don't
did. Here's
disagree
what
with
they
that.
did. They took a lightsaber laser, they put it on a fucking dolly, a fucking spring-loaded motherfucking thing that's jerking it across the room. They fucking bursted it. They tried to shoot the laser early to hit the target like you wanted, Kosho. It didn't work. Okay, that's and you said that it does. That's the problem.
I mean,
You
go
don't
ahead and post
know
what you're talking about.
reality. You don't know what they're actually doing in reality, and they know that they're doing this. And
What you're
then they
talking
sit
about.
here and want to keep allowing this fucking time dilation bullshit because it's hinged on there's other phenomenon that agree. Just because there's other phenomenon that show fucking different vibration or decay rate, that doesn't have nothing to do with a broken fucking loop-de-loop fucking concept, bro. Because they want to
Don, why
pretend.
don't you post what you're talking about? Let's move forward. Let's see what this thing is. This test where they're moving at constant velocity and it doesn't behave the way it's supposed to.
Okay. I'll just pull up the reference where they show that the light doesn't conserve the speed, and then we can go from there. Do you have one where it says that it does?
Yeah. I mean, I can give you several examples. The whole the gray satellites are based on this principle.
Oh, I'll go get it for you. Here we go, Kosho. Hold on. I'm cropping. All right, I found two now.
You can't tell these guys nothing about light. They still think light travels at a constant speed through a vacuum, even though they've done measurements to show that that's not happening.
That's another
Or that
weird.
that they can make it change speed through free space in a vacuum.
A new claim, dude.
I found one that agrees.
Yeah, the one that you're talking about is indeed light moving at a different speed because it's describing the collapsed wave function. So when we say the constant speed of light, we're talking about the propagation of not only light but information through space. If it's unimpeded, if there's unimpeded by medium, that's just the truth of it. If you have a collapsed wave function, it goes slower. Okay, but we're talking about the as light propagates through space as a wave. That speed is consistent.
I like to go deep, Kosho. I don't like to just scratch the surface. So look, there is people that talk like this from what you're saying, right? So I know that it's people who say it. Now, where the like the experiment setup that like I talked about, from anything that I've seen, it's not an experiment setting. It doesn't happen. There's no physicists said they've ever been able to get this to happen. So that's where you need to show me that. They just claim it willy-nilly, bro.
Hey, Kojo. Kojo.
Oh, what's up, my man? Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Is this the whole link though, Don? But what's up, Branch?
Oh, it works just fine on VMs. You want to do it with your email addresses? So I can't be fucked to make all those email addresses.
Sure, man. I mean, I can send them to you, but hold on.
You're probably it's gonna be like, because you have to sign in with a Google account or a Facebook account, right? So when we sign in, it's gonna say verify this shit and that shit.
Oh yeah, I have all the email. I have all the access to the emails. Yeah.
All right, would
They're gonna say verify the email. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll figure it out someday, dude.
What we can do right now is just I'm trying to find this paper because he posted this. I don't even know what this is that he's posted, but I'm trying to find where that came from.
Let me fuck around with it. I want to see how small of a VM I can get it to run on.
So, Coach, that thing, I'm sorry to have the link. I was cropping a pic. That one's the one that goes on to I believe agree with what you're saying. Like it'll make an angle type of thing. So, but it says in the thing we definitely both have already agreed on, in the direction of propagation, that's what's going to be compressed and stretched, right? So this is okay. So that's what's interesting. Is this to me? You could go here with it, and it's like even if you start here, this to me is a cake and eat it too situation contradiction, because why should you be able to push something, let's say, perpendicular to the propagation, laterally, sideways? Okay, why should you be able to push something sideways but not forward?
There's a really simple answer to that. The only problem is I'm not allowed to say it because you're allergic to it. I've tried to say it 1,000 times already, but
you can't use the ending
say it. So.
Middle kosher.
Yeah, it's not moving sideways from both frames, dude. Only one of those frames is it being, as you say, pushed sideways. But that frame is actually not even the frame that is with the moving light, observing its straight path. So
Apply that to both sides of the equation.
It doesn't get applied to both sides.
Why are you not applying that to both sides of the equation, Kosha?
Because all motion is relative from each frame. The
So
frame,
why?
it's not equal for both sides.
I'm not talking about both sides, both frames. I'm talking about both sides. We said, remember, there were two parts. Why can you not push light forward or backwards, but you can push it sideways? You said, oh, it's not moving sideways in all frames.
No.
Why is it not moving forward in all frames?
Yeah, but that is the whole crux of, that's why it's used as an example. It's because the fact that it is consistent, that's showing you that it's not moving sideways. It preserves its the constant rate, like it doesn't exceed that speed by means of there being two different frames of time.
It doesn't go under. It's always that speed, which I like Jeremy's angles. Come on, that's bullshit too. But like, think about it. Like, we're not really saying. I guess what's important, Jeremy, to your variable of like, hey, are they even proving what the speed is? I guess what they can prove is that they can't add speed or take away speed from it, regardless of what the speed is, regardless of how consistent it is in the whole universe. It's like in their lab setting, they can't make it shoot across the room faster or slower. Even if they put it on the tip of a bullet or run backwards with it or whatever.
I said this before that it's completely necessitated from. There's two terms in Maxwell's equations, and those terms are used as constants, and those terms are representing the propagation of the electromagnetic radiation, which is light. And if those two constants are used to represent that, that means that rate has to be a constant. And so, going off of that, if necessitated by that fact, if that's the case, then that means that in the example you're giving, where you're talking about sideways light, you're right that what you're gonna end up having is, because light is consistent, because it can't have some added lateral movement, the two observers are gonna have two completely different experiences of time.
Yeah,
in
but
order for there not to be a sideways momentum.
Whatever you want to look at that with that fucking concept, fine. But regardless, the photon hits across the room at one spot on the wall. Regardless, right? So just because someone wants to go, oh well, like it looked like an angle, so it must have been this much time, or the other person goes, it didn't look like an angle, must have been this much time. That's, to me, that's just poppycock, because again, you're gonna have to have your reference decipher, your reference. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these things now, dude. I understand it conceptually. I have heard that this does not happen in labs, and logically it makes sense. And show me them fucking having light conserve its sideways fucking velocity. Show me,
There's no sideways velocity, man. That's what I'm
saying
saying
it like that,
over and over.
Yes, it is. Stop.
Let me ask you a question, Don. If you're exactly some distance away to a train, such that you know that the light is going to take 1 second to hit the train, okay, and the train is moving, I don't know, 5 miles a second for some reason, and there's a target at one specific point on the train. You know, it takes a second for the light to get from you to the train. You know that it moves at 5 miles per second. You know where the sensor is. So, do you agree that when you, if you want to shoot that sensor, you're gonna have to shoot it when it's 5 miles away from being right in front of you, right? But we have to shoot it 1 second before. 1 second to shoot it.
Do you agree that this demo that I set up, we would be calling it sideways light? Like, you've agreed with the understanding of the term. You've agreed with it.
No.
Why are you not?
I'm asking you this question because if you agree with this, then this is exactly what occurs when you yourself move sideways.
I'm not. It's irrelevant, Kosho. Show me something in a lab moving while propagating light, and that light retaining the look. It's claimed in the thing. In the one I went ahead and steel manned my opponent, and I found your side. Found someone claiming your side of it, bro. There's plenty of it claiming my side. It's just loose language, right? You're going to be like, oh well, they weren't elaborate enough. Here's this extra paper. This elaborates. So I'm not even going to post my side of it. There's plenty you can see. Light doesn't have momentum. Boom, that right there. Now, the thing, show it me, and what it's crazy that you're arguing the fucking common terms right here. Like you understand the phenomenon we're talking about. Sure, the wall could be moving. Sure, the train could be moving, and you could be stationary, or you also could be the one moving, and you could know you're the one moving because you set it up in a lab, and then we would call it sideways light.
Okay.
Would go
You
sideways.
ever heard of LiDAR?
LiDAR?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do LiDAR from airplanes, for example.
Mm-hmm.
From a moving airplane, you're doing LiDAR. And LiDAR literally stands for, I think, light, something, distance. I don't know what it... But all they're doing is sending light and measuring distances so much so that they can actually make a 3D representation for what they're trying to map. So the fact that they're in a plane moving and that they're getting light coming back from all directions, including sideways, and they're using the speed of light in order to actually determine what the shape is of the ground, and it's a successful method, I think you can confirm that there's no issues with the sideways momentum of light.
Why would that Kosho? What the fuck? That's really close. That shit could be off by a couple of titty hairs, and they're still gonna get the fucking complete fucking data map. It's just gonna be, they're still gonna map the whole thing around from edge to edge, regardless of if that shit is like, oh, they the hill they thought they were over is like 2 feet behind them. No big deal. Like whatever.
They're not just mapping hills. They're getting defined. They're getting defined. Structures.
Yeah, that doesn't
small
matter.
scale stuff.
But that does not matter though. They're also not shooting out straight laser beams they're like shooting out. What? Let me look up so we can talk about frequency. Hold on. Some private companies on that shit. That's tight. But yeah, it's also, think about it, Kosho. Like it takes that light from up in a plane, like a fraction of a second to get there and back. So it's still receiving the signal, right? So it's like all the signals going down, all the signals coming back. It's gonna map all the stuff underneath. It doesn't show us one way or another. Oh well, that shit was all skipped off by a baby delay. Like, so their map would be like shifted to one side like a little baby bit. Like, I don't know, man. Like, ain't no fucking sideways. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way that light acts like a baseball, dude. Photons don't have mass. Right?
Listen, Don, we're friends, okay?
How can something without mass?
And I'm gonna ask you this as a buddy, Don.
You better go tell
You have to actually decide to consider what's being said, and not. I understand that you think that you already understand what I'm saying, but I have a hunch that you're just not considering it, and there's a totally different paradigm that you're not agreeing with.
Kosho, we don't have to get into the reference frame and the time dial. All that's irrelevant. It's simple.
Actually, do it's actually the only thing that's relevant.
Here's the thing. I'm not trying to talk about it on that level. I'm only trying to get in agreement on step fucking one, a consistent agreement, which I have heard your position. But why I keep bickering with you is because in elaborating on your position, you're kind of talking about things that are irrelevant right now at this step in the laboratory, right? It's
But
like
that isn't step one. What you're saying isn't step one. The principle of relativity is step one. It's the encompassing principle of this whole thing.
you're flawed in
And
logic.
it-
This is what
it's
builds the
paramount.
relativity. You can't say the fucking concept of a thing that we're actually trying to prove is step one. Step one in proving it is step one. You're fucking out of your
Time
mind.
dilation is special relativity. I'm talking about the principle of relativity, which is much more encompassing and it
And I'm
encompasses
talking
this whole
about it
thing.
too. Step one in the principle of relativity is assuming that things under constant velocity, the motion is going to be unknown from the reference frame. Blah blah. Yeah, we know it. You're in the rickety
that's
boat.
not-
You're
that's
in the
not-
rickety boat, Kosho. You're in the rickety
that's
boat.
not-
Okay, you got the flies in a jar. Okay, we got it. My point is, I'm challenging that foundation right there. I'm saying we have seen baseballs act like that. We have seen boats and trains and dust and flies in a jar and everything in Einstein's elevator. We've all seen all these things with mass conserve the momentum. Let's not assume that photons do it too. Let's start in the lab. Now that we're in a new 200 years in the future, let's start in the lab and prove first that photons conserve the momentum before we start talking about relativity 1 and relativity 2. You need to
there's
prove
no
this phenomenon
momentum.
first.
There's no momentum to conserve. That's
Oh
what
my
I'm
God.
telling you, dude. In one of the reference frames, there is no momentum because there is no speed. They're not moving. And one of the reference frames. This is important because in that reference frame, there is no expected sideways momentum of the light.
Hey,
at all.
Kosho, when you throw a baseball in one reference frame, there's no momentum, so the baseball didn't conserve momentum. You sound like a clown.
No, that's actually true. In one of those reference frames, there is no added momentum. So if you throw a fastball 100 miles per hour and you're on a ship that's going 1,000 miles per hour,
There,
then
Kosho. It's still
the momentum of the ball,
regardless of
the
if
ball
it
on
didn't
the
do it in
ship
one.
is only going to be,
You're
it's
on
never going to
crack
exceed
right
100
now.
miles per hour.
You are
That's
on
what I'm
crack.
saying, dude.
On crack.
There is no added velocity when you're in that reference frame.
It doesn't matter. Then we're not in
It
that
doesn't
reference
matter,
frame.
dude.
Kosho, did the baseball conserve momentum or not?
In which frame?
Any.
Yeah, in one of the frames, the outside
Alrighty.
frame.
There we go. So here's what happened. I said to
didn't in the other
hold
one.
on. I said to you, just like the baseball conserves momentum. You go, the baseball didn't conserve momentum.
No, I said which reference frame.
No. And also with the
In
photon.
one of the
I
reference
said,
frame it does,
photon conserve
and one of them it doesn't.
Here's the point. Let's go back to all the stuff we know conserves momentum in a reference frame. Maybe not all of them, but in A, right? That's actually the thing. Oh, well, it's one we can tell different. Now, do photons conserve momentum in any reference frame? I don't think you have the data.
Yeah, as I've told you.
Prove it to me.
To answer the question that you're asking, dude.
Prove it.
If you'd be so polite to let the question be answered.
Prove it.
Yeah, in the frame, just like with the baseball, in the frame where it's a constant velocity, no, you would not expect. You would expect light to be traveling straight up and down to those sensors. The light is being seen from the outside is going to have this extra sideways momentum if you want to, but it's a velocity. It's a sideways velocity. It's a sideways component of its direction, and that's going to cause. Because of the principle that light is going to be consistent speeds, it's going to travel the same distance in the same amount of time. And for that reason, the person watching it from outside the train is going to experience a slower rate of time.
You're very long-winded to keep repeating yourself. Now, why don't we prove it to ourselves now?
I mean, I can show you the tests where people have done exactly. I mean, every test you can think of with time dilation.
No.
Found a supernova
Here's
based
the
on
deal,
time
bro.
dilation.
Here's the deal. No, not time dilation.
Yeah.
Just prove to me that in any reference frame, photon conserves the sideways velocity.
That would be this test where you're shooting something and you're observing it from the ground and you're observing it from inside.
Right,
There's
like what
tests,
I
they did this test on airplanes with well, technically they used what do you call that?
airplane is not a laboratory, sir.
Actually, yeah, it is. They did it on this airplane scientific experiment.
Show it. Where's that? See, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like you really missing the fact that these motherfuckers skip to the end, bro. You should be able to show me, like, just like the fucking Einstein elevator with the baseball. You should be able to. That's the same thing. You should be able to drop the laser at the same time you drop the fucking target. You should be able to have a baby little burst of that laser, and that photon should fall. Well, I guess it's not gonna. Oh, well, they don't do that now, do they? It's kind of interesting.
There's plenty of tests.
What if it was gravity? Hey, Coach, no. What if it was? Oh, it should still. Well, it won't accelerate, so that's probably not the best setup because it will fall, but it won't continue to fall, right? Like
the light.
Yeah, I mean, like whereas a baseball, like when you let it go, like I guess let's say you were on if the first portion of an Einstein elevator was like assisted, where it was lowered and then released, like you could have some momentum retained from the lowering it portion before gravity took over, but then gravity is also going to take hold and like do its own thing too, but that force wouldn't be imparted on laser, I don't think. So we'd have to already like move the handle of the laser. We'd have to have the laser moving already.
Gravity affects light, yeah.
Gravity affects light at
the gravitational field, according to Einstein, is consistent with all observations as being in an accelerating frame. An accelerating frame with light will do the thing we're talking about, where it drags behind, but you can see it
right
end up in a different spot. That's if it's accelerating.
Right, accelerating, but that's the thing. We're talking about content, that's fine. It still ain't evident nowhere.
Plenty of tests that you even described some a second ago.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm describing like they had the thing, and it's like almost like a printer, old printer ribbon, and it slides across the track. It was like that, and it had like a laser. It was like shooting that little shit down the road. Now it wasn't a big room, but I'm thinking like if the room was big enough, bro, they'd be able to show you like, voop, that fucking lightsaber sliding across the track and burst it. And they'd be like, look, we bursted right here on the center line. Yet the laser landed off center because it's conserved the sideways velocity. It would be that easy. You don't talk about a plane and look, we're using a radar system that made a map. So obviously this little piece of sideways velocity was conserved. I mean, Kosho, that's ridiculous.
No, dude, listen to me. I need you to listen to me because I've not once said that, dude. I've actually corrected you about 15 times. Nobody but you is saying that there's sideways velocity and sideways momentum that's being conserved. Nobody but you is describing that at all.
You are.
No, I'm not, Don. I'm telling you that in one frame, there is no sideways momentum. In the other frame, the speed of light remains constant. So the speed that you're describing as being added is not added at all. Time is slowed down for that frame.
But in another frame it is, though, right?
No, in no frames, dude.
You're so full of shit. You're just having fun flip-flopping, bro. That's the complete opposite of...
You're not listening to me. That's the problem. You're not listening to what I'm saying. So
you're right.
You hear one thing, and then when I tell you that's not at all what I'm saying, it's because you weren't listening the first time I said it.
I don't care about these theories, these frames. You've agreed to the laboratory setting that if a thing shoots down grid line fucking 1 whilst it was moving sideways, it releases from position 1-1. It's aiming down to position 2-2. I'm sorry, 1-2. It's aiming down to position 1-2. You're telling me that if we was strafing fucking sideways when shooting that thing, you would have to shoot it early, right? For it to land on 1-2, you'd have to shoot it before you're at 1-1. You've agreed to this over and over and over, Kosho. I don't care what the fuck you want to call it. Okay? I'm arguing that that is evident, period. Show me that which you claim happens in reality. I don't care what you keep wanting to call it, bro. You play game high behind turns, which, first of all, you inconsistent with that 40% of the time anyway. But you know the phenomenon I'm talking about. You know the phenomenon you agreed to. I call bullshit. Doesn't exist in reality. And your side knows it. And that's why they talk about leading and targets and all this bullshit. Pretending. They don't be coming at me, keep telling me, oh, to the guy that was actually moving sideways, the ball didn't move sideways to him. Man, that's obvious, bro. It's fucking obvious. But he knows he was moving sideways. And he knows the ball stayed in front of him. So he can deduce that the ball was moving sideways. All right, at least give me a mic check. I got silence. Give me a mic check.
You.
I'll let him rattle me because it's more fun like that. Gets him a little bit invested. But man, this is some bullshit, bro. Y'all hear this bullshit? You can't push the light in one direction. You can push it in the other direction. I'm not saying you're pushing it. Well, we're admitting, yeah, it fucking got pushed the same way a baseball is, but we're not. But from one frame, it doesn't look like the baseball got pushed.
Is he claiming
trying to push
whether or not the baseball moves to the side is dependent on whether or not you're looking at it from the right angle?
Oh, he keeps wanting to talk like that, yeah, for some fucking retarded reason.
Because I mean, like that
It's
can't
ridiculous.
be the case. Otherwise, it would, like, depending on how you looked at it, the ball would have either moved to the same location or not. In which case, you would have two people watching the same ball, and then like reality itself would be splitting. The ball
Exactly.
has to either be moving or not, right? So
Yep. It left from position X, it landed on position Y, period.
I'm not sure why it would matter which direction you're looking at it from or which frame. Like either it moved in that direction or it didn't.
Because we want to pretend that people time travel.
Okay, I'm gonna answer you, Bob, but only if I don't get interrupted. I'm sick of half explaining something just to be cut off. But yeah, Bob, the reason why, indeed, you have to talk about which frame it's moving from is because movement in general, movement, speed, velocity, all these things, they don't make sense and they're not intelligible unless you're describing it in reference to something else. All you're doing at the end of the day is describing the behavior of two separate objects or two separate reference points and how they're moving in reference to each other. So when you say the baseball moves, you're describing the baseball moving, but only in reference to something else. And if you're just saying the baseball moves, you know it moves no matter what. No, that's not true. Because if you're in that constant frame, the frame that's constant velocity, and the baseball is not moving in that frame, then you're not going to experience it moving at all. But it is going to be moving from a different frame.
But if it starts in one position and ends in another, then it has to have moved. Otherwise, it can't. Otherwise, it has to be remaining in the same position. Like if it's in one position and then a little while later it's in another position, no matter how you say it got there, it had to have moved.
Right, but now say that your whole house that you were just in, there's a bigger coordinate system that whole house is moving on top of that you aren't aware of. That's kind of what he's saying, and that's fine. But that's why they say look at the bigger picture.
That's not what I'm saying.
And look, he's going to say no when it absolutely.
Not what I'm saying, dude. I appreciate it if you wouldn't do that anymore, Don. Don't try and tell somebody what I'm saying.
Bro, I'm talking, bro. I'm sorry it doesn't sound like what you said, but it absolutely is, dude. I'm trying to totally agree with you. The way Bob is saying up position and up position, he's thinking left wall, right wall. And then that's true. But now if the whole fucking house is sliding around the lake, right? Left wall, right wall is at point A and B on the lake while the house isn't moving. But if the house is moving around that lake, left wall and right wall, it's at totally different positions in the lake compared to spot 1 and 2 when the house wasn't moving. So, Kosho, I'm totally agreeing with you. Stop saying that I'm not. This is what you're saying.
Not what I'm saying, though. Yeah, you said things that I disagree with. That's why I'm saying that's not what I'm saying.
The point is, though,
I'm not saying there's an outside frame. There's like a big, a master outside frame. I'm saying in general, in any case, you're always none of those frames have precedence over the other. But you always have to pick which frame you're talking about. So when you say it's moved in a changed position, Don, stop, dude.
Look like it fucking
man. I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. Why do you keep doing this shit, dude?
Across the room, of course.
I'm saying something to Bob, dude.
I'm elaborating for you because you're not able to do it.
Stop, dude.
What he's saying is bigger frame.
Dude, I'm fucking done, dude. I'm not gonna fucking keep trying this. And every goddamn time I say something, dude, you gotta cut me off before I'm done talking.
Stop disagreeing when you're agreeing. Stop it. It's ugly.
Fucking disagree with you, Don. And if you listen to what I have to fucking say, you would know why. Right, Don? Because I don't think there's not a master outside frame, Don. There's no preferential frame. All that has to happen is there has to be two separate frames.
That's what I'm telling you. That's all I said. If there's a bigger frame, that would be a separate one, not a master. That's it.
Make this no fucking fun, dude.
See,
stop fucking doing this bullshit, dude.
The whole house is moving around. That would be another frame, right? Even though he wanted to say that's not what he was saying, and he just came back in and agreed with it. See what I mean? He's fun like this. It's fun because you're not gonna actually get me mad on the inside. I'm gonna fight you to win the mic time, but I'm not
done with you, Don. I'm taking a break from you, dude, for a little while, man.
You know you're playing dumb, dude. I can hear the acting in your voice, man. Come on now. I just want to see it. I just want to see it in a lab like one time.
What are you guys talking about specifically?
You know how if you throw a baseball while running sideways or while on two parallel trains, the baseball will make it across the trains and it will retain that sideways momentum?
Yeah.
Yeah, they claim that light will also retain that sideways momentum. I want to see it proven.
Wow. They're claiming that. Wow.
And the way they claim it is they use this, reification of, relativity must be a thing, so therefore.
Wow, that is a reification.
Yeah,
maybe I misunderstood. I thought Kosho was saying that it wouldn't move to the side, that it wouldn't maintain the momentum.
You just proven to the world that you have regular ears, man, because that's exactly what I've been fucking saying the whole time. Every time you said that I said the opposite, I've literally corrected him. but he's going
not.
to
You're not
continue to
listening.
say that I'm saying that.
Okay, so did
He
I
said the
understand what you were
opposite.
trying to
Bob,
say?
Bob, sorry. He had said the opposite when talking about the second frame, right? But he's saying if you're the guy moving sideways or on the train throwing that ball across, it's not moving sideways because you don't know that you're moving sideways. I'm repeating exactly what he's saying.
Okay,
like I'm
but
not
saying that because it doesn't look like it's moving sideways, therefore it isn't. That's like, so if you have like if you take some colored tape and you make a red X and a blue X, and the ball is on one X, and then you decide to close your eyes, and then when you open them again, the ball is on the other X. That's like saying that because you didn't see it move, it didn't move. Like,
right.
That's absurd.
I agree, and that's like
Completely what I'm
like,
saying.
if you're not aware of the outside reference frame, then it didn't move on that frame, and that's incorrect.
No.
Just because you don't know that it's
Why
there.
don't you guys argue amongst yourselves with your own arguments, and I'll argue my argument myself, okay? Because you guys are doing a shit job at arguing my argument, okay?
I don't agree.
So, it's not that when you're. This is why I told. The first thing I said to you, Bob, was that the whole overarching rule is that any movement at all has to be described referencing two separate objects, frames, positions, whatever.
Okay.
So if it's not that it's like you said that if I'm moving sideways on a train, but everything in my frame is stationary or is moving at constant velocity. So to me, it seems stationary, and you see me moving left to right. It's not the case that I'm not moving left to right. It's just that in my reference frame, if I'm not experiencing anything outside my reference frame, then none of that movement is relevant to me because there's
so it's not the case that you're moving left to right, so you are moving left to right. So light is left to right.
Movement that I can experience that is telling me that. But you, who's outside observing me, can describe it. Now, if I have knowledge that I'm making this movement, like if I, knew that I'm on a train, or if I'm measuring my velocity, then yeah, you could say this. But if you're in that frame and there's no comparison of, anything that's in your frame and anything outside your frame, then there's no acknowledgement of it. There's nothing that's going to interact with your experience that's going to tell you that you're moving.
Yep. So, Bob, he's saying all the normal stuff. For some reason, when I say the stuff, it's like we're mismatching the frame or something, or the words just aren't, you know what I mean? It's like he, they, them type of thing where maybe we don't know exactly what we're talking about. But this is easy to fucking understand. Easy. Everyone's agreeing. The point is, show me light doing the same thing as a baseball, period. Simple as that. It is going to do the same thing as baseball. It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't. I'm not saying it isn't. It is. But it isn't. But I'm not saying that it is. Crazy, man. Yes or no? Does light do the same thing as a baseball in the sideways type of show? Yes or no?
If anyone is trying to argue that light and a baseball are somehow the same, I mean, that to me seems like a pretty obviously ridiculous argument. Like, light and a baseball aren't the same. It makes no sense to correlate the way a baseball moves or operates with how light works.
I know, but they claim it does. Look, I found a post. If you can look right up 30 minutes ago, my post, I put a little section that says, light does not consider the momentum in the direction of propagation. However, the lateral movement, it will move it. Like, apparently, there are people that assume, because I don't see the experimentation for it. So that's it. Show me the experiment, man. He keeps claiming it's there. Show me the experiment.
To me, yeah, it's almost like making the argument that wind reacts wind works with wind the same way baseball works with wind. Like light is that's the mechanism by which we are able to detect things with our vision is by light. So to say that it somehow acts the same way as other things that we see, that just seems like a weird claim to make, if that's what he's saying.
Listen
Like,
to me
light-
straight up,
light is
dude.
the
That's
mechanism
not
by
my
which-
claim, dude. That's the
Okay.
problem. You're listening to people who aren't
But
even
it
listening to
is.
me.
He's gonna tell you it's
my
not, and then he's
claim,
gonna
dude.
go on and
It's
agree
not
with
my
you.
claim, dude. And this is why I'm not responding to you guys, dude. You guys aren't fucking communicating in any kind
Yes
of way
or
that I
no?
want to
Does it
participate in,
act
man.
like a baseball or not? Yes or no? Can't answer. See, got him. Anybody else? Bob,
And
ask
I
him.
told you I'm not going to answer you, Don. I'm not dealing with you anymore, man.
Scared to answer.
Are there particular repercussions that you think are significant, like one versus the other, Crux, that you seem to be so like worked up over?
Absolutely.
Like what is it about what he's saying? Like what just one of them? What's one thing that like it just like suddenly explodes if what he's saying is true?
Well, it's really if what he's saying is true, nothing. It's if what I'm saying is true. If what he's saying is true, I guess we would be able to witness light acting like a baseball, basically, even though you heard him try to come and disagree, even to he's gonna
Okay. So you're just taking the negative position of you don't know that it works like that because it hasn't been shown to you.
Right. And also I would say, and if it doesn't, we can go back to the very beginnings of the general relativity where the constant velocity, you say, hey, there's no experiment that can be done when something's on constant velocity, because I would show you, I'd be like, no, look, you can do this experiment because light doesn't act like baseballs. Back 200 years ago when y'all talked about this bullshit, y'all didn't have these photons like this, these lasers and whatnot. Now we can know, oh, look, it is us moving, and not the other way around, because like we try to do the example with, relative motion, like, hey, the wall could be moving sideways in front of you, or you could be moving sideways in front of the stationary wall, right? And it matters because in one instance, if light doesn't act like the baseball, in one instance, you have to shoot exactly when you're in front of the wall, right? In the other instance, like you can lead the wall and let the wall come to you. But that's why it matters. And so that would be able to like determine, hey, we're on a moving train. Look, we have this, this photon thing not acting like, oh, it's acting weird. Look, it's not, it's not keeping up with us. Right. Now, if photons acted like baseballs, we would never be able to use that experiment. And we assume that we can't to this day. Right. And I'm claiming that we probably should be. Right. The same way that all the light coming through space from the stars and all this shit, all these signals from these satellites, like, dude, there's so much galactic movement. Like, we would be missing these signals. You know what I mean? Like, but he don't want to hear it. I don't know why it's so much friction with you two. You literally have agreed every time you said that you're not saying the thing. You literally have said the thing every time. He'll come in and he'll say, no, I'm only halfway saying it. Which is like, yeah, I keep going, okay, well, does it happen ever? And he'll be like, yeah. But it doesn't happen in this one case. Like, what, bro? Like, just don't understand it. Don't understand it, man.
It's true. But
No.
yeah, Bob,
show me the experiment.
Again, Bob.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Kosho Bob knows about concepts. You know, we all know about it. Just show us the experiment, bro. You don't just take something like this for granted to build up your whole foundation. I mean, without having it evidented. I mean, let's get real here.
I think I agree with the like the saying that like if something is moving 1 foot per minute or whatever, that only makes sense in reference to something else, because otherwise how would you determine like where the foot is? Like there has to be a thing to point to and make a foot, right? There has to be somewhere where you can mark the start and the end point of what a foot is, or a meter or whatever. So I'm pretty sure I agree with that idea that it only makes sense to use the system like that in reference to at least two things: the thing that you're trying to determine if it's moving, and then the thing that you're trying to determine it's moving in reference to.
Of course. And there may be, this is what I'm trying to get at, though, the bigger picture. There may be a bigger picture, and it's like at constant velocities, it might be a really forever unknown bigger picture with constant velocities, but it's like maybe not. Maybe if we determine light acts differently than baseballs, maybe that's the instrument we can use.
But see, like there's also like you yourself, you're a thing. So like this might sound a little bit strange, but like if you want to get an exact measurement, you might need more than one object. But if you just want to determine that something is moving, you would only need yourself and the other thing. Even if you were in a void, if you were in a void and it's just you and the other object, you would be able to determine if it's moving just in reference to yourself. You wouldn't be able to get an exact measurement because there would be nothing to compare to. There would be nothing to set that standard necessarily, but you would at least be able to determine that something is moving.
Yeah.
Not that we're ever in that scenario. We're not. We don't ever end up in a void. It's just... Still seems like a weird conversation to me to have, though, about light. Like, to me, like, even the idea that light moves, I don't buy into that. Because, like...
Yeah, well, where's the experiment?
That's not what I experience each day. Like, each day what I experience is when a light happens, it happens instantly. I never detect motion with light. All I detect is that light is either present or not present, or it's present but in varying amounts. There's never any sort of like build up or travel or anything like that in my experience. It's always there or not there. So to me, that would be more indicative of either a medium or some sort of a radiation, not a thing that travels like a normal object or whatever. Or I guess a field that would also. It could be so it would be like a medium. I guess a field and a medium might be the same thing in that case.
Field and medium are a little bit different.
Yeah, I think they could be a little bit different. I'm just not. Yeah, so like the field could be not necessarily a thing that's interacting physically like a medium would, but could still like give off signal maybe, which could be what light is doing. Is really it's just it could be that the potential for light is technically everywhere at all times. It's just a matter of does it receive the proper signal to start showing itself or not.
Yeah, but that is what a field is. A field exists in all places at all times. It's just has different values.
Yeah.
Usually value 0. If a medium is just a some kind of material substance. There's some substance to a medium, but yeah, a field is just describing the properties of space itself, and the values typically are 0.
So what if that's the fourth dimension, not time, but light itself? What if that's the fourth dimensionality to things is the illuminance of it?
Bob, you got any old cell phones?
I don't think so. We might have a couple of my my brother's old cell phones around here somewhere. I'm not sure. Why?
No doubt. I'm just saying, if you got an old cell phone, you can make an easy 50 cents a day.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All right, just I didn't know if you knew or not.
I've thought about doing something where I would maybe set up on a PC, get some virtual machines going, and then have each one set up with its own spoofed IP address, and then have my own email server so that I could just start generating email addresses, and that way it's all technically running from my house, but it looks like it's coming from all over the place,
all over the world. Yeah.
And then you just you have it all deposited into the separate accounts, and then you have it sent to separate accounts, and then you use those accounts to buy a digital currency in another account, and then you just have that transferred to you in digital currency, like some sort of crypto. And then it's basically they can't trace it after you get it into that other account and then transfer it. Then it's gone.
Yeah, especially if you ran it through a couple of crypto accounts. Yeah, it don't matter. They don't even know what happens to it after it leaves. Once you get the gift card, that's a whole separate service that they don't have nothing to do with. They just say, hey, send this person a $5 gift card, and then after the gift card, they don't know what happens. I put all my Target gift cards from all different accounts all into my main Target account.
I was just trying to I was thinking I would want to add a step between in there so that you weren't having 100 different accounts sending the gift card to the same person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they don't know whatever happens to the gift card after they give it out. They have no idea. Some of my people sell them for cash. They'll get a $5 gift card and sell it for $4.50 or something.
Yeah.
Some people just put them all in one. I'm just put all my Target gift cards in one account.
See, I think there's some software that can basically make your computer act like a cell phone, an Android cell phone. And there's this thing you can do with computers. You can make virtual machines. So it's one computer, but it acts like multiple computers. So if you set it up and it was beefy enough basically that it could handle it, you could have one computer acting like multiple computers running the thing that makes it seem like an Android phone, and then suddenly you don't have a whole bunch of phones, you just have a computer sitting somewhere doing all of that.
Dude, I'd love to run 100 of these things and make $50 a day. That'd be fucking sick.
It would. That would be great.
Or if I could get 1,000 people to just set one cell phone, because you get 10% of.
Oh, okay.
When they when you cash out, I get 10% as like a bonus. It doesn't take anything from you, but you get for the
Right.
referral system. So like if you had 1,000 people doing it, that's as good as you running 100 cell phones or whatever.
Yeah, but isn't there like something out there where it's like the amount of people you know in like actually know in your whole life is like somewhere around 1,000, not very many, like kind of super low.
Oh, I couldn't
mean,
get I don't think I can get 100. I don't think I'll be able to get 100 referrals for this. I got 2 so far.
It might be words that I was thinking of. There's only like several thousand words that you use or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but anyway.
Yeah, no, definitely not a lot of people though, because it's hard to get referrals for this stuff. Like even if you got everyone you knew to do it, it'd still only be like, 20, 30.
Right. Yeah. If I got everyone that I knew well enough that I could, convince them to do it, I mean, I don't think I would even hit 50.
Yeah.
Necessarily. Maybe it's just, yeah.
Because not everyone's even going to want to do it. Only if, people are like 50 cents a day. I'm good. They don't realize like that's a lot of money for, it could be like a lot of money for you though, but.
So what you do is you have kids and you train them from when they're little to know what they're going to do for you when they get older. Okay. No.
I got 5 kids. I got 5 referrals coming any day now.
Any day now. We're gonna have like this 20-year-old kid suing his family for like lost wages because his family forced him to do all these like cell phone games unpaid.
I brought you into this world. You're going to make it worth it for him.
And then the dad's gonna make a legal defense like, well, if this was 1800s, you would be plowing a field. Take that, Junior.
Don, I'm sorry I let you be an asshole to me. And
I was at the
acted to it.
same time
But,
crying to myself too, bro.
I'm apologizing to you, sir, because I didn't represent the way I didn't represent myself the way I am. Anyways, I'm not gonna blame you anymore, so that's that. Anyways, I posted a video. I'm just making this simple thing. I'm exploring what you're saying to me, Don, and everyone else. And I think there might be something to what you guys are saying. And it's in the thing I posted. Or the thing I'm sharing. I'm sharing my screen right now.
Holy shit, what the fuck did I miss?
I smell a trap.
So you're a smart guy, Don. You guys are all wrong. Bob was a little bit right. But anyways, so light is not a ball. It's not a ball. However, everything, including light, including a ball, everything is going to you're going to experience them in these in the reference frames the same kind of way, with one giant difference. The only difference being that it's actually the speed that light propagates that will be the consistent thing between the frames. Whereas the baseball from both frames, like if you're experiencing the baseball from off the ship, you're going to experience the baseball moving faster, a higher momentum. It hits something, it's going to hit it with much more force with momentum. From off the ship, hit something that's off the ship. Anyway, so this is a ball, but you can think of it as light. Only if you understand that as long as the light is traveling, let's say this is a light second apart, and it takes let's say this is 1 second. That means this is moving at the speed of light in this reference frame. But you can see that this reference frame is actually a moving reference frame. And in the reference frame that's observing the movement, this is actually traveling further distance to hit that thing. And because of the rule that light stays at a constant speed, there's nothing consistent. The time is not going to be consistent in both reference frames.
I disagree.
If the claim is that time or that light is always moving at a constant speed, okay, and we don't. What's that?
That's not the claim, because it doesn't always move at constant. If it's in another medium, this or that, it's just saying that the light propagates. If left unimpeded, the light will propagate at that constant speed, as is everything else. Like the maximum speed. If there's nothing impeding its movement.
Do we have a medium right now available that we can fire a laser through, let's say, or any kind of light, and it slows it down enough that we can watch it move across the medium?
Yeah, the people have done this with different
I mean,
fluids.
with our naked eyes. That's what I want to know.
No, they've done it with different fluids, but I don't know if it was with the naked eye. I know they can do it with cameras.
They do it with the smoke machines and the nightclubs all the time.
With those, you can see the light. Like, you can see the effect of light on the smoke, but that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, like, let's say you take a fish tank, okay, or a fish tank-like object, and you have some sort of medium in the fish tank. So you turn on the laser on one side, and it slows light down so much that you can watch the laser go from left to right with your own naked eye across the other side of the thing. Do we have a way to do that?
Well, we have not. If you're talking about just witnessing the light has a speed and it's not constant. I mean, it's not instant. Then we have tools that are based on this principle, like LiDAR and measuring devices.
Or you could just, they have frozen it. You'd seen them freeze the flash of light almost to a freaking standstill.
You say they have, but like, is there something available to us or no?
No.
Okay. So, like, to me, it seems like effectively light is getting wherever it's going to instantly. Like, as far as we're talking about just everyday life, I don't think there's ever been a situation where light was not instantly where it was going. Okay? It's either there or it's not there.
I'm going to give you this.
What's that?
I'm going to give it to him. See, Coach, so this is what's important is, like, let's even back it up there where you're like, hey, we got the special rule, this one concept. Let's back it up. Let's even prove that he can challenge this, and I'm with it. Right? So light is instant. Light is instant.
So if it's effectively instant, and that's what we can just observe with our own eyes, is it possible that at the point where they say that they are, like, let's say, like the two-way speed of light that they say that they measured, is it possible that the light is always instant, but that when it hits certain things, something else is collected with it and then travels, and that's what we can detect the speed of?
Or slowing it down. Or something's like slowing it. Like all the machines slow it down.
You mean like what they call neutrinos?
Well, what I'm saying is, like, to me, it doesn't seem like there is a travel for light. Okay, like, as far as I can tell, light doesn't travel. It's just present or not present, as far as we can see with our own eyes. And so, what I'm wondering is, in the cases where they say that they are capturing a speed, which would indicate travel, if they can get a speed, that would indicate that it's traveling. What if in those cases it's not traveling? It's just that whatever thing that they're detecting it off of somehow is being gathered with it and that part, that thing that it gathers is moving, and that's what we're detecting as the movement, whereas the light was always instant each time.
Nah, bro, you're gonna need a diagram for that one.
Gonna need to draw a picture or something.
But why do we not want to grant them the chain propagation, the time? Because it's like it's almost instant, but
The reason I won't grant it is because I literally can't witness it happening, and I've never experienced it. So I won't grant it to somebody.
What about with LiDAR or
I would maybe do that, but as far as if we're going to try and agree on what reality is, I wouldn't just grant them that light moves. I would say light seems to either be there or not be there, and I've detected no travel ever.
But hold up, but you kind of said well, and it might. You said this might time. The speed is. It's not that the speed is not instant, but it's that it gets something else along with it and slows it down or something like that.
No. What I'm saying is, what if it is instant? Because that's what we detect, okay? But what if when they're doing their tests, it's still instant, but something is it's somehow collecting something with it. And that's the thing that's being detected as moving. So for example, let's say you had a rod, okay? And the rod goes from one side of the room to the other side of the room. And the rod is just sitting there and it's not moving. But when you charge the rod, there's stuff in the air that suddenly wraps around the rod and starts moving from left to right or right to left. Okay? The rod is still not moving. It's just it received a signal that caused other things to move along it. So if you pointed something at it to detect the speed of the rod, you might get a reading because there's stuff moving along the rod, but you wouldn't actually be detecting the speed of the rod itself because the rod's not moving. Does that make sense?
That's a great analogy. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's great, but then it's still how do we apply it? But yeah, that's good to use any. So it's still back to a propagation thing. You're basically just saying back to your field. You know what I mean? Back to that same situation. Right.
What if it actually is instant because it's a matter of it being a field, and the thing that they say they're because they can't get the one-way speed of light, right? That's what they say. They can only get the two-way. What if what they're actually detecting then isn't the speed of light, isn't the movement of light at all? It's just that the signal, whatever that is appropriate to cause something else to have speed, and that's what they're picking up is that speed.
Are you talking about the agitation to the or friction to the medium?
I'm back on board. And this and the aether, and now this shows that the aether, the lateral movement is happening because everything has the aether wind movement of whatever the reference. So yeah, there we go. Let's do it. Kosho, Bob president.
Bob, what you just said is how quantum field theory explains what's happening. That's right. That's what light is. It's the like I told you before, the what do you call that? The field exists there the entire time, and these values are just propagating through this field, and it propagates at that rate because that's the speed that information is transferred. Basically, it's the field communicating with neighboring points. There's that delay because it takes time for that. Let's say it's like a 3. Let's say it's all zeros, but there's a 3 that got emitted from some source, some beacon or whatever. That source, it takes the speed. It travels at the speed of light as it's communicating to each point in that field.
Well,
so the 3 communicating with the 0.
Kosho, can field be interchanged for medium?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No,
because
we just talked about that a while ago. Not necessarily.
Yeah, only medium means like maybe it's a thing. It can move around. I feel it's like ever. But yeah, dude, conceptually, that's it. What is the space-time shit? But see, this qualifies the space-time as material, bro.
No,
Period.
fields are not material. Okay?
Yes.
A medium is describing something with substance and material.
Medium.
A medium is, but a field is not describing that. A field is simply the points in space and the values at each point.
Yeah, but here's what does qualify it: propagation. Now, how is it propagating if you have one particle a million miles from the other particle? What is happening there?
It has to travel at the speed of light to travel that distance. It
So,
travels at the speed of light because that's
jumping-
that's how fast the medium that the field is communicating with itself at each point.
Simple answer, simple short answer. What from the star far, far, far away, twinkle, twinkle, little star, is it propagating the light? What medium or what thing anything is the light propagating through? You tell me it's jumping from dust to dust?
No, not at all. There's not any material necessary. It's the quantum fields. This is the most successful theory, and this is what the theory describes: is that all of space is occupied by these quantum fields. And
Why are you
it's the propagation to those quantum fields that allows everything to take place.
So this thing that you're telling me is not material. You are telling me it's a quantum field. The thing I asked what was propagated through, and you're telling me quantum field.
Okay, no. Okay, what? When
So
you
why
say
Quantum field. What is a quantum field?
what if it is all of the things? Okay, and like this might kind of sound a little bit weird, but what if it's not a matter of what is present as the medium for it to travel through? What if everything is simply a different version of whatever it is that makes us up? So like it doesn't have to travel through space as such. It is simply like what he's saying is it's sending a signal, and that has to travel. But if there's a field, it's not a matter of traveling across or through. It's simply traveling from one part of the field to another part of the field.
Yeah, man, dude, you're on point.
Yeah, well, part of implies a thing.
Right, but what if it's not? What if it's not a unique or specific thing? What if it is things? Okay?
Yeah, a thing.
So like, between me and you,
yeah, I
between
agree.
me and you, there would be maybe air, right? We would say there's air, but what if air between us isn't necessarily entirely separate from us ourselves? It's just a different version of whatever it is that makes us. And so I send a signal to you through the air. Sure, you could say the air is the medium, but what if it's not actually ever disconnected? What if it didn't have to travel through anything? What if it was just the signal went from the part of me that's me through whatever air is that's also part of me to you that's also part of me in a weird way?
Yeah, how about this? How many categories of things exist? Is it physical and non-physical? Is there a third?
I mean,
what do you mean thing?
The point.
Well,
it's the matrix, man. Everything is one.
What are the attributes of space-time?
Space-time? It's in the name.
Is a thing? No. Jesus, bro.
Those are the properties.
What are the properties of each point of it? It has what abilities does it have? What characteristics does it have? It has the ability to be propagated.
I'll be back.
Those are the two different theories. Yeah. Space-time is not really describing the quantum fields, although quantum field theory does include space-time, but that's not important. They're two different fields. So space-time is a field, and these different quantum fields. And don't get them mixed up just because you're not going to find a quantum component for gravity. You know what I mean?
So can you describe what a quantum field is?
Okay, yeah, just you can think like the electromagnetic field is a specific quantum field, and in this quantum field, there's in all space values, and let's say most of them are 0. An electromagnetic field, when one, let's say you have a phone, or I don't know, you have something that emanates a signal and is sending a signal, and so what you're basically doing is you're disrupting the field at that position such that the values where it's emanating from are no longer zero. There's some value. Let's say the value is 10 for some reason. It's like the strength of the signal, electromagnetic signal, and electrons. So electrons interact with this field. Okay, and this is why it takes electrical, charge to send a signal. So once that signal is emanating from that point, it travels from that point, propagating through the space that had zeros. It's now going to propagate as a wave at the speed of light, communicating from point to point at that limited speed outward. And there was one other thing I was going to say about that. All right, so yeah, so right. There's a photons. So the things that interact in the quantum and the electromagnetic quantum field is electrons and photons. When the electron and a positron interact, which they do in this field, they create a photon, which is basically a disturbance in the field. It's basically a value in that field as it's propagating, which is what quantum field theory explains as light.
Is it like a chaotic field, where like a originates from like a source, like a sun emitting the frequencies? How is it described?
In the case that I just described, yes. I have a really good, I can find a good visualization that I've seen before. Wait a second.
So electrons and positrons make light particles.
Yes. The electrons themselves also make light. So
check my life so you can see if it's something like that, like a plasma ball.
Like what? Oh, you're live. Okay. No, not quite. That is an example of
Okay.
Yes, envision it without the crystal isolation, of course, right? And envision it just extended itself and throwing those parts. Is that kind of what you're describing?
like I said, not quite. That is plasma, but it's not the propagation of electromagnetic. It's not the propagation in a field. Although it kind of is. It's not the propagation of light that I'm describing. But I have a pretty good demonstration. Hold on.
So, as far as like what I was talking about with it not having to necessarily travel through a medium, like think about like a spider web, and you have the spider on one side, and it touches part of the web, and way across the other side of the web, there's vibration. Then, even though the spider's on the other side of the web, it took one of its little legs and flicked the web or whatever, and it vibrates on the other side. Okay. The web didn't have to travel through the web, right? The web is just there. What if the spider could, let's say, make a sound at a certain frequency that would send a signal through the web and change the other part of the web to a different color? The sound didn't have to travel necessarily at like the way we think about travel, but the signal just needed to go from it needed to transfer from one part of the web to the other part of the web, thereby affecting the other part of the web, changing its frequency or its signal or whatever, and in which case it responds.
It's not a bad way of putting it because it's basically a signal. A pulse was emanating from a point. Some information exists in one point, and it's going to if there's nothing obstructing it, it's going to propagate in every direction to communicate that event to the rest of the field, and it loses energy at the inverse square law because it's going in all directions. But this is gravity is explained in the same way. Like that gravity travels through space-time at the speed of light, supposedly. All information does. trying to find this video still. So hold on.
So how about this one? Check my life now. Like with it's like a Tesla tower emitting like electricity.
But this is definitely this is going to be an event where that's occurring, but it's not visually describing like the propagation, right? Because obviously that you can see those beams. They're not traveling at the speed of light, but that is plasma. That is the electromagnetic field. But hold on, I've got the video actually here. I'm just about to pull it up. Fuck.
I wasn't sure if I was using the phrase as such correctly, but it looks like maybe I was.
I've almost got it. This is not the first time I've had to find this stupid.
Just save it to like a separate playlist or something for just these kind of situations.
The thing is, I have so many Google accounts. I have over 1,000.
Gio, are you here? Nah. Jeremy, are you here?
God damn, it's gonna piss me off, dude.
Seems like they have to disregard the ether at all costs.
But ether is basically encompassed in quantum field theory. The same reason why the ether was assumed in the first place was to be the the medium that light propagates through, and a quantum field theory satisfies that requirement also. It pervades all space, just like the ether does.
Mike.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo.
Wow. The verbiage is so in contention. What is the other, Kosho? Physical, not physical, and other? What are the types of not physical?
What?
Ghost?
Talking about, man?
What is this space time? It's not physical, right?
What do you define as physical to begin with? Like, what qualifies as physical?
Exactly. It's just words. So when people get fucking triggered off of the word material, when we're in the context of special materials. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, the purpose of words is to share meaning, ideas to each other. So it's important that we're using the same definitions, right? Otherwise, the words would be pointless.
Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's important to agree on the standard you're going to use. Otherwise, how is your conversation going to lead anywhere useful? I mean, otherwise, you could just have like some dude speaking English and another one speaking Spanish. Like, that's not necessarily a super useful conversation if one doesn't understand the other. That's why you agree on a standard for the communication so that you can get somewhere, make progress, right?
Right. I'm still looking for those videos. I'm not a quitter. Even if I have to search every one of this guy's videos. It was just such a good demonstration. And I saved it somewhere, but I don't remember where I saved it. Okay, I think I found it.
Yeah, was somebody calling me? I was eating dinner with the fam.
Earlier, I was wondering if you were here. I didn't know if you were hearing all the gravy I was ladling. Maybe not.
No, I missed it.
Well, I guess no big deal, Jeremy. I was only laying out a basic framework for the nature of our existence, you know.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead
mean,
and skip it, I guess.
no biggie.
Okay, I found it. At least this is the best iteration of it.
Maybe not.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna post it and share my screen. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna post it and I'm gonna start sharing it right now. So it's timestamped.
Hey, would you rather have a million loyal friends or $30 million? This is a no-brainer.
I
What do
mean,
you think, Kosha?
how loyal are we talking?
Loyal friends, like, very loyal.
Like if I said,
best friends for decades, a million of them.
so like if I asked each one of them, can I have $100? They would give it to me?
They'd probably just hand it to you, yeah.
Great. So I picked that because then I have $100 million.
That's what I mean. Like, if you have loyal friends, where you're like, yo, I need $10. Even if you got $10 off of each of them or whatever, you'd still have more than whatever I say, $3 million. Or I'd have a million referrals for all my stuffs.
There you go.
I'd be getting like fucking $5,000 a day or some shit. Like 50 grand a day or something crazy off of that. Fucking balling.
Yeah, Bob, I just watched it again. Well, I streamed it and I posted also, but he has a good visual description that shows like a radio tower and the propagation in that specific field. The electromagnetic field is the easiest quantum field to understand, by the way. So
Is that
And
what they
just so-
think that light is? Is that it's part of the electromagnetic field?
Oh yeah. That's what they've known that since before Einstein. That was basically the Faraday and Maxwell who, Maxwell's equations says that basically that light is basically the radiation from electromagnetic interactions.
So, okay, so would you say that, like, when they say the speed of light, they aren't necessarily referring to the thing that we see itself, but the speed at which the signal needs to travel?
Yeah, there's
something.
There's a value called c, and like the speed of light is almost it doesn't encompass what it actually means, and it's actually the propagation through completely empty space or these quantum fields. And yeah, c is that speed of propagation. It just happens to be that we see the light doing it, but it's the speed that everything propagates through it.
But why don't they explain it like that? Like whenever I went through school and stuff, none of that was mentioned. It's just, it seems like it's described as light is a thing just like any other object, and it is moving at this speed. Why?
I mean, it's complicated. I mean, I'm not even an expert or anything. I just know that the concepts like this are usually explained at different levels. That there's different levels of understanding of all this stuff, and depending on what level you're at, like if you're in elementary school, if you're in middle school, high school, you're not even in this field, then you're gonna get a different and you're gonna get a different expression of the same idea. The only people who are studying this stuff in depth are gonna get they're gonna get the most accurate description, right?
Listen, C isn't even a thing, dude. Light speed in a vacuum is not constant. It's not constant.
C is a thing. It's one of the most important fundamental constants. It's
literally
not
not
only
even
in
a
that
thing.
equation. It's in a lot of equations.
It's a real thing, bro. Light speed in a vacuum is not a constant speed.
That's fine, man, but you didn't listen to anything that was said. So it's not about light. It's not about light speed. That speed C just represents the speed at which if left unimpeded, information of the field itself, the field strength itself is going to travel through the field.
What?
You're right. So light propagates at all different speeds, slower than that, because it's having impedance, or it's having some kind of
Yes, in a vacuum. In a vacuum, light speed's not constant, right?
Say what?
I said in a vacuum, the speed of light is not always constant.
Well, no, the example you're talking about is still an impedance. So, because
No, it's in a vacuum in free space. Nothing's impeding it.
Yeah, they collapse the wave function.
And
So it's
then
not
they're measuring.
propagating
No,
that
they did it with single
wave.
photons, bro. They did it with single photons.
Yeah.
And they
I
got it
read
to
that. I
travel
read that
slower through a vacuum.
Yeah.
Constant.
What they discovered is that light, whenever the wave function collapses, it doesn't have the same top speed as it does when it's propagating as a wave.
You know that light doesn't always travel at a constant speed through a vacuum, right?
No, it doesn't always travel at a constant speed. That's correct. There's
Through a
things that can
vacuum.
impede, there's things that can impede its speed. This was said.
In a vacuum is not a constant, right?
Yeah, there's things like the one you just brought up. There was a specific other things other than vacuums. The
So
question
we know
is
that
not
light.
does a vacuum the only thing that does it. The question is when it's unimpeded, meaning there's no interference due to anything else.
Yes, in a vacuum, there's no interference. They measured this all
So there
through the vacuum in free space. No
Yeah, but you're
impedance,
giving
bro.
there was an interference.
Nope, there was no. They measured it
It's not
1 meter
propagating
length.
as a wave.
They measured it 1 meter length through a vacuum, dude. They used single photons. They didn't collapse the wave function each time.
They
Go back
did.
and check. Are you sure?
Yeah, that was what I got out of it. And I because people were trying to understand what was happening, and I was like, okay, so it
But
looks
what
like
does it
that's what
matter
they
if
were
the wave
actually
function is
that's what
collapsed?
they were observing. They were observing the wave function, which is going the speed that we know, and then they basically did that thing that you described, where they go put the light through the crystal, and that causes the wave function to no longer behave as a wave. The wave function collapses.
You mean that behaves as particles?
Jeremy, guys, what do you guys think wave function means? Because I don't think
A
that
probability
think that-
factor.
Kosha, what do you consider wave function as meaning?
I mean,
You guys
Jeremy's
are on the same page.
Yeah, he's not wrong. It's
not.
a single value. It's a probability that's spread, and if certain parts of the equation are satisfied, or if they are certain values, then it's going to dictate the values of other parts of the equation, or other parts of the function.
Do you think?
Hold on. Let's read off the real one first. Let's read off the real one.
Hold on, Jeremy. Kosha, do you think Jeremy understands the wave function the same way you do?
I'll say that for this conversation, I think we're both up to speed on at least with the context of a wave function. Yes.
Okay.
So if you have a photon and then you have a particle and then the collapsed wave function, they're both light, right?
Yeah. Sure.
You got light to move at not a constant speed through a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what they did. They were able to do that.
Hold on. Don't say Kosho. Nobody ever made light move at a different speed than C.
Like I said, this is not light propagating.
One little fringe paper, which is like what, a group
No,
of.
they did it twice.
No, my man, this ain't shit.
They did it 2 times, Ranch. 2 times.
This okay. They did it 2 times.
Yeah.
This ain't fucking a realization that light can move at other speeds.
Oh yeah, it's not.
If it was, these motherfuckers would have got a Nobel Prize already.
Yeah, that's not what they're claiming that, as Jeremy's saying. They're claiming that they influenced the light in such a way that, like I said, the wave function collapsed. It was no longer a probability. It was now moving as a with the exact positions and all this type of stuff. So
Here we go.
it's
Speed of light.
not propagating
Well,
as a wave.
I would say there's much more likely they fucked with time than the speed of light. The speed of light is a constant. It's always been a constant. And if it could move at different speeds, it would actually then bring into a conceptual question of mass. Because anything that's not, if it went slower than the speed of light, then it must have had mass.
No, this wasn't regular light. It wasn't. It was light that was purposely tampered with, such that it would retain this this as it was propagating through this crystal. Like I said, from what I understood, that's how they do that.
No, Branch,
Go ahead, Jeremy. My bad.
This is from Live Science.
My bad. Jeremy's trying to do science.
This is from Live Science right here. Yeah, these are science people. These people say speed of light may not be constant. Physicists say.
They
go on to
one group of people, Jeremy, and the whole scientific community just said this is probably bullshit.
These are accredited people. These people ain't fucking around.
Why ain't they fucking Nobel Prize winners then?
Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't even know these people. I don't know every.
Honestly, that would be fucking amazing if somebody ever did find a photon that wasn't moving at sea. It will completely destroy a lot of shit.
I'm telling you, it's not.
I know.
It's not.
That's why
it's not. But that's not what it's. It's not claiming that, man. It's not claiming that light. They're getting light to travel at different speed because it's not. It's not the same light that, as we know. It's not the same light that we know when we emit light. It propagates.
Well, what is it?
They masked it with this thing, and the purpose of them doing that was to make the wave function collapse, persistent.
What do you mean by it wasn't the same type of light?
Like they shot it through this crystal, if I remember correctly. There's this quartz structure. They shot it through this shit purposely. They called it a mask, and what this mask did was, as it was going through it, it was behaving differently. But even after it left this masked, crystal, it was no longer behaving as a wave probability. It was propagating. I got to read up on exactly how it words it, but it's not propagating the same way as a wave does.
So once it left the crystal, like I can understand why the crystal itself could have slowed it down a little bit in the perception of A to B.
Dude, they measured it in free space in a vacuum after it left the crystal.
Jeremy, when I say from A to B, like if you look at the piece of light moving from point A to point B in a crystal in the middle, the crystal could have made it fucking shine upwards, downwards, left, right, and center, right? Until it came out.
The crystal wasn't in the middle. The crystal wasn't the crystal was at the beginning. They shot the light through the crystal. And when it left the crystal, they measured 1 meter. The one that went through the crystal, the light took longer to go down the length of the meter. Yes, light is not constant in a vacuum.
So they
I know they told you that your whole life, but
yeah, bro, they told me that shit my whole life. That's why I thought the Earth was a globe.
Why do you, Branch? Whoever told you that's not your friend.
Fucking hell! Now that you say this shit,
whoever told you that's not your friend.
But that was my physics teacher. He was my friend.
I don't know. We may have to rethink this.
Yeah, dude. Here's one way that they say the researchers are explaining it. Okay, it says they compare a beam of light containing many photons to a team of cyclists who share the work by taking it in turns to cycle at the front. Although the group travels along the road as a unit, the speed of individual cyclists can vary as they swap positions.
Dude, they did this with single photons.
Individual photons, which are not the collapsed function. The individual photons are the collapsed function, right? And it's the probability that exists when it's propagating through as a wave function. And what they do with this crystal is a means to get just an individual photon separate from the this group wave function.
Oh, I see. So, the Kosho, why do you think the photon is moving slow? Is it moving slower or faster?
Well, I've heard. I mean, whenever I'm trying to learn stuff about like refraction and things like that, I always come across these weird explanations for light that are bizarre. Like the reason why it travels slower through mediums is to do with this weird wave propagation where it's like it emanates from a point and it goes in every direction. It's equally likely to go in any direction, and basically whichever one is the shortest, the path that takes the least amount of time is the one that people end up witnessing. But before that happens, it still has a probability of going in all different directions, like even directions you wouldn't imagine light to travel in.
Yeah, but if they're saying yeah that there's this crystal, and they're firing through the crystal, and on the other side is a photon that's emerging, but that photon isn't moving at the speed of light. That's fucking something.
Yeah, well, they're saying basically what the whole discovery of this, the entire discovery is, or the claim of their discovery is that, just like I said with the cyclist, like the wave function, when the wave, what am I trying to say? The wave, when light exists as the wave, it's existing as a group, and the speed of the speed of light is going to be the what you witness because you're seeing the entire group traveling. But if you were to isolate an individual photon and then interact with it by observing it, you're going to cause that wave function to collapse, and it's not going. It's going to choose one of those random directions, and most of those random directions are actually slower than the speed of light. So it does make sense that if you were looking at individual photons, it would be likely to find one slower than the speed of light.
The photon itself, though, isn't moving slower than the speed of light. I mean, the reason I say this, Kosho, is because a massless particle can be in only one of two states. It can either be still, at which point there's nothing, or it can be moving at the speed of light. There is no in between. A massless particle.
Like
the
I
problem
said,
with what
the
you're
weird
saying,
thing about-
Kosho, is they use single photons and use detectors that go click when they pass through them. So it's not even a
Say what?
question. They use
Like
single
if you think about it,
photons
Kosho,
and
if
they use
you had a
detectors that go click.
Huh?
oh shit,
You still
Jeremy's
didn't hear
bringing
me.
the clips in.
They use
Yeah.
single photons
Tell us
and
more
they
about
use
these clips,
detectors.
Jeremy. My bad. I just want to hear more about these clicks.
All right, Branch.
It seemed very important, these clicks you're discussing.
Yeah, it's destroying the whole thing Kosho's saying right now about the group of cyclists and one left behind. They use single photons. That means not a group.
Yeah, I know that. What are you talking about? That's what I said, dude. A single photon. Okay, listen one more time, because when I understood refraction and and lenses and stuff like that, and actually reflections in general, it's not just one photon hitting some point and then going off exactly the way the reflection says.
Right.
There's some weird explanation that says that the light actually will go in, like it'll hit that point, and it will travel in all directions after that. It's just as likely for it to go in all directions. But what's observed is the shortest time cycle, which is going to be the correct angle.
Well, you
But
gotta,
the other photons are existing in those directions as well, and I think that's what they're measuring.
what causes a reflection is it's not like the photon just bounces, right? What causes a reflection is an electron absorbing the photon and it re-emitting it. I mean, photons just don't bounce off of shit. They get absorbed and then re-emitted.
I don't think so. Reflections?
What? Name a fucking material I can just bounce off electrons without absorbing and re-emitting them.
No, no, yeah, no,
The
but
reflections we see
isn't it the
are
case?
caused. The reflections we see in everyday materials and shit, the photon itself is being absorbed and then re-emitted. I mean, it happens super fast. But
Yeah, but
that's what's happening.
the color that so it's like if you see something that's green, I thought it was because all the light waves are interacting with it. The ones that are being absorbed subtract from that white light, and what it doesn't absorb, you see as the reflection.
I mean, think about it, Kosho, right? Like, if you have, let's say, a wall, and a photon's bouncing off that wall, right? What kind of material does that wall have to be made out of? If it's not absorbing the electron, then re-emitting it at specific angles and shit, doesn't it make sense that the only reason light is ever reflected is because of absorption and re-emission?
I don't want to.
Think about it.
I could be
What other
wrong, but I could be wrong. But from what I
How
understand,
can
it's just
pure energy, and photon is pure energy, right? How can it just
yes.
bounce off something? It can't just bounce.
No, but the
It has to
energy
be some
itself.
type of interaction.
Yeah, the energy itself. Let's say the pure white energy. Let's say it's a red, I don't know, thing on your wall. It's going to, or let's say it's, I don't know. Let's just fucking some material like iron or something. The absorption spectrum is going to. So every material can only absorb a certain wavelengths of light, and it's going to absorb certain portions of that white wavelength. And
right.
what
It
it
can
doesn't
absorb
absorb,
it, it can reflect it. But when you talk about a reflection, a pure reflection, absorption and re-emission, it just means that it didn't. What it means is that that molecule, actually that atom, even could be part of a molecule. That molecule or atom, what it did was it took fucking the light it needs to excite a fucking electron to a different fucking wavelength or not. I mean, not wavelength, different orbital cycle or not, right? And then it re-emitted the rest of it, right? Because it didn't need it, but it still absorbed it and re-emitted it, and that process takes time, and that's why we see refraction. That's why all these things happen, is because of basically when it's all about fucking electrons and whether or not they get actually excited to another fucking level, if they just re fucking excrete the photon they got.
I understood it differently. But like I said, I could be wrong.
I mean, think about it, Kosho, man. Photons can't just bounce off shit. They have to be absorbed and then spat back out. We probably should get someone that you believe to fucking tell you this shit, but I'm telling you, that's how fucking reflection works. Reflection doesn't work. I mean, just think about it. What type of material will just bounce off a photon? It has to absorb it and then fucking send it back out.
This is why I always say Branch is one of the smartest Glovers on the down low.
Now I gotta stop. By the way, Kosho, Jeremy, we're gonna do this shit with 100 million fucking VMs running this little 50 cent a day, 50 cent a month thing that Jeremy's got going, just because it's fun to do.
50 cents a day.
Like, I'm right now, Jeremy, what I'm trying to figure out is a way to make it work where I can just set it up so I can just create multiple VMs, right? Without even have to do anything. I'm just simple script, create the VM, let it boot up, and that's it. No interaction needed. And then what I'll do is I'll make the VM restart every hour, in case there is some bullshit that goes on. It will just restart every hour anyway.
Okay, so yeah,
All I wanted,
go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, get
Jeremy,
along with it.
by
All
the
I
way,
want to do
Jeremy,
is get.
I'm going to use your reference link for every one of those VMs, so don't worry about
No,
it.
don't. All I want to do is get like.
Branch, do you need my email?
All I want to do is get like a
I'm
couple
chilling, I'm
hundred legit referrals. Don't try to cheat the system.
Yeah, so like I said, this video, some of these videos I'm posting, there'd be good, good refreshers because it's helping me understand this whole thing. Like when I read that paper for the first time about the light going at different speeds, it's only in the way that they're describing it that it makes sense. Like when the people say the speed of light is constant, they mean the measured speed of light when it's unobstructed. The same as gravitational waves, the same as anything else that propagates through space unobstructed. However, there's obviously if it goes to a medium, it can travel at different speeds, and also in this case where it's not actually propagating as light anymore. It's you're looking at the individual photons, which I've already seen explained as not going in the quickest path. A lot of the light goes in not the quickest path. It's only the light that goes in the quickest path that you see.
I don't know, man. Like, when people say light bends, what does that mean?
That means the path of light is changing.
The way I see this is about light being reflected in different fucking ways. It's being absorbed and re-emitted in this path from A to B. It doesn't mean it's changing speed. It just means that some motherfucker's saying, you know what, let me hold on to you for a second and spit you out this other way. And the actual speed of that light hasn't changed. The direction, it didn't just bend, it got absorbed and spat out in a different direction. That is what refraction is.
That's the way I think about it, and that's the way it's always made sense to me. But everything, like I said, everything that I see online and for the past year or so is people claiming that is the misconception. That's what that's an intuitive thing.
Fucking bend. Makes no sense.
No. It's not that it's bending. It's that it's doing this wave propagation thing. That
Bro. What light's doing is being absorbed and being re-emitted. That's all it fucking does. I mean, I wish people could understand the difference of a reflection as opposed to an absorption and re-admission of light. I mean, the thing is this, yeah, when you look in a mirror, right, the light you're looking at hasn't just been reflected back into your eyes, it's been absorbed and then fucking re-admitted back into your eyes.
Branch, I can tell you something, but you're not going to agree with it first, but it'll make sense to you if you think about it. What'd you say? All right. So the thing is, the light. The reason why there's different spectral lines is because each material is only capable of receiving energy at certain wavelengths, and by consequence of that, it only emits the light of that same frequency. So it can only emit the same light that it what do you call it, absorbs. So
here's where it works. Yeah, look, electrons always want to get into different orbitals, right? And what happens is there's a finite amount of energy needed for every electron to jump up an orbital level.
They've given up that model of orbiting electrons.
Hold on.
It doesn't work like that anymore.
Let me finish, Jeremy. Let me finish. So what happens is when, let's say you shine a whole bunch of light at a specific material, right? The way that those electrons are associated with that material would basically say, you know what? I like this particular light because it's going to let me jump from this material to the next one. And when it does that, it absorbs it and completely absorbs it.
It doesn't
Now,
completely absorb it.
the light that it got, that it couldn't use to jump an orbital level, is then re-emitted back out.
That's almost half. That's half correct. Everything you said is correct if you leave out the parts about it absorbing all of it and re-emitting back out some of it.
Well, where does
Because
it go then? It can't just fucking reflect
it
it.
reflects off of it. Because that,
Material has to do something with the fucking light.
no.
Can't you
Okay,
say-
so play.
I mean, listen, bro. The way it works is this: yeah, every electron does absorb all of the fucking light it gets, but unless the light can let it jump up to another fucking orbital fucking cycle or fucking what's it called? Another orbital is probably the right way to say it. But unless it can jump up to
That's
another
right,
orbital,
orbital, yeah.
it's just gonna reflect it back.
Yeah, but I can show you 10 times till Sunday tomorrow. Why that's why like I said, hopefully this will show you. Just hold on. Pick your favorite element or compound.
All right, okay. You know what? Let me explain to you this way. Yeah, let's imagine you have a block of gold, right? Now let's talk about yellow light hitting the block of gold, right? When the yellow light hits the block of gold, the first thing it's going to interact with is electrons, right?
Oh yeah.
And the electron can do one thing with that piece of light. So now you've got a piece of light hitting an electron. You can either absorb it and move up an orbital fucking thing, or it can just say, you know what, I don't like you because you don't help me out, and just send it back out, right? But it's still fucking interacted with that piece of light, even if that piece of light didn't help him go up an orbital layer, right? It still fucking interacted with that piece of light and said, I don't like you, I'm gonna shoot you back out. I mean, the notion of things just reflecting things without the absorption and readmission is ludicrous.
I think we're being lightly trolled by Branch right now. Get it?
I don't think he's trolling.
No, just lightly trolled.
Kosho,
Lightly.
this is how fucking light works, bro. Light doesn't get reflected. Light is always absorbed and readmitted.
Okay, but check this out, my man. This is the spectral lines of chlorine. And on the bottom, it shows you what the chlorine will emit when it is emitting light. This is bottom line. And the top line shows what you will see from light that has passed through chlorine, and some of it has been absorbed. And you can see that the gaps that are missing in the absorption are the same gaps or the same parts of the spectrum that are in the emission lines. And that's because that's what's re-emitted is the same thing that was absorbed, and all the rest of it. So it's like what you're saying is correct, but you're adding in a part that it gets absorbed or it gets absorbed completely, and then just gets rid of what they didn't need. But I think it only takes that that it needs to push the electron up. But once it gets that energy, nothing else is interacting with it, so it bounces away from it. There's a chance maybe I don't understand this, and you're sharing something with me, but
Branch is like a low key idiot savant genius motherfucker.
Nah, dude, you know what it's more like? Yeah, it's like fat chicks at the club. When there's a chick that's hot, you absorb her, and you work with it. She'll take you up another level. When there's some fucking fugly bitches, show them the fucking hand, and just shove them back off the same way they came. That's how light fucking. That's how fucking electrons fuck with light.
All right, now we're being more heavily trolled.
No, it's not. Like I'm pretty sure Kosho gets what I'm saying.
Went from light trolling to a little heavier.
But no, well, I was trying to give a funny way to understand the way that fucking light works. Like, I don't like when people say light is just reflected. Light is never just reflected. It's always absorbed.
Where are you getting that from?
That's just the way fucking light works, bro.
Right, but you said it like 50 times. So I'm just saying, like, where did you get? Why do you believe that?
Because that's how light works.
Okay, but I'm not asking you what. Just for you to keep asserting that's how it works. I'm saying, how did you come to that conclusion?
I don't know, somewhere in school. I remember like what part of school it was. Or maybe God told me. I don't know. I don't remember.
And that's why you're getting trolled.
Oh, Gio, I would bet my life on the fact I'm not wrong here. That's the difference. That I'm completely right. I don't remember exactly where I got this knowledge, but like, I think it was about chemistry class. Again, I know I'm right though.
It says right here, it says, in general, light incident on a surface, not object. See, I don't even know what the fuck that means now. Is absorbed, transmitted, or reflected. They lost me on that not object part because anything, all surfaces are objects. Branch, how many fucking empties you got over there, my man?
There is no such thing as something that can just reflect light. Light, the only way light can change like direction, like
Jeremy,
that,
will you read that again?
is through an interaction, right?
Yo, Brain sounded like he had a pyramid of cans like built all around him, and he got up and they all fell off.
I did, bro. I just did that.
That is definitely the case.
Jeremy, read that again.
It says emitted light. Oh no, that's a different one. See here. Well, this is a different one. Real quick. Emitted light is composed of photons generated by the matter emitting the light. It's an intrinsic source of light. Reflected light consists of photons whose origin is elsewhere, but reflected, scattered from some object. Here we go. In general, light incident on a surface, not object, is absorbed, transmitted, or reflected. And these sum to 100% for incident light.
Right, but Jeremy, what I'm trying to say is there's a definition of reflection that's a little deeper than what you're saying, right? Like, what reflection actually is at that level is what I'm talking about. Like, is that light being reflected?
Because they're talking about absorption in a whole different way.
Right, what I'm talking about is like when the photon hits a wall, what's actually happening? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at it right now. Hold on. They're saying it bounces off, but these aren't like. Yeah, they're all saying it just bounces off.
Does it bounce off of? If they're just gonna say it bounces off the wall, what does it bounce off of? Does it bounce off an electron?
Oh, here we go. I got a good one right here. Oh, where did it go? Where did it go? I had a really good sentence, and they sent me to a page with 1,000,000 words.
What Planck's constant is, the Planck's equation, it showed that the distance, I think, from the distance from the electron, from the radius, from the nucleus, it's proportionate to, I think, the Planck's constant times the energy, which is the different amounts, like discrete amounts of light. And so, like you said, Branch said was exactly right. Like about each material requires the electrons to require a different amount of energy, a consistent amount for each material. But different amount that allows the electrons to move away from the nucleus, basically, to move up or move to outer shells. And in order to do that, it can only take on a specific signature of light, like a specific amount of light, which is why they absorb only specific amounts. But as I said, I'm certain, at least I think the way it's expressed to me, is that when it takes in that specific amount, that color, and the color that it doesn't take in just doesn't get absorbed by that material, doesn't pass through it reflects off of it. And
Right,
you see
it
that.
doesn't get absorbed, but what I mean by that is it doesn't get absorbed and used, but it does get absorbed and re-emitted, which is what reflection is. Right? So basically, what happens is you got a photon. I mean, you got an electron sitting there going, you know what, man? I wish I had this certain level of light so I can go up to the club upstairs, the good club, yeah. And then so it's sitting there and it's just waiting. And when it gets like the bad light, it's like, nope, not cool, not cool. It gets it, it sees it, and says, no, fuck off. It's not cool until it gets the light it wants to be able to move upstairs.
Well, it's like moving to a specific point, and so it needs a specific amount of energy.
We're actually talking about the light that it didn't like. It's not like it didn't fuck with that light. It still fucked with that light. It did take it in and said, you know, I don't like you. Let me spit you back out.
I don't think so, man. But I think we're getting to the bottom of this, and we're probably learning something in the process, man.
So what happened to it? What happened to it then, Kosho? That photon hit the electron, right? Electron rejected it.
No, it's not that it rejected it.
So the electron's got like shiny shit on its fucking ass that says, you know what? If you ain't fucking ready for me, you're just gonna bounce off me. The light.
No, yeah, man. It's like that. That's one of the things that they thought of before Planck's solved the ultraviolet catastrophe. They thought that you would be able to just shine light consistently on something, and it would make the electron continue to energize.
What we're discussing here is whether or not reflection is an absorption or re-emission of light.
But I don't think it's. I think it's just reflection. I think it's a separate thing.
Okay, but what? How can something just reflect something without absorbing it first at the atomic level, or not even atomic, subatomic level?
Well, I know that like when I was watching this thing about mirrors, they were describing like the silver on the mirror. They were describing because most of it, none of it is absorbed basically in a mirror. It's almost all reflected, and it was saying that the light interacts with the silver and energizes it, like vibrates it as it bounces off of it, but it's still bouncing off of it.
Kosho, what's happening at the subatomic level is the light is being absorbed and re-emitted almost instantly. There is a slight delay, right? And when I say slight, I'm talking about super, super slight. But that's what's happening. Every reflection is always an absorption and re-emission. Otherwise, what we're talking about, like these photons just bounce off of something? What the fuck? Like that makes no fucking sense. How can photons just bounce off of something?
It's one of the main functions of a photon.
Right, but something's got to facilitate that bouncing, and that's the electron.
Here, somebody literally asked this on Quora, okay? And I know you're not going to trust it, but I haven't seen the answer yet, so I could have egg in the face. Who knows? But it says, is reflection due to absorption and emission? And Bruce Byers says, when light wave with a single frequency strikes an object, a number of things could happen. The light wave could be absorbed by the object, in which case energy is converted to heat. The light wave could be reflected by the object, and the light wave could be transmitted by the object. Rarely, however, does just a single frequency of light strike an object. Sunlight is a mix of frequencies, for example, blah, blah, blah. So the incident towards the surface of objects. When this occurs, Objects have a tendency to selectively absorb, reflect, or transmit light certain frequencies.
Right.
That is, one
Coach,
object might reflect green light while absorbing all the frequencies of visible light.
Coach, I get this shit you're showing me, yeah, but they're talking about this stuff at a different level altogether, right? Like what we're discussing is subatomic levels, and what they're discussing is objects.
But you know, but you know that they're discussing it in they're discussing the
They're
atomic
discussing
level.
like objects. What I'm talking about is at the subatomic level, light is never just fucking. Light can't just hit something and bounce off. It has to be absorbed and re-emitted at the subatomic level.
Here's another person on Physics Stack Exchange, which is slightly better. This will be Cora is like fucking amateurs and doofuses. But anyways, this person says, I'm researching how wavelengths choose to reflect or get absorbed or transmit. So is reflection just re-emitted wavelength at the electronic scale? Does reflection require absorption in the first place? I'm unable to find supporting links. And then it says, this is an enormous topic, and what happens all depends on the frequency of the incoming electromagnetic wave and the material. This says, blah, 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 blah. The charge which have been forced to oscillate, blah, blah. What you see is the sum of all the waves radiated from the oscillating charges, which make up the reflecting surface.
Okay, you know what might be a good
some reflection, some transmission, some absorption.
What may be a
Hold
better
on.
search, Kosho, is to Google why do electrons reflect light?
Hold on. Dude, something's wrong with my push to talk, and I fucking hate it. Anyways, this is the end all be all, dude, because I have read this paragraph now, and I'm going to read it to you.
Oh shit! Is this it though?
I think so, man.
End game. This is the end game, yeah.
Possibly, but anyways, for both reflection and transparency, it is important that the energy of individual photons does not change, and also the phase, its wave function, has with all other photons in the stream. If the phase would be different, as would happen with absorption and re-emission, no images could be carried by the light, because re-emission has random phases for each individual photon composing the reflected image. Photons are absorbed, get out of the stream. So I think it's saying that if it were purely absorption and re-emission, you wouldn't even get a reflected image.
No, Kosher, that's not even close to explaining what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, Kosher, do you understand what I'm trying to say, though? Yeah.
I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with you almost all the way up until the part when you're saying that it's absorbing the energy and re-emitting it because it's not needing it.
So Kosher, look, picture it the way I'm picturing this. Yeah, you've got, let's say, a wall of lead, right? Or any material you want, right? And on the surface of that material is what? Electrons, right? Now I understand that.
Yes, sir.
Right? We agree at that point.
Sure, yeah. Sure, yeah.
Now a whole bunch of light hits that lead. Yeah?
Okay.
A certain amount of it, I mean, most of the light, I mean, I guarantee that there's going to be some of the light that gets through without even touching an electron just because of reasons, right? But like almost 99.9999% of the light is going to hit an electron, right?
I'm following, kind of.
Okay. Now, out of all the electrons that light hits, so we're in agreement that all the light hits an electron, right?
Was it though?
Almost all. There's gonna be some that
but there's only not all of it is going to excite the electron though. The electron can only be
exactly, and then that's what we're talking about. The ones the piece of light that doesn't excite the electron, right? What happened to it? Did the electron
reflected?
It still hit the electron,
right?
Did the electron get it and say "fuck it, fuck off, I don't like you"?
No, it was reflected
it just bounced off of the electron. It just bounced off of it.
Yeah, I mean that's the way that kinetic interactions occur, right? Like if it, if something hits something with a certain amount of force, it'll vibrate that thing, and that thing that it will have enough energy to go back the other direction, right?
Right. Well, if it was a completely 100% zero kinetic fucking interaction, then there would be no slowing down of that molecule, of that fucking photon, right? But in reality, what we see is the more shit light bounces off of, the slower it goes, right? Through that medium, which means that it is being absorbed and re-fucking emitted, because that's why we see a slow down of time, of light, if it has to go through a fucking very dense medium. Which is the reason of refraction, the reason why we see all this shit.
Are you saying light is an elastic collision, Kosho?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying reflections are. I mean, you could describe it as reflections.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's actually the word I was looking for. Was that?
Is it a standalone particle or is it just propagating through the? I mean, what is it? Is it? I mean, seriously, is it propagating or is it a thing? I mean, if it's propagating.
So, Coach, I guess what Jeremy said was the word I was looking for. Yeah, like if a photon isn't absorbed by the electron, is it a completely elastic collision? The answer is no, bro. It got absorbed and re-emitted. If it was completely elastic, we wouldn't have fucking refraction.
Refraction is not reflection.
It is refraction. Refraction is reflection.
I think so, man. I'm gonna find out.
What else could it be, bro?
It's here. I actually saw the word elastic in this explanation. Hold on.
Kosho, you know when I get on this fucking level of discussions with you, I'm rarely wrong.
No. You always declare victory, and that's it. That's all it has.
Never been wrong.
Hold on.
But you know what's funny, Kosho? Is that we do have these discussions, yeah? But I can't even think of one person in Gem Panda's room that would help us be able to really get to the bottom of this. Maybe Paul.
Oh, sure. I mean,
maybe actually Paul or possibly fucking
Portis.
No, fuck Corda. No, Corda's don't
Herman.
know shit. Paul or
Herman.
that little boy, I forgot his name. The guy who
Bazan.
always call a virgin.
The
Nick.
Green Wolf.
Nick. Paul or
Oh,
Nick.
Nick. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, Nick will know this shit. Hey, so listen to this. The interaction with solids is also dependent on the quantum mechanical nature of atoms and molecules in a solid. A solid can have a lattice crystal, for example. Photon lattice scattering can be elastic.
Right, that's
And
why
that
I
is when
said
reflections. Hold on, dude. Hold up, dude. Let me read this whole sentence. Photon lattice scattering can be elastic, and that is when reflections can happen from the first layer of this lattice.
Okay, I get that.
Jeremy's word elastic.
What we're talking about is depending on the structure that this material has. Some photons may actually hit a proton, and that would be an elastic collision. And the reason why that makes sense, it doesn't make sense. I'm not sure why it makes sense. I was about to say why, but it doesn't.
The word collision might not even make sense.
But if you're
That's
trying to
true.
say a reflection occurs when you look in a mirror, yeah, you're trying to say that when you look in a mirror, the reason why 95% of the light that you looked into the mirror on is reflected back at you, back at you, is because that was all reflected from a photon. It's ridiculous, my brother.
Well, I'm willing to make a bet with my friend Don here. Don's a gambling man. He's a player.
Maybe Chronic knows. Chronic does.
Hey man, I wasn't finished, dude. I wasn't done, man. And Chronic, I got your thing almost done, by the way. But I'm not done, Branch.
I'm here to get the code from Kosho. That's all.
Well, not yet though. I'm in the middle of something.
Wait your fucking turn.
Hold on, man. Hold up, dude. Because I was saying something, dude, and I forget what it was, man.
We're talking about photons.
Dawn is.
I'm sorry, we're talking protons.
Oh no, that's what it was. Don, I have you're a gambling man. You love to gamble almost as much as Chronic, but not nearly. But regardless, you do like to gamble, and you seem sure. What do they call it? Cocksure, right? That's what you seem like. You seem like a real cocksure right now. The way you've been acting today.
Yeah.
That aside, though,
what's up with?
I have a challenge. I'm going to set forth for you, Don, and I'm willing to wager my house on it.
Who's the cocksure one?
You're the cocksure, dude. Being a real cocksure today, dude.
I think
But that's
Dawn
not important.
I've lost probably $300 on poker because of Dawn. Just saying though.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking right.
It's probably 200 or 300.
You know what, Don? Why don't you continue your conversation that you really hurt my feelings earlier, man.
From
Really
Don's
fucking hurt
coaching.
my feelings earlier, Don. But continue it
Don
with
is-
Chronic.
Yeah, Don was coaching me to play poker. I probably lost about 200 or 300 total.
My ass.
No, I'm not 100% serious.
I mean, you are learning. I mean, if you're in the learning stage, you expect to win money. But regardless,
90%.
Don's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. He just doesn't employ his own knowledge. So be careful what he teaches you, man. He doesn't employ his own knowledge all the time. He uses some weird hybrid knowledge, which is not made from real knowledge, and it's the reason he's going to lose this bet in about 2 minutes.
Okay. So how far along are you on that code, Coach? I need it today. Remember?
You need it today?
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, you told me you were joking.
I wasn't joking. I need it today.
All right. Well, guess what, dude? I can stop everything else I'm doing and give it to you in about very soon.
I appreciate it, man.
Everybody in here is such an asshole, dude. Except for maybe Geo. Okay, and Branch is muted. I feel bad about that, but regardless, and Bob's cool. Bob's cool. But I mean, Chronic. I mean, I'm helping you out, and you sound so disappointed.
I said appreciate. That means that's short for I appreciate.
Yeah,
it.
but you said it was like it's like if I just got like socks for Christmas. Like, oh, thanks for the socks. Nice.
Maybe I'll add you to my acknowledgments on the paper if you get it to me today.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. Maybe you'll let me look through the eyepiece of the James Webb one time.
Sure.
I think you've got to go a long way to look through the eyepiece, Kosho.
I get socks for Christmas like just about every single year, I think, from my mother-in-law, and it's like it's kind of nice actually for that to just be my source of socks.
Yeah, same here, man. Same here.
Like that I just don't worry about buying socks because it's like she'll just buy me like some socks and maybe some briefs or something for Christmas.
Last thing that my ex-mother-in-law gave me was a really, really nice batch of hash brownies.
I haven't bought socks for myself in years.
Chronic. I kicked ass last night. Then you said you would boost me but started a game, and then I got fucking destroyed.
You said you licked someone's ass last night?
That's like me saying Chronic. It's Chronic's fault.
Oh, good one.
So what are you talking about, man? What agreements do you need?
What? I'm just
me?
No, Kosho needs to write a code to send me. That's all.
Yeah, I'm writing a code. After this bet, Chronic. After I gotta rub it in Don's face, and it won't take very long. But I'll finish it up and I'll have it to you in a jiffy. Okay. What time is it in Hawaii?
That is really, really bad phrasing, Kosho. I don't think you could have said that any worse.
What do you mean?
Well, you're going to rub it in your face, and then you're going to finish quickly, and then you're going to give it to Chronic in a jiffy.
Yeah.
A jiffy is a brand of condom over here, so it did sound really bad.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious.
Rest assured, I'm gonna come quick.
And he's dangling his house out like it's a carrot.
No, it's not a carrot. It's gonna be the pie in your face. It's gonna be the crow in your throat. Okay.
And he said something about he wants Don's cocksure in his house. That's what I heard.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So last I know, wait, you got a house, bro?
Yeah, I do, and you'd
So
be
they're
invited
big.
there if you weren't being such a cockster person today.
You share a lot of personal stuff on here, so it's like I hear stuff, but it's been like years since I've heard. But I remember hearing you say like you stayed with a family member or something, like, and we used to be like,
Yeah,
Yo.
I live with my parents, man.
no, you
That's
say
right.
you stayed with your sister.
No, dude.
You said you stay with your sister, if I don't remember.
No,
So-
me and my sister were living together, but that was long ago. That was like it was a year ago.
Coach, I think you should go for the classic trope of I live with my parents in the basement. You know.
Exactly.
Own
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
No, I
Hey,
have two brothers and two sisters that are still here in Texas. So, well, I don't. I have two sisters and one brother who are still here.
Well,
We look out.
I don't want you to have to lose your newly acquired possession by.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's first of all, it's in Costa Rica. Okay, and
Well, get excited.
let's not talk right now, dude. Okay, let me set this up for you so that I can rub it in your face.
No, I want to know how many thousands of dollars the house is worth in Costa Rica. Is it at least 8 American thousand?
Talk amongst yourself.
Coach, what are you going to rub in Don's face? Because I'm assuming it's a particular topic.
It's something I like to call chagrin. It's a
We
recipe.
do like a bit of chagrin.
It's a slight little bit of comeuppance.
Is it on the same topic earlier of the conservation, or is it on this new thing here with this bouncing?
Are you going to gain Schadenfreude from this?
No Schadenfreude. Only only words that translate to one American word.
Oh God, that's going to
say what?
He says I'm only allowed to use words that translate to one American word, and in that way I'm saying one American word in Don's vocabulary. That's going to be really fucking difficult.
Well, or at least they can have multiple translations, but many translations into single words, not. Like some foreign words, they only translate into definitions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Schadenfreude.
Because that's all they are. Usually, a foreign word is used because it's not translated, right? So it's not. It's just going to be a definition.
Well, it's not. I think America already had a word for it. It's called FUBAR. Okay.
No, Schadenfreude and FUBAR are not the same thing. FUBAR is a personal fuck up that you own yourself. Where Schadenfreude is pleasure. Go on, Kosher.
I was going to say Schadenfreude was funny because that was the example I was going to use.
It's taking personal pleasure in somebody else's misery.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but the word doesn't exist here, although you can come close to it. Also, Tagalog has a lot of different words for love, whereas we just use the word love for lots of different things. It's kind of weird. I don't want to say this like it's kind of a weird thing, but even the word we give to kitty diddlers is based on love, right? So it's like it's kind of
the file.
We just reuse the same word over and over.
Yeah.
Right, but they probably have a word for like nice appreciation of the youthful spirit, and then dirty.
Well, no, it's like if you have a love of Great Britain, then you're an Anglophile.
Right, but
But
I guess
that's why we have the word for the love of and the word for the act of. So
right, and they probably got like more. But anyway, man, Coach, I'm about to go to dinner. So I can't tell if you were teasing or if we're delaying you, but real quick, if you want to just do it real quick. Agree to disagree.
No, we're not going to agree to disagree. We're not going to agree to disagree, dude. Are you going to be able to see my screen if I share it?
Yep.
You are?
Yeah. Looking right
now. You can't be looking because I'm not sharing anything, dude. This is how I know you're lying.
Looking at the screen of Discord, waiting to look at the more specific.
All right. That's fair.
on Kosho, Zukunftsstaft.
Kosho, foolish, you should have been here. He has, that's not what I'm saying like 100 times today. Like when it's like exactly what he's saying, or he's been implying the direct opposite, or like he just doesn't want to